soak my heart. Yeah, I feel we've grown apart. Yeah, fear is not for death. Yeah, shame soaked beaten head. Scenes you've been running all the same to me. Scenes you've been running, oh, nothing's really free. Same to me. Likewise, you're my friend. Yeah, still I must pretend that you didn't take what you could get. Yeah, choke on my regret. Scenes you've been running all the same to me. Scenes you've been running, nothing's really free. Same to me. Rise out of the shadows of tomorrow. I rise out of the shadows once again. You feel all the pain.
Yo, what's going on? Sorry for being a little late today, everybody. But I'm here. I am here. What up? What up? What up? Hey, dude. How you doing, dude? Hey, what's going on there, dude? Killer, dude. Anyway. Tessie, I can't believe you didn't like that song. That song was sweet.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Seems I've been running. It's freaking awesome, man. Cyborg 839. Too depressing. Oh, come on. 1 point against the tennis. Ah, boss, don't write me up. Don't do it. Oh, boy. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? I prefer more upbeat rock. Wait. How about the... So, what? Like what? This more your cuppa, mate. This one? You can't play this for too long. Someone's gonna get mad. Alright, cool. Yeah, it's good tunes. Link. There you go, man. Enjoy it. It sounds a lot like AIC, which I always thought is meh, since all their stuff sounds the same. You don't like Alice in Chains, Jim? I love Alice in Chains, man. Ah, it's awesome. Freaking awesome. Alright, let's see. Let's see if there's anything going on in the spacosphere. I prefer the classics like Mozart, Mendelssohn, and Motorhead. The Ace of Spades! The Ace of Spades! It's a good song. Biker metal is indeed a good time. Your current group that you're listening to is Black Pistol Fire, a guitar plus drum rock band. Word. You know what I've been vibing to lately? Here, I'll play it for a second. This song I've been here. You either like this. People either like this band or they hate them. It's one or the other. All right, here, ready? You can only listen to it for a second. Quick. This is a vibe. Alright, that's all we can listen to. This is a vibe, dude. Well, I'm a jet-fueled genius. I could solve all the problems without even trying. College girls in the 90s at UMass like AIC, if you know. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Anna Zepp. Is this the other vibe? I like that vibe. That vibe's pretty good. Actually, Helpers, we should talk to Pythos. Pythos probably worked on that plane, dude. Yeah. Actually, TR, I'm pretty damn sure he did. There's some very talented personnel that watch this stream, if I do say so myself. Is it any wonder I've got too much time on my hands? Yeah, what's that attached to the buff? I mean, I guess I knew that, but yeah, it's got something on the pylon there. What does TR mean? That's a good question. That is training electronics? Oh, all right, cool. I'm like, I don't know what that is. TR? I'm going to take a guess, and it's probably wrong. I know that the F-117s usually carry TR on the back. I am not 100% sure what it means. My guess, this is my Hunt for Red October. That was a guess, but it seemed logical. Tone per range, I think, is what it stands for. I think. That's probably wrong. Probably wrong. Probably wrong. Doesn't look anything like me. I don't see anything. It's blue sky. It's weird that they are flying F-117s again. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's a hell of a piece of equipment, to be honest with you. Here, try 10 seconds of this. Is this Slade? You're going to link Slade, aren't you? Sweet. Oh, you would like this band. You would like that. You ready? You ready? Andy? Mick? All right, fellas, let's go! I know that's not the same band, but... Oh, he brought some friends. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. The F-117 blows your mind given the computer technology available. You're biased to the F-111, though. It wouldn't be because the RAAF uses... used F-111s for a long time. Very well, I might add. I had a dream last night where I was having a conversation with someone, and right after I woke up, I actually started talking for a second. Yeah. Aardvark was a great plane. Side-by-side seating. Very cool. That was the same band, Ballroom Bits. It is by the Suite. Oh, dude. all right, Tess. I know. So you're like, you Clash and stuff, right? Like, London calling. We like to eat liver. Right? Yeah. It's a good song. It might be that, but also because I lived in a city where once a year to celebrate the city, they'd fly two of them at about 200 feet next to the buildings doing a dump and burn on the river. Yeah, F-111s go fast, don't they? They're pretty quick. Early AC/DC is the same sound. Powerage is a great album, Tessa. I think it's very underrated. It gets overshadowed by the Brian Johnson stuff. But Bond's a freaking man. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Is the flight test going to be today? Well, Curtis, it depends on when I decide to shut up and start working. So, I'm already a little late for the stream today. I apologize. I was getting some stuff done. I did get a lot of sleep, though. I don't know if you can tell. Anyway, all right. I'm hip. I'm in the groove. Early 70s, the glam rock scene was awesome. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's not everybody's cup of tea, though, but yeah, I dig it. You seem more insane than yesterday. You sure you actually slept? Yesterday? Dude, you know what? I had a lot of fun streaming yesterday. I had a lot of fun. I'm not about to say maybe I should get less sleep more often, but I had a lot of fun. That was good. Except the glitter. Hey! 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 Song's good. Not him, though. Queen has some glam rock, too. And Queen's on another level of winning. Ayo! 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 Ditto! Ditto! All right! All right.
It almost hurts to watch.
Oh, I saw this. The How did you do that? What is that? What did you do? I don't know. How did you even do that? Yeah, I can't explain that one, man. Freddie was uniquely awesome. Yeah, I listened to Hammer to Fall. I don't like the studio version of Hammer to Fall. I like the Live Aid version. The Live Aid version is amazing. Diddle, diddle, hi-oh. Diddle. All right. Hey, 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 hammer to fall. It's a great song. Mr. J Speed, physics sucks. I went down a slide with my kids at a park that was designed for 160-pound people. I ended up bruising some ribs. Oops. Yeah, Stuart, yeah, we got sleep. We got sleep. We're good. Here we stand, here we fall. History won't care at all. Play the band. Dude, that little lick that Brian May throws in. That's freaking sweet, man. Live Aid Greed performance is overshadowing the event of the universe. No band could ever compete with the convergence that made that particular day magical. That's right. That's right. Dude, a lot of good bands played that show, man. It wasn't just Queen. Queen did excellent, but a lot of good bands played in that. All right. This is very recent. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Look at that. We gotta do a little bit of massaging out right here, but this is not bad, man. Not bad at all. Yep. I got the complete show. I'll put it on Plex sometime. Yep. Your tip helped me a lot yesterday using flags as panels. Helped me flesh out the ship a lot. Don't want to spam, but pick for reference. All right, cool. Yep. Oh, yes. Yeah, dude. See that, dude? That is exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, that's perfect. It does, dude. It does look good, though. It does look good. That looks fantastic, man. Yeah, I was floating. I was specifically thinking do it with these ones, but not so much those over there. But, wow. Yeah, no, this came out great, dude. That's fantastic. Fantastic rendition, if I do say so myself. Your flag's pointed the wrong way, though. Yeah. The stars into the wind. Stars need to be on this side. If it's on the right-hand side of the vehicle. Got it. Starboard side. Stars into the wind. Other than that, though, real good, man. Yeah, just right-click, flip it. Isn't that abuse of fairings again? No. Why? Stars into the wind, man. That's U.S. flag code. You got to know that if you want to come here. You got to know that flag code, man. Actually, I don't think you need to know flag code anymore. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Literally unplayable. Alright, so after basically brute forcing the methodology to do tessellated wings, yeah, I brute forced it. Took me like 10 hours the other day, but we're back. I figured out how to do it. There's a certain workflow that you got to do going down the wing. Sounds like an asymmetric flag issue. Symmetrical flag gang, rise up. Your flag always wasn't symmetrical. It was asymmetric and aesthetic. And then you decided to frick it up and put a leaf on it. It's true. Question, why do you use the 1x2 wing instead of the delta or the shuttle wing? It would be less part count. You think you could make this shape with the delta wings, O-Force? Increased, more resolution, dude. I don't think you'd be able to get an angle like that with the deltas. They're too wide. It's too quiet. We need music. There we go. Yeah, it was right for like 5 minutes. All right. All right, there's still some seamage on the wings here that we need to figure out. But we are making some pretty damn good progress. That's what this thing is gonna look like from this angle. Yeah, guys, I forget what it was. There were, you know, of course, now that I'm trying to think about it, I don't remember why. I don't remember why the delta wings were doing what they were doing, or why we didn't use that. I mean, there's the small delta, which that ain't gonna get you very far. You're talking about this guy, right? There was a reason why I didn't use these. I forget what it was. I was trying to think when you asked the question, but I don't. I think it's just you're not really able to define the shape correctly with this. Like, you need to increase the resolution. Oh, that's the reason. Look where the origin point is. That's why I did this way. That's really hard to tessellate because with these they're kind of close to each other. They're kind of close, but with these, I mean, don't get me wrong, you could. I think that may have been the reason, but you know what, man? I honestly don't remember. May I ask why the I-beam's at the front like an aerodynamic wind tunnel test? What I-beams at the front? Wind tunnel? These are rulers and jigs for building the plane. Yeah, of course, if we were centered, dude, if we were centered, I would do that. Yeah, we would use the deltas. I think that's the reason why, I think. I can't, I'm not like 100% sure. Corner origin gang or central origin corner? It ain't called right triangle for no reason, man. Front of the leading edge of the wing. These things. Those are called bucks. B-U-C-Ks. They're just there to help me define the shape. It's there so I can kind of visualize what the plane's going to look like. It ain't called right triangle for no reason, man. If there is a right triangle, why isn't there a wrong triangle? Why is every other triangle wrong? No, it's not right. It's left. Erudite, you said this is very recent. What was that link? Sorry, I was doing something else. What was that link? Oh, that's good. Yeah, lovely. Lovely. That's great. Hey, Pythos. Hey, Pythos. Pythos. Boop, boop. You here? You here, buddy? Hoi, hoi, hoi. Hey. You want to see something fun? Look, he brought some friends. Look, you know what? I don't hate what's going on in this picture. Do you hate what's going on in this picture? I don't hate what's going on in this picture. I really don't. There's look, he brought some friends. I thought they stopped flying the F-117. Yeah, Tessa, they stopped flying it. Yeah, they did. It's funny how that works. The tail flash says TR. What is that? Python, somebody asked me what TR means. I don't know what that means. I know that it's F-117s have that on it, but I don't know what it means. Terran Republic? It's a UAV. It might as well be. HO was Holloman. You think that's Tonopah? It could be Tonopah. I mean, that's where they're out of. That was my guess. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Hi, I'm here. F-117 is useless since the Serbs shot it down. Oof. What about this thing? This thing isn't useless. It's a nice plane. FF is first fired away or Langley Air Force. Interesting. We got complacent and they got lucky. Just came home from work, Chief. Hey, check this out. Oh. Ooh. Yeah? Yeah? Looking good, right? It's getting there, dude. We gotta... I want to get this back section of the wing. I want to get it figured out. Alright, so let's start getting the seams figured out. Diff topic. I need your help. What's up, Jay? What's a quick tip to know if I need to replace my front rotors or if pads are enough? What should I be looking for in the rotors? They're not squeaking, they make a muffled grinding noise. So the grinding noise is coming from bottoming out the brake pad. The brake pads have a metal piece in them, and when the pad wears out, the metal piece comes uncovered and it starts hitting the rotor, and it makes a really nice noise. It's awful. It's an awful noise. If your rotors are bad, there's two ways to tell. You look at a rotor and if you have a fingernail, take your finger, if this is the rotor, so the hub is right here, and run your fingernail on the rotor. If you can feel grooves in it, it's probably not good. The other way to tell, if you step on the brakes and your steering wheel does this, it's because your rotors are warped because they got too hot. Seriously, like stepping on the steering wheel, or stepping on the brakes, don't step on the steering wheel. Stepping on the brakes and having the steering wheel do this, rotors are shot. Or you could just run your finger on it, it's really easy. If there's visible channels, right? Like it looks, if the rotor looks like Saturn's rings, you got a problem. What dry mass are we up to thus far? Let me take a look. We're at 1,000 tons right now, 1067. The fuel tanks are full. Confirmed, TR is Tonopah. I guess right, it's Tonopah Range, dude. Yes. Oh. I'm super proud of myself for that. You have no idea. But there was one time I was flying out to California and we flew over the Tonopah Range and we flew over the airfield and I geeked out and the person next to me was like, and I'm like, you know? Is this an SSDO? Yes, yeah. I'm like, you don't understand. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. All right, so this seam right here needs to be fixed a little bit. Let's get into it, dudes. Great info. I'll inspect this weekend. Also, look at what XJ said. JSpeed, we trust XJ. That guy knows what's up. There we go. Work the kink out of that. That's perfect. Look at that. Oh, that's gonna be sick. The F-117 is more stealthy than the F-22, but using an aircraft to drop just 2 bombs into someone's bathtub is a little overkill when we could do it for cheaper with a drone. two bombs into someone's bathtub. I mean, and it can do that too. That's the fun part. All right. So, this is going to be a lot of wing massaging. Going to be doing a lot of work here. But, oh yeah, dude. Is he building an F-111? No, Humble. I do like aardvarks. They're nice planes. I mean, if we're going to talk that era, I'm more of an F-4 Phantom kind of guy because fast. Because I want to go fast. I felt like I was on a spaceship. Now, to be fair, F-111s also go very fast. No, this is not an F-111. This is Rockwell's Star Raker. Hey, beautiful. Star Raker is here. So I've Googled it once or twice. Star Raker is an SSTO that actually comes from kind of the same era as the F-111 and the F-4. So, like, in the mid-70s, right? Actually, it's more F-15 at this point, but whatever. Star Raker is an SSTO. It flies all the way up into space. This thing is absolutely bananas. Now, I will precursor this by saying the Star Raker never got off the drawing board because it's insane. It's insane. This thing was supposed to have basically what amounted to, and we later figured out that that's not exactly right. But it basically would have amounted to 10 SR-71 styled engines, so like turbo ramjets, right? Turbo ramjets, 10 of them. And then in the center, you have 3 space shuttle main engines. So it's all the complication of the back of a space shuttle with 10 SR-71 style engines. They're not exactly SR-71 engines, but they do a very similar thing. Yeah, so when I started reading about this, right, I was like, I kind of had an epiphany. I was reading about it, like, I don't know, a couple months ago. I was just like, oh, man, I really never knew what this plane was supposed to do, right? I was reading about it, and I'm like, this is nuts. And as I've read more, it's only reinforced that. Like, their engine design is just okay. I'm like, you know what, man? This would never work in real life. This sounds like something someone would make in KSP. Oh, I got an idea. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. Yeah. You have cryogenic wet wings. So the wings are full of fuel, but they're full of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen because, you know, how complicated do you want it to be? Just, yes. Very complicated. That, like, man, okay. The ramjets ran on hydrogen, Thurfier. So this thing it's a turbo bypass ramjet. So at the front you have a regular jet engine, right? The front right here. And then you have the turbofan part of the turbojet. So it's a turbofan, it's a bypass turbofan, right? So when the thing is down on the ground, it works like a regular jet engine, you know, with the jet exhaust going out the nozzle. And then you have a variable plug nozzle where you can basically change the thrust, right? At higher altitudes, the jet engine actually shuts off, and air goes in through the bypass intakes, which are regeneratively cooled with liquid hydrogen, and then the compressor, or the bypass turbine right here, so that's the thing that the turbofan part of the engine actually is freewheeling. And what they do is they spray the thing down with liquid hydrogen, and that acts as an intercooler. It acts as an intercooler for the ramjet. It is like turbocharger on a car with an intercooler. It is an intercooled ramjet using liquid hydrogen. And then the ramjet has a convergent divergent nozzle on it like a rocket engine. So it's like kind of a rocket engine, kind of a jet engine, kind of a ramjet, kind of an SR-71 motor, but kind of not any of those things. That quite literally sounds like something someone would make in KSP, right? If we could make engines. It's just, why don't you just have it be everything? Multi-cycle, air-breathing engine, turbofan / air, turbo exchanger / ramjet. Just keep tacking on words, whatever. So, yeah, it sounds like a Kerbal project, so that's basically what I'm doing. I was like, screw it, let's make it. Let's make the dang thing. So, the crazy part about Star Raker is that Star Raker was supposed to have a payload bay that's basically the same size and borrowed components from a C5 Galaxy. It's basically a C5 Galaxy that flies into space. Yeah. No, it never got off the drawing board. It is absolutely insane. Yeah, there's no, like, I don't like being skeptical, be like, oh, there's no way that's going to work. What do I know? I'm just an armchair engineer. I just play Kerbal and teach people about basic engineering, right? Like, but with this one, I'm going to say that this is a little bit of a tall order. What are the 2 small engines above the shuttle engines? More shuttle engines. Well, they're your maneuvering engines, of course. They're the engines that were in the OMS pods of the shuttle. So they're shuttle engines, but they're not shuttle engines, but they are shuttle engines. Was it meant to be a bomber? No. Not a bomber. It's supposed to... Star Raker was supposed to build solar power arrays in space. Zoinks. It was supposed to build gigantic trusses with solar panels on them that would, in geosynchronous orbit, I might add, that would beam power back down to the United States via a microwave transmission. These solar panel arrays probably like 3 miles by, 3 by 5 miles. Like, it would have taken 1,100 flights a year to build one of them, and they would have built a bunch of them. So we could just beam solar power down to... Via microwaves, you could just beam power, transmit power generated from the solar panels down to the surface. It was a response to the energy crisis in the 70s. Oh, look, it's an atmospheric heater. In GeoCities orbit, yes. Make sure we ask Jeeves before going into a GeoCities orbit, then. And maybe stop by Alta Vista on your way. Yeah, it was a little bit of a tall order. Like I said, Kerbal project. Literally, Kerbal project, dudes. It's a KSP project. It is. Like, sorry, it is. So, I was like, this thing is just crazy enough to work in KSP. So that's what we're doing. We're building in KSP, and I'm working on using a bunch of smaller wings to make this shape, because there's no way we're making that shape with anything else in KSP 1. The 90s, a Lycos project. Oh god, Lycos. Wow. All right. So like I said, this is like Star Raker is like the space shuttle mixed with a C5 Galaxy, mixed with Concorde, mixed with an SR-71 that flies into space. Yep. What is that thing sticking out of the front of the wing? It's a guide. Squid Wharf, yeah, good question. This is a guide. Here, let me move it down. It'll make more sense right there. It's a guide to make that weird shape. So I use a process of building bigger wings for bigger aircraft. Here, let me show you. I use a process called, I call it wing tessellation. Tessellation is something that's from 3D rendering. 3D rendering of geometric shapes. Basically, if you break any geometric shape that you make down into a triangle, it's easier for the computer to understand because triangles are easier to calculate than quads. That's why if you look at a wireframe mesh of something, you can tell if it's been tessellated because it'll be triangles instead of squares on the wireframe. It's, like I said, it's a method borrowed from 3D rendering. My wings are triangle shapes, so if it's just a bunch of triangles, we can make a complicated shape out of it. I've done it in the past with different planes. Let me show you. So, in order to make that, it gets a little bit complicated, right? Like, see, look at the bottom of this thing. See? It gets a little bit complicated to keep track of it in your head, so I have to make jigs to kind of sculpt the shape out, so to speak. See what I mean? We had to sculpt the shape, and the end result looks freaking sweet, dude. But yeah, that's really the only way to make gigantic honking wings that I've thought of that works. The problem is it's not very part count efficient, but I don't think anybody could attempt to build a Star Raker style build and be like, oh yes, this is efficient. So, I figure, just like the real project, let's go for broke. This computer that I run Kerbal on is designed to run, like I built it to jive well with KSP1's simulation software. It can handle 800 parts, that's no problem. 900 parts, heck, we can get up to 1,000 and it's not unbearable. It'll lag, don't get me wrong. So, I figured the real project was about going for broke, so that's what we're doing. Hoagie with the 101-month resub. Thank you very much. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for being here, dude. Appreciate it. Are we ever going to get back to mission mode? What? I don't know the answer to that question. It depends. Maybe. Why, you fan Mufasa? I just got back into playing KSP 1 again, so just give me some time. I kind of want to do mission mode in KSP 2 when KSP 2 gets to that point, so that's probably the next time you're going to see it. Who's been around longer, Hokie or Yarg? Yarg, but not by much. Not by much. Super, you, Hoagie, Yarg. Yarg came first. Yarg was probably my 5th or 6th follow of the channel. Yeah. Yarg's been here off and on basically for 10 years. I mean, Hokie's like 9 years, and Super, you're probably, I think you're 9 as well, if I'm remembering right. July 6th, 2015. Man. I mean, Porter, you've been here for a while too, man. Yeah, December 2014. So yeah, to make these complicated shapes, Squid, I had to make the complicated shapes, I have to make guides and stuff. It's just a babby. Time goes fast, yeah. Yeah, that's what all these I-beams and stuff are. When you go to build a plane this big in Kerbal, it's not just like, oh, let's build a cockpit now. Oh, let's build this, let's build that. It gets to be such a big project, right? I have rulers and measurements, and that's what all this stuff is here. It's measuring curves and defining shapes and stuff. It's another thing kind of borrowed from doing 3D, like see, crew, cargo, fuel tank, stuff like that. Like, they're basically rulers that show the different length pieces of the plane, and that's how I've been able to define shapes. Like, I started with the fuselage. I used these side profile views from this PDF here. Let me show you.
Go and throttle up.
Oop. Where'd you go? Come back here. There we go. I use these side profile views and basically made a fuselage. And then if you notice, we have like defining lines there. Section CC, section D. Alright, B, C, and D right there. And I use these shapes. I built those shapes basically right into KSP using panels. See them right there? And that will give me the definition, the shape. And then now we're sculpting it out. Hey, hope you give this up to Nordic. Nordic, you've been here a long time. August 2016. Jeez, man. Shuttle launches to Crippen Station. Dude, I didn't realize that those moments would be so, like, that big of a deal. I didn't realize it at the time, Dr. J, but, like, that's, like... Yeah. Kind of a big... That became kind of a big deal, huh? Hey, Razzie, what's going on, buddy? Became kind of a big deal. Alright, let's finish weeding out this profile curve here. So yeah, this wing tessellation stuff does take time, dudes. It takes time. But the end result is you can make really compound shapes. Like, look at that. It's very smooth. Very, very smooth. I just gotta, you know, like I said, we gotta weed out all these seams and stuff. But that's easy enough to do. Hey, Rams, what's going on? But yeah, you know, we have our wing shape here, and I'll cut these things. I'll cut the end pieces off, you know, once that shape is nice and defined. Been here since you were modeling the shuttle in Maya. I know, Lone Prod, you've been here a long time. Long time, dude. Alright, so let's jump in. Yeah, there's a little bit of some fishy stuff going on here. All right. There. Yeah, this is really only the only really good way to do this is just you kind of have to go one by one. It takes time, but worth.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Joe, what's up, man? 49 months. Is there a way to see how long you've been watching a streamer? I don't know if there's a way to see. I can see how long you've been following. You followed on the March 29th, 2018. So, I mean, what was I working on in 2018? 2018 would have been... Shh, don't say it. Condor 9 maybe. That follow is wrong. Joe, I seem to remember. Yeah, no, I know you've been following longer than that. I know I've seen you in here. Your name's screwing with me because I don't think your name was capital J, capital H before, if I'm remembering right, but it's been a while, dude. 2018 was 6 months ago. Yeah, of course. Yeah, MC, I know. Yeah, MC, you're following me very wrong, dude. Oh wow, Derek dot space. What's that, Phil? What did Vulcan find here? An article from the Wall Street Journal included this photo from the factory floor at Blue Origin. Multiple New Glenn rockets are in build as it prepares for its main... Oh! 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 That's a lot of barrel segments. You guys see the engine section down there? I told you they weren't screwing around, dudes. Just because you don't see what's going on doesn't mean they ain't busy. Look, they got... Look, that's an engine section back there. That's the New Glenn engine section. There's probably a bunch of them back there that we can't see, but... Oh yeah, Borbe, I'm good, I'm good. So these are called barrel segments, guys. They're using an orthogrid stir weld. I can't confirm it, but I've heard that this is all SLS derived, believe it or not. Yeah, these stir welding, that's a friction stir welding jig for the dome segment right there. And then the barrel segments, the barrel segment jig is right there. You can't see it, but basically with a rocket, what you want to do is make two pieces. Two pieces, a barrel segment and a dome piece. And that's it. And then if you do it right, you know, your LOX tank is a certain amount of barrel segments and your methane tank is a certain amount of barrel segments. That way you only really need to produce one type of dome and one type of barrel. That's it. And then you just, like Kerbal, you just start stacking on top of each other. And that's what that stir welding jig is for over there. See the one that's on the track that can move back and forth? Crazy, right? Is that nuts or what? Crazy. And like I said, I think that's an engine section back there. I think that's an ES because it has all those holes in it. So usually you have holes for plumbing and stuff, but I'm not 100% sure. It looks like one. But you can clearly see that they have a stack going right here. There's another stack here, and there's another stack right there. That one looks more complete than this one does. But even then, there's a short stack right there. See what I'm talking about? See the short stack? Could be an upper stage. Just saying. But look, these stir welded domes are very, very nice. This is aluminum. So this is probably, if I had to guess, aluminum lithium. Could be 7000 series, I'm not sure. It's stir welded, absolutely. Stir welded aluminum, and it's an orthogrid. So basically they have a flat sheet of really thick aluminum, and they mill, I should say. They mill this thing into it, that pattern. They mill it right into the aluminum, so a drill goes in there and just and it makes those ridges. It's called an orthogrid, right? And that's the structure for the tank. This way you don't need to attach an internal ribbing and stuff to make the tank stronger. That's an orthogrid. And then they're stir welded together. I know that they're stir welded because it's green. And I know it's aluminum stir welded because it's green. See the green stripes? That's anti-corrosion primer. To protect the stir weld. Make sure the stir weld doesn't corrode. This is sweet, dude. Freaking eagle eyes on Vulcan right there. Yeah, Hellfish. That orthogrid looks like it might be ULA or SLS derived, and I know that ULA uses 7000 series aluminum for Vulcan, and I would imagine that it's somewhat similar to SLS. Somewhat. It's probably the same. It's like how most cars use similar components for like brake rotors and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, same idea. That's kind of the industry standard. Is anyone going to use hexagrids? Atlas V has an ISO grid. Atlas V uses ISO on the inside. That's a space shuttle external tank. Actually, if you look at the older external tanks, right? That's like a very early shuttle ET. See, you can see the hydrogen pickup. That's how you know it's a shuttle external tank, because the pickup goes downwards instead of being at the direct bottom of the tank, right? But see all this internal structure that they would have to weld in after? all the internal ribbing, they just mill that in nowadays. But that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Atlas V has a triangular grid, so that's almost hexes. Yeah, oh, there it is. There's the ISO grid. Atlas V ISO grid. See? Triangles. What is that but panel tessellation, baby? It's not the same thing at all, but you get the idea. 7-meter core diameter on SLS, dudes. 7-meter core. Look at the people sitting down in the shop. Not on SLS, on New Glenn. SLS is 8.4. SLS is even bigger than this. New Glenn has a 7-meter. It's a big rocket. New Glenn is big, very big. Anything for weight savings, that's right. Mr. Berger says Blue has now has 11,000 employees. I'd believe that. So what you're saying is New Glenn is a reusable mini SLS. Now, these are older diagrams, right? The New Glenn 3-stage is a little bit of an older diagram. New Glenn's design basically ends right where the stage is in 2-stage, right there on the newer ones, from what I can tell. That's a Saturn V. I'm telling you, it is a big rocket. Very big. Yeah, the 3-stage and 2-stage variant, that's old. That's an old picture. That's much more like what it'll look like. It's just a singular upper stage, or we know that Blue is looking for some type of alternative, reusable upper stage variant too. There's a more updated render right there. Yeah, that's a more updated render. Yeah, so yes, it's freaking huge, man. I mean, look at it compared to Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy's not a small rocket. I'm telling you, man. Look at the people sitting down in the factory. This rocket is freaking huge. What's crazy is SLS is even bigger than this. That's the nutty part. I mean, like, I get what people say about SLS. Oh, why SLS? Why would do this? Why do that? Dude, I think people are overlooking the fact that there's, like, the United States has 3 super heavy launch vehicles in development right now. SLS, Starship, and New Glenn. There's 3 super heavy rockets being made by just us. Like, what the frick, man? That's pretty nuts. That's pretty crazy. Okay. I'm not upset. Please keep doing this. Thank you. I ain't even mad. Or something. 2 of which are freaking reusable, right? Right? Dude, we get the best of both worlds. We get the best of Saturn V. We get the best of the space shuttle. Like, this is great. This is freaking great. You know? The only thing that would be better is if it was Constellation and Ares 5 instead of SLS. But, hey, whatever. One that doesn't need to be refueled to get to the moon. Fact. That Block 1B SLS is going to be... Actually... somebody on Twitter, or Exit, or Zit, or did a here. Did a render of like Block 1B and what it would look like. I gotta find it. There it is. Max did it. Here, look. Actually, oh, that's Derek's picture. And then Max did a photoshopped version of what 1B would look like. Look at that freaking monster. What the hell? Look at 1B. Oh, I want this. That is a freaking unit of a launch vehicle. Holy crap. I do not hate that at all. Competition in the reuse market would be good, indeed. With Nerva as a second stage. Can you imagine, man? Can you imagine? That would... Ooh, I want that. I want that. Rip in peace. I miss her. I miss it, bros. I miss Ares 1, bros. Crazy, right? Crazy. Why are the SRBs so short? Physics. That's physics. It's inevitable. We do have a little bit of a seam here. It looks like... It seems... that I didn't get that exactly right. Pythos, this is your fault, you filthy, filthy butthole. Yeah, I called you out when you're lurking. See? Yeah, what did you do? I said we got some seams in the wing here that we need to fix. It seems like they need to be fixed. This is your fault. You did this. You smelly, smelly butthole. What did I do? You're like, oh yeah, I did that. yeah, that was me. It's like, so you copy and paste big cookie sheets of triangles and edit the contour and the shape. Yep, wing tessellation. You basically think of it like you start with a big metal strip and you basically hammer and dolly it into position. This is how metal work is done on old cars, guys. Yeah, and this is why I made the jigs and everything to show where my profile really needs to be. Pretty cool, huh? Actually, this wing really needs to be down here like this. I mean, this is going to end up being control surface, but if we're following the relative profile here, that's where that needs to be. I figured out a way to see how old your Twitch account is. February 2013. That's about when I started lurking here. Yeah, Joe, I remember, dude. Your name was all lowercase. I remember. It was the same color, but it was all lowercase. It wasn't capital J, capital H, dude. I do remember that. Yeah, but 2013 sounds about right, dude. Can you believe that? Never in a million years would I thought I'd be here a decade later, still doing it. Which, dude, I'll tell you what, man. I thought I was gonna do this for a couple of years, make enough money to do school on the side, and then go off and do my thing. I didn't know it was gonna become this big thing. Like, I mean, I'm not mad, you know, like, it's so strange to me, dude. Even now, like how far we've come, it's unbelievable. Like I mean, I've grown up with you guys, like, straight up. It's hot out, okay? What do you want? See? Freaking. My display name is capitalized. My username is not, apparently. I told you, dude. I'm not making this stuff up, dude. Like, I don't just be like, oh yeah, you're that guy from that one time. No, I remember this stuff, man. I've been right back at you, man. A brother from another mother. Thanks for all the nods. Because of this, I got started on MLB. Nice. Oh, word? That's how I figured out the account creation date. Mine's from 2011, dude. I lurked on Justin TV. I didn't make the EJ account until after it became Twitch. Hiptacular Raptor! Oh, what's going on, man? Yeah, I'm original JTV, back in the StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty competitive tourney scene. Can you believe that? Justin TV was a good time, man. That was fun. Fun times. But hey, you know what the good part is? We can sit here and reminisce, but hey, it's still fun. I'm still having fun. Dude, the stream that I did yesterday on like 2 hours of sleep, that was a fun stream. I had a really good time. Like, it sucks that I had to call it off. I had to end it early because I had to make a couple phone calls, but I had fun. I had a fun time. Your reaction to CRS7 is hilarious. Oh boy. I enjoyed yesterday, but sorry you're so tired. Churs, now I'm almost like, maybe I should, like, embrace the insomnia. You know, like, I had a lot of fun. I also felt like crap after the stream, and I basically went to bed and slept until this morning. But also, it was fun, you know. I slept like 14 hours or something. It's so bad. Oh my gosh. Eat a few Benadryl before the stream. I don't think that's a good idea, man. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think we should do that. I don't want to do that. How are we gonna make this dang shape? It's always the end of the wing that gets me. Like, that's an awesome picture. I'm saving that one, and I'm saving that one for Space News. You know, we'll save that one too. We need these ones. So, it looks like the wings are pretty dang flat till about, like, right here. So the wing, I like where the strake meets the delta wing right here. And this looks like a double delta if I had to guess. There's two triangles that you can distinctly make out of the wings. Where the strake meets the first delta and where the first delta meets the second delta, I call those armpits. It seems like it's pretty flat basically until about halfway between the first and second armpit. And it looks like there might be a little, from the reflection right there might be a little bit of a seam. Yeah. Super, yeah, your name had two P's before that, I remember. I used to always get you and Super Krieger confused, because your names both had Super in it, and your names were the same color, and it screwed with my head a lot. But then Super Krieger changed his name to Sebi, so now I don't get it confused no more. It's true. Rams years October 2013. I've been on Twitch way too long. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I think I came in during Condor 9. Firebird, I'm gonna get weird for a second. I remember the first time you talked in chat. I said I liked your name because I like Firebirds. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't mean to do it, dude, and just remember. You found my channel looking for SpaceX coverage, Hellfish? Cool. Right on, dude. Right on. Wolfie. Wait, Wolfie. How are you, me old sunshine? It was still bad, wasn't it? Yeah, it's still bad. I'll work on it. We'll work on it. We'll get it right. Dink, almost in the Decade Account Club. Yeah, that you are, Roblox coasters. What jig does NASA use to load payloads into the Super Guppy? They don't use a jig. They use this thing. There is a term for it. I don't know what it's called. A scissor lift. They use this to load cargo into C5s, C17s when they can't get the ramp down, or if the cargo is too long to go up the ramp, they'll basically raise it and just slide it in. Okay. What's today, Governor? You can't do a British accent and say Governor, because then everybody realizes you're doing a British accent. They don't say that. I should turn around and leave after that. Yeah. I found your channel because someone put your emote somewhere yesterday. Oh, right on, dude. Right on, Squid. Hell yeah. It's a palletized loading system, John. The pallet is right there, but they have a pallet lifter. So, like, on cargo planes, like, let's take, like, U.S. military planes, right? So, C-5 Galaxy here. Look at the... So, you see these right here? Now, that's just on the door. They got grip tape on the door. But there's a system that's designed to accept pallets. Almost, I was about to say it's almost like Legos, but it's more like a track, I guess. It's more like a track. Or you could just, the C5 could just eat that Apache right now. Fun fact, did you guys know the C5 can dislocate its jaw to eat larger airplanes? C5 eats things. Look, there it is eating a submarine. See? There it is. It's a shame, but you saw it right there preying on a Chinook. Yeah, see, there it is eating a DSRV. Here you see the mighty C5 preying on an unsuspecting Pavlo. It's just, see, isn't nature beautiful? Isn't nature beautiful? Nature is beautiful. Ah! C5s are even known to be cannibals. Even sometimes you see predators becoming prey. What's with the jump scare? Whoa, no gore on stream, please. Yeah. Yeah. Nature is not beautiful. I hate it. I hate it. Hey, are those what I think they are? I like that part. That part's cool. Dude, look at the wiring harness in that thing. Yeah, that's the controls. Yeah, it's got to be, it's hydromechanical. So. Can you imagine the wire harness on one of these things? Seriously, that must be insane. I mean, dude, look at the latching system. Look at the latching system for the nose cone. Frick you. Frick you. Like, alright. Yeah, Elvis, you saw it too, right? And keep in mind, guys, Star Raker, the thing that we're working on, is the size of a C5, and it flies into space. If you look at the PDF, they talk about the cargo bay. The cargo bay is going to be derived. It's that sliding rail system borrowed from a C5. This is a C5 that flies into space. That frickin' thing. What, drummer? How we doing, mate? That was better, but still not right. Actually, you know what I need to do? If RE, the accents from yesterday, if I was really going to get it right, take the time to get it right, I'd need to sit there. I would need to sit there and listen. I'd have to sit there and listen to, and this is the most important part. I'd have to listen to a single person from a single region talking. Because if I just go, oh, let's listen to British people talk, right? Like, even if I'm watching, like, Top Gear, Richard, Jeremy, and James are not from the same areas. They're not from the same places. So it's kind of, even, I noticed that they're different, too, so. Bi-weekend catch-ups. But Tremor, I don't want to sound like where you're from. So we blame OPEC for this happening? Actually, OPEC was the catalyst for it, John. You want to sound like Liverpool? I mean, if I had to pick one... You guys ever watch Ted Lasso? What accent does Jamie Tart have? It's all poopy. Just let it flow. It's all poopy. That. Yeah, I get you, Tessa. See last. What's up, Pythos? There's a story of an F4. There's a story of an F4 that came to a stop on the taxiway with a C-124 Globemaster II and asked the tower for the Globemaster to state its intention. It is said the C-124 opened up its gull wing doors and said, "I'm going to eat you." That's something I would do. EJ chose violence today. I know they caused it, but did they also cause... Well, John, yeah, basically them turning the taps back on. We needed to generate energy. The energy crisis kind of screwed us. I mean, I don't think I need to tell you that. You know that. The energy crisis freaking screwed us, man. Like, no gas. And that made our economy go grinding to a freaking halt. So this was made as a way to get energy quick. So like if we'd kept going down that road, they would have opened up the pocketbooks for this, because you know energy is defense. Like I hate to say it, people don't like hearing that, but you can't generate power. Guess what? You ain't defending yourself. No army can run off hopes and dreams. Except 95. 95 can run off hopes and dreams in his garage. Oh, hey 95, we weren't talking about you. It'd be very weird if you could copy Chris B's accent. If I listen to him enough, T-Man, I can pick it up. That's accents with me. Like, if I have to listen to it, and if I listen to it enough, I'll be able to emulate it. I want to see a satellite rolled into space on a pallet. Imagine, Hellfish, they usually use cargo planes to move these things around. It's actually not a bad idea when you think about it. They have a palletized system for moving satellites around anyway. Satellites get moved by C5s and C17s all the time. Can you imagine C5 lands, they just roll it out and roll it into another one, and takes off and goes into space. Done. Imagine how easy that payload integration would be. As easy as loading up a C5. It's like Thomas said, simple is better. I didn't get the better right. I'm working on it, dudes. I'm sorry, it's hard. It's a lot more difficult than people think it is. I absorb the hopes and dreams of others to fuel your power. So did the pallet have deorbit thrusters? No, John. Just, it brings it right back down. Dude, okay, so this thing, you gotta read the PDF. You gotta read the document. What they had planned for this thing, they didn't get the payload systems completely fleshed out, but here's the thing that not a lot of people know. Krantz? Okay. Not a lot of people know that the Antonov 124 and the Antonov 225, when it was a thing, has a gantry crane built into the top. See that? There's a gantry crane built into the interior of the aircraft. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. And they wanted to do something like this for the payload deployment. The crane, it wouldn't be like a full gantry, it'd be like a robotic arm on a crane, could just pick it up out of the pallet and let it go out the front. Have I ever seen the YC-14? That's the one with the overhead engines, right? Yes, I've seen the YC-14. I've touched it, actually. It's at Pima. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, I've touched it. I was thinking the pallet left like cargo during air operations. How are you going to let the parachute go? Star Raker could have fit 2 Hubbles end to end. 3. Yeah. Pima Pants. Well, the Pima Air and Space Museum is much better than the Ligma Air and Space Museum. No, drummer, I haven't. YC-14 looks like a Japanese model built by Kawasaki. Well, Quartz, the U.S. exports stuff everywhere, dude. Like, if you look at a Mitsubishi Materials. If you look at a Mitsubishi F2, I mean, it's a Mitsubishi F2, but also See? It's not the same plane, but it's very close. It's like F-16 akin. Also, we're lucky if we get a Block 2 or Block 3 version of SLS. I guess planes are easier to upgrade. Actually, I think the F-16 is like up to Block 70 or something absolutely absurd. Hey, he's got a Mark 82 up there. Very nice. F2 during taxi during the 2009 Copium North exercise. Minot. MT035. That's Minot. The Super Hornet is not a Hornet. Nope, different plane. It looks similar though. The Super Hornet's bigger than a regular F-18. Why not Minot? Yeah, sure. But yeah, they wanted to do something like this. Rockwell wanted to have a crane deployment system, like a bridge crane almost. The crane would telescopically come out the front after the nose moved out of the way, and they also wanted to make that its docking port. Yeah, the crane was supposed to come out and be able to latch on to more tracks, so the crane could come out of the thing, grab payload, and then keep moving down like a truss system, similar to like similar to the MBS on the International Space Station. So, not a lot of people know the ISS has something exactly like that on it. See the forward parts of the truss segments? See how it looks like it has two rails? It's because there's a shuttle right here that the Canadarm2 can attach to. And this thing is actually a little minecart, so to speak, that can move left to right down the tracks. Didn't they also want to do something similar to the shuttle's external tank? T-Man, there's basically a shuttle engine section and the external tank plugged into the back of this thing. Refer to the ETs as bags. Is that still used? The MBS? Oh yeah, yeah, of course. It was. They used this to install the rollout solar arrays on the ISS like a couple weeks ago. John, yeah, oh yeah, that. There's a little trolley on the ISS. It moves back and forth on the truss. And look, they even got little mine carts to pull back and forth. That's a locomotive, basically. And they got two little pallets that they can attach things to. And it moves back and forth. It's a little train. The ISS has a little train on it, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It probably would end up being something like that. But the cool thing is that Star Raker would have had the trolley in it, right? And it would go to attach, and it would attach sideways to the truss, and the trolley could roll out of the top of the thing. It could roll out of the top, and it could just keep going down the truss segment with a robotic arm on it. Dude, like I said, this project is nuts. And I know what people are going to ask. Well, are you going to do that? I don't think that's a good idea. I will tell you that I could. I've made a mobile-based system just like that in Kerbal. A tube choo-choo. Yep. Tube. The ISS has its own railway. It's an electric train. Yeah. Yes, drummer. I am saying that. Ah. Old school hot rodding. Old school hot rodding, Hellfish. Real old school hot rodding. It's almost like after World War II, there was a lot of surplus drop tanks, so hot rodders used it to make hot rods out of, and used the drop tank as the shell. Yep. Old school hot rodding. That's real old school. Yeah. Can you imagine building a tube chassis and building a fuel tank around it? They used it for an aero shell. And here's the crazy thing. That freaking cart has a V8 in it. Yeah, this is a salt flat car. You can tell because it has a pusher truck behind it. See the Super Duty with the wood plank? This is at the salt flats. Yep. They needed the arrow to go fast on the salt flats. It clearly says V4, but it says 8.6. It might be an inline 4, who knows. I know that guys put flatheads in these ones. That one actually you might be right. We can tell it's salt flats because of the way it is. The pusher truck is the dead giveaway. These guys, can you imagine? 1952, 53, these guys are hitting like 150, 200 miles an hour on the salt flats with these things. Maybe not 200 miles an hour, but still, for 1952, a vehicle going 150 miles an hour is like a vehicle going 350 miles an hour now. And this is something that you could theoretically drive on the street, which is, I mean, it's probably not going to be very comfortable, but you could. Absolute death traps and wouldn't trade it for anything else. I wonder how much that Deuce Coupe back there. I wonder how fast that thing goes. Those wheels look familiar. Oh, those are bias plies. Can you imagine bias ply on the salt flats? Are you out of your frickin' mind? And the answer is yes, some of these guys were. You don't go from dogfighting and frickin' P-51s just back to civilian life and have everything be cool, you know what I mean? Like, these guys, they needed to do something nuts. Alright, so here's what I need to do. I know that the wing, if we look at, let's get rid of that. I could talk about that all day, and the C5 as well, and the Antonov crane. Keep those for space news. Let's look at this picture. I think the wing stays pretty dang flat. How am I going to get that shape? Have you listened to the book Skunk Works by Ben Rich? I read it in 8th grade. My dad gave it to me, Mile. I've forgotten most of it. But, yeah, that... My dad read it and then he gave it to me. So, when I was in 8th or 9th grade, Skunk Works by Ben Rich is one of the gnarliest aerospace books ever written. It's really freaking cool. The Bloodhound. Nice, drummer. Are you going to put a hatch on the top so Kerbal can get up there and walk around? I could, Jim, yeah. The wheel shape reminds you of this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't want... well, they put the smooth covers... They put the hubcaps, the smooth hubcaps over the rims, O-Force, so the tires wouldn't create vortexes. Simultaneously, though, you want to hear something cool? There are rally cars that made the rims into a turbine. So when the rim was spinning, it would work like a propeller and it would pull pressure out of the wheel well and cool the brakes. Yeah, rally cars did that in the 80s. They're called turbine rims because when the wheel is spinning really fast, it turns into a turbine and it shoots air out the sides. That alleviates pressure in the wheel wells and brings the car down and cools the brakes.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Like Teslas? No, they... Here. Now, there's a slang turbine wheel. Those turbine wheels are not rally turbine wheels. The rally turbine wheels look like this. That's them right there. Pretty cool, huh? The rally turbines. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed to create a swirl, and it makes a tornado off the rim that pulls all the air out of the wheel wells. Yeah, really freaking cool. Lancias have them, Marco. Yep. Delta HF Integrale. Bellissimo. La macchina grande. Perfetto. Yep. HF is one of my favorite cars, Marco, and you can't find them over here. Shame. Bellissima macchina. Grazie. See. It's awesome, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Electron, what's up, dude? 84 months. Machina? There's no. C. 2 CCs in Italian is. It's not the shish noise, if I'm remembering right. No, it is. It's the reverse of that. Stratos? Quartz, I knew I liked you. The Type 37 Stradale is one of my favorite lunches. But that's the one that came after the Stratos. Yeah, that's right, caffeine. Macchia. I forgot. Yeah. I'm saying it with an old American accent. I've seen 5-liter Mustangs with rims like that. It was a huge thing in the 80s or two, sis. Yeah. Bruschetta. Barchetta. Barchetta Rosso. That's right. Real rally turbines, you got them, Mile? Yeah, there they are. Dude. That's what it is. I couldn't find a picture. You're right, I'm wrong. Dude. Frick you. Look, it's a freaking turbine built into a BBS wire rim. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, see? Ken knew. Oh, that is so freaking cool, dude. Yeah, Ken Block was a huge rally guy. He's a huge rally guy. These are the cars that he, like, he's big. He's a rally nutcase. He knows all about this. Yeah, the freaking Quattro, man. That car. I kind of hate the Quattro because I'm a Lancia kind of guy, but that's a cool car. The Quattro is very, very cool. Very cool car. Couldn't that potentially interrupt aerodynamics? Yeah, that's why you don't really see them all the time anymore, Caffeine. If you're trying to go really fast, you don't want that kind of high pressure coming out of the wheels because, yeah, you'll screw up. You're not getting laminar flow over the sides of the car. That's bad. You don't want that. Rip Ken, what a legend. Malachi, I don't usually get bummed out when celebrities go. When Ken passed, I was bumming, dude. All those cars were cool. Yeah, true that. The RS200, Tessa. Yeah, I mean, how could we not mention that one? All right, so we need the wing to more or less get flat. It looks like it kind of bows up and flattens out. Judging by these models and stuff, it seems like the wing curves up here until about halfway through the vertical stabilizer. That's when it seems to get flat, and that shape goes all the way back. That might be hard to do with tessellation. Oh, Escort, the RS 1800. So the Cosworth, so a little bit earlier than that one. Yeah. So. Okay. 1600 Cosworth. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a cool car. Cortina Cosworths are cool too. I have a soft spot for those cars, Tessa. But I have a soft spot for those cars because of Top Gear. Top Gear is the one that really kind of showed me these nutsoid European rally cars from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and I'm like, I like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Quartz, what do you got? When Ken died, all of our cell phones lost a single bar. Yeah. Lancia is coming back. The concept of a car looks like a Stratos. Yeah, it's getting there. Quartz, just ask for link perms from the mods, dude. You can post. I don't have people. If you sub, you can post, but I'm not asking. Just ask the mods, dude. They'll give you perms. It's just so we don't get link spammers in here. Keeps the crazies away. Well, certain crazies away. My favorite Top Gear was the Reliant Robin space shuttle. Me too, man. No joke. It's one of my favorite Top Gear episodes. Alright, so I know that wing stripe right here is perfectly flat. So we're gonna make kind of a reference here. And let's find the second armpit. That's more or less where it is. So we need this to be flat by the time it gets to here. Okay. Why did that fail so hard? They couldn't get the SRBs to separate. They didn't test the frangible nuts enough. Alright, so we need to know... This wing needs to get up there. That's where it needs to be. Alright, so that one is basically at a defined point right there. And if we use that to define, that's the shape that we need, right? I can make this stripe, and we can make the back stripe pretty much match it. Now, keep in mind, the control surfaces are going to be here. I had that area defined. We're going to need to make some type of custom surface, guys. There's no control surfaces in this game that are going to have enough deflection and enough moment to move something that's 1,000 tons around in the air. Like, we're gonna have to make a pretty hardcore control system for this thing, but that'll get done in good time. So this buck that I made isn't exactly right. It's not exact. It's close, but this really kind of goes up right here like this. Once you get on the outside of the nacelle for the engines, it really goes up here somewhere. Oh, look at that. That's if that buck matched the profile curve, having the wing go up like that gives you pretty much the exact shape that you need. That's funny. Which means that this needs to go up a little bit more as well. I can make an adjustment here by doing this. Oh. Fine control on the second wing. Yeah, there we go. Which means we're going to have to modify the buck again. Bucks are these panels that I'm using to basically help define shape. We can hone it in over time. That's pretty much spot on right there, if we just angle that up a little bit. Once again, I'm using this to define wing shape. I'm trying to use panels to get the shape definition. The reason why is because sitting here and messing with the wings all day and sculpting it out and then figuring out the shape is wrong is really, really annoying. Yeah, that's really... because this sculpting the wing takes time. It failed because it's Top Gear. What, you don't like that pokey motoring show? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I have to answer this. Give me 1 second. EJ, I'm seeing the same construction as like a bird wing. Picture a bird's primary feathers and how they spill lift from them. Merca. Look at that frickin' bird, man. Hey, he's hungry. He's got to get something to eat, man. Could you imagine if the robin actually separated? I bet you it would have worked, Hellfish. That thing's light enough. It's light enough to work. Look at that. He's got his flaps down, that's all. It's kind of crazy to me that birds can fly without no rudder. Yes, that was a sentence that just came out of my mouth. It's a weird sentence, but you know exactly what I meant. Okay? I don't have a better word for it. An interior stabilization device? Posterior stabilization device? Winged feathers are the coolest evolution ever. Hell yeah. I know what you meant, dude. You got a point, though. Like, think about it, dude. So what they do is they use differential drag. So they make drag like turning a wing like this, right? And that's how they fly around. Guess what? Guess what plane uses that? Uses something very similar. Caps lock. That's how that thing flies around, dudes. There's air brakes over the top of the wings. And those air brakes go up, and one goes up, right? It'll yaw. That's its stabilization. That's the yaw stabilization. The V2 doesn't have side slip. It just they just open up the vents. They have speed brakes in the wings on either side. The idea is from birds. The funny thing is that if you look at a B2 side profile, it looks like a bird. See? See what I mean? It's really not a bad idea using nature for a design, because nature's designs have been iterated on, rapid iteration and rapid prototyping for millions of years. There's a reason why it looks like it's a pretty damn good design. Like this thing, for instance, this meat suit, pretty good design. Could patch some things here and there, but pretty good. Yeah, Endo, rapid. Alright. Alright. Link pulls? Sure. It's gonna be a long link, Shaw. Dude, it's a bird. Yeah. Straight up. Yeah, way to turn off caloric absorption when you've consumed enough for the day. That would be great. Yeah, look at the nose, dude. The B2 has a freaking beak. I'm telling you. It has a beak. It's freaking cool, man. Right? It works the exact same way. It's cool, huh? Also, that is a pretty animal, man. What a beautiful animal. It's cool. America. Why don't airliners look like that? They don't need to, I guess. It has about the same radar return as an eagle. That's right, Pato. Yeah, can you imagine checking the radar and you just think a flock of birds are coming towards you? Ah, those are just birds. And then your entire runway explodes. Oops. Seriously, though, being on the receiving end of that must suck. That must really not be fun. Yep. Nope. Nope. Don't want to be on the receiving end of that. Alright, so let's define the wings this way. I mean, Pato, I wouldn't be surprised, dude. I don't know anything about... Well, I know it's called RAM, but I don't know nothing about that, dude. Not random access memory. Start defining this line here. Alright, let's work with that. Because the wing needs to be flat once it gets out to the end. I heard RAM. Where are my Martian boards? Yeah. Yeah, I say RAM, and a lot of people in here probably think random access memory. Not radar absorbent material. Use wartime and peacetime RAM, so the returns... There's wartime and peacetime RAM, so the returns that are public aren't even the real figures. Can you imagine that? That's nuts, dude. That's absolutely bananas. You could say that the US is very, very sneaky, sir. I think you are underestimating the sneaky. But tomorrow, you let me change your socks. Maybe a little bit of hand bananas, drummer, yes. Quite. Alright, so that's more or less what I'm looking for here on the edge. So let's sculpt this one out. Who knew? This is a really complicated shape. Same reason British Cold War tanks had to get dressed for battle. Secret armor. Yeah, I mean, you don't show your hand. Absolutely not. That's, that's... OPSEC is a really good idea. So, yeah. I mean, Pato, that's the reason why there's certain things with rocket design I just don't talk about. And I'm not even gonna say which ones I don't talk about. Like, there's just certain parts of the rocket that, nope, not discussing publicly. Like, I don't need people showing up at my house. Like, I'll even go so far as to say, like, there are certain things on the rocket I probably don't even know are there, and guess what? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. There are just certain things you just shut up about, dude. Okay. Knock, knock, Neo. Which rocket likes which pudding now? Please move along, sir. I like pudding, son. I don't know about you. Pudding is my favorite. It is the right thing to do to have pudding in your rocket. The proof is in the pudding. And I'm just dandy because I got a bowl of chocolate pudding down my underpants. What? We didn't have any pudding in there, buddy. Can you snap rotation to world axis at some point on the wing? Kratz, you can, but the problem is that world axis rotation, even in the fine rotation, only works to 5 degree increment. So if I was making wings that bend at 5 degrees, sure. Oh, it'd be way easier. But this type of shape calls for maybe like a 0.15 degree rotation on certain parts of the wing. So what I basically have to do is sit here and then sculpt the damn thing. Which is, you know, whatever. It's not the worst thing. It's not the worst thing to do in the world. Like, so we gotta rotate that into position, rotate it downwards, and then rotate it upwards. But those outside wings are where it's flat. That's what you meant. Yes, up here, yeah, I'm getting to that. I'm trying to get this as flat as possible before I snap to absolute, because once you snap to absolute, it becomes really hard. Like, if the wing gets off axis, it's really hard to snap it back into position. So I'm basically, well, trying to build towards it. I'm trying to get close to it, and I'm trying to make the transition to the flat part of the wing as seamless as possible. And at this point, I don't really want to line up with this one because that part of the wing is actually slightly bent backwards. So I'm basically going to pick a stripe, and I pick that point to go to because that's where the double delta armpit is right there. So I picked that spot as a location because I know anything on the outside of this is flat. So I kind of picked the wing that intersects with this, like right here on that buck, and then I put a wing here. That, see those straight wings right there? That's snapped to flat. Hey Chaotic, I've been interested in the game and was recommended by KN. KN, refresh my memory. One of my viewers to come watch you. Can you spell out their whole name, Chaotic? I'm not sure who KN is. I deal with a lot of people. I'm sorry. But either way, thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. Oh, Chopsticks. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Chopsticks, cool. Cool dude. Cool. Well, hey, Tell him if he's around. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, I appreciate it. Chaotic, this game is called Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program is a game where you design and build rockets and then fly them into space. The cool thing about the game is that it's very general orbital mechanics, but the spacecraft in Kerbal fly somewhat similar to how real spacecraft fly. It's enough to get the point across. Like, with Kerbal, what I like to tell people is, you know, like, if you play, like, Forza or Gran Turismo, or, like, iRacing, like any car racing game that's more on the simulator side of things, the car racing game isn't 100% accurate, but it is good enough to get the point across. You know, if you pay attention with a game like Forza, not Forza Motorsport, that's an arcade game.
Discovery,
you pay attention with a game like Forza, you're gonna learn. You'll learn the basics of like how a car goes around a track. Kerbal does that with space flight. You're not gonna be an expert in orbital mechanics and not go work for NASA, but you'll understand what NASA's doing a lot better. Hey, somebody gifted you a sub too. Right on. Horizon, Forza Horizon. Yeah, did I say Forza Motorsport? Sorry, I haven't played a Forza game in a long time. Is that bad? But yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I'm using, in Kerbal you got a bunch of propellers, nose cones, fuel tanks, rocket engines, and you basically sandbox it up. You can build whatever you want, right? You know, you got a bunch of different rocket engines that you can use to make different rockets. And then you have like wings so you can make different planes and stuff. What I'm doing is I'm building a plane that's designed to take off from a runway and fly all the way up into space. The problem is this plane is really chunky and bulky, and when you have a plane that looks like it's a gigantic blob of an aircraft, it's really hard to make it go all the way up into space. I need spots for jet engines, and I need spots for rocket engines, because jet engines in the game don't work up there. I mean, they don't work up there in real life either, but... Hey, Tron Diver, 78 months. Thank you. So Chaotic, yeah, I mean, it's simplified rocket science, but it is rocket science. The learning curve for Kerbal is a freaking cliff, like Grand Canyon big. But it is a very fun game to play. If you like, I say like a rite of passage for every Kerbal player is landing on the moon-alike planet in the game. So that we're on Kerbin right now. That's where the Kerbals live. See the little green men down here? See the Kerbals? This is their home planet, and it's kind of like Earth, but it's a little smaller to make gameplay a little bit easier. And they drive like trash, by the way. And once you go and land, like, a rite of passage for every Kerbal player is landing on Mun, which is the moon. In the game, it's a little bit smaller than the real moon, but yeah, landing on the moon it's tough. It's a hard game to play. It's like playing Atari Lunar Lander back in the day, dude. But yeah, there's like a whole solar system to explore, the Kerbolar system. There's a whole solar system to explore in the game, and like, you know, everybody's like, you know, oh, launch it into the sun, for instance. Guess what? You want to launch into the sun, you really need to know how to get there. It takes a lot of power to... You need a big rocket if you want to fly it into the sun. Everyone's like, fly into the sun! You know, like, no, that's hard to do. So, Chaotic, I'll give you an example. Like, this isn't Kerbal, but this is in real life. Parker Solar Probe is a probe that NASA launched that's skating the solar corona, basically the sun's grav well. Like, don't get me wrong, every planet in the solar system, and dwarf planet, and asteroid, and anything that's inside of that is kind of technically in the sun's grav well. But the sun has, like, this kind of sphere around it called the solar corona, and that's basically where the gases that are ejected from the sun, from it being a big pulsating power plant, the gas ejection gets pulled right back down because of the sun's insane gravitational pull, right? So that kind of sphere where the gases get stuck because they get ejected and then they get pulled right back is the solar corona. And Parker Solar Probe is designed to skirt right through it, right? You want to know how fast Parker Solar Probe needed to do to get even near? This is not into the sun. This is near the sun's grav well. You know how fast it needed to go? 460,000 miles an hour. Now, you don't need to go that fast in KSP to get near the sun, but it is about that difficult because, I mean, honestly, if you're not a rocket scientist, that's tough, right? Yeah, Parker Solar Probe. Look it up. That Parker Solar's going fast. They grav assisted off of Venus, if I'm remembering right. PSP is insane. I didn't get to see this launch, but I got to stand next to the Delta IV Heavy that launched it. See, the Parker Solar has a gigantic heat shield on the front, and the heat shield is made out of the same stuff that they made the space shuttle nose cone out of, because if the satellite didn't have a heat shield, it would just melt.
Base here. The Eagle has landed.
And Laughlin, thank you. I appreciate that. Did you leave a message? Yeah, so Kerbal will teach you how to make stuff fly around in the solar system. Hello. Yeah, me and Das stood about 5 feet away from the Delta IV Heavy that launched this thing. Yeah, see? This is the kind of stuff you can do in KSP. See the Parker Solar Probe? Check that out. Look at the speed. Yo, that's fast, man. PSP is going insanely quick. You see how they use the gravitational pull of a planet to accelerate inward towards the sun? You can do stuff like this in Kerbal. Hey, Laughlin, thank you for the tip. I do appreciate it, buddy. Was it you and Das that made it into the Smarter Everyday video on this? I don't know, Jax. Yeah, see? Look at that number. It's at aphelion, so the point where you get closest to the sun's gravity and the sun's grav is accelerating you, that number goes up to like 144 kilometers a second. Unfreaking real. Like, unreal amounts of speed. But yeah, Kerbal is a game where you can do stuff like that. Right now, I'm trying to build this airplane that flies all the way up into space, but you know, you can make any type of rocket you want. I've made space shuttles, Saturn V's, Falcon 9s in this game, like landing legs. You can boost the booster back, you come down, land it and stuff. It's really freaking cool. That's what Kerbal's all about. And me, being a gigantic honking nerd, really likes to get into the technical builds. Like this build that I'm working on here is was a concept from a American aerospace company called Rockwell in the 70s. And it was basically a gigantic cargo plane, like a big, like, cargo 747 that flies all the way up into space. This is a pretty insane concept, and what I'm doing here is because there's no wings that are big enough in the game to build a plane like this. I'm making the wings out of a bunch of smaller wings. That's what I'm doing. So the wings are triangles, right? And through triangles, you can make concave shapes. See how I kind of sculpted out the tail end of the plane right here using the tries? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm sculpting the top back of it. I'm sculpting the wing skin is what it's called. Got a shower, but I keep you pulled up. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And tell Chopsticks I said thank you if you see him before I do. It's good. Anyway, good to meet you. I'm EJ, by the way. I think I forgot that part, but... Since it's all KSP parts, how do you think it'll handle the wing? Well, it handles it okay. Battle, it's better than you think. Let me put it to you like that. But when you're sculpting out a wing like this, you got to remember that if each wing is generating its own aerodynamics, right? Like that's what Kerbal does. Every part has its own aerodynamic calculation. If every wing is generating its own aerodynamic calculation and affecting the entire vehicle, you basically got more points of sample. So your what's called airfoil geometry in this really, really matters. When you make it out of a bunch of small parts, it really makes a difference. When you're doing wing tessellation, you have to pay attention to the airfoil shape. Now, what's airfoil shape? Literally, if you look at the wing from the side, the shape of the airfoil. And there are a bunch of trigonometric and calculus stuff going on here to get you the right airfoil shape. And don't get me wrong, like they're all different designs. Like you can do any type, like airfoil shape is really, really, really Just like anything with aerospace engineering, it's a lot more complicated than you think. Yeah, the wing isn't just a teardrop shape. All this stuff really matters. It really depends on what you're trying to do. Like, see, there's ones that have an indent right there. There's ones that tilt down. This is the one we're gonna have to use. We have to end up making something like this. See this one that's kind of like a bent teardrop? We have to make that. That's the aerofoil that this thing is using. They actually show the defined shape here. Somewhere towards the top of this Rockwell PDF. I have to go find it. It's up here somewhere. We're unlikely to see any SSTOs anytime soon in real life unless there's some major technological breakthrough. Caffeine, SSTOs are doable. It's a lot more doable than you might think. Don't get me wrong. Not like this. This is nuts. SSTOs aren't... There's the shape right there. See that? That kind of bent teardrop? The reason why we need to do the bent teardrop, in real life, the reason why they have this is so air can get sucked into the nacelle, which is right here, where the jet engines are. But we need to... I mean, we're doing it for the same reasons, but yeah, this absolutely makes a big difference, the airfoil shape, when you do wing tessellation. So how does it understand it? It understands it okay. It's not the best, but it's good enough. But yeah, that's the shape we need to make. Reusable rocket boosters bring the pace down to launches enough that there isn't just much incentive to invest. Yeah, Caffeine, that second part is correct. Yeah, you're right. We can make an SSTO. We can do it. We could make Star Raker. This is nothing here is crazy outlandish, maybe except for air starting a shuttle engine right here. And the jet engines might be a little bit of a tall order, but hey, it worked for the SR-71. There's no like physics breaking technology here to make something like Star Raker not work. Star Raker is doable. But yeah, that's the bigger reason why we don't, or that's the bigger reason why we don't have SSTOs. Why? Why would you make this? There's no demand for it. You know, Boeing doesn't go and make a plane that nobody wants. Neither does Airbus. Neither does any jetliner, anybody that makes jetliners. Bombardier, Embraer, Boeing, Airbus, they don't make planes that people don't want. You try to make a plane that people don't want, no one's going to buy it. Fun fact, that's basically what happened with Concorde, but that's another story. So, could Boeing or Lockheed or somebody make something like this? Sure, absolutely. But if you're not, what's the point if no one's going to buy it? Great, you have SSTO capability. You're going to spend $5 to $6 billion on making this plane and no one's going to want it. Oh, I just remembered, boss. My upstairs neighbor who moved in a couple months ago, it's his birthday in a couple days, and he's a racing strimmer. His girlfriend just bought a 450-pound direct drive wheel because of how his old Thrustmaster T300 started going wrong. So he's given me the old one to see if I can fix it. Thrustmaster T300's not a bad wheel. Cool, Tessa, right on. Does he stream on Twitch? I figure in KSP the angles of the back parts will cause some downward pitch. So, Battle, I'll get his handle next time I talk to him. Oh, right on, dude. Right on. That's cool. It's always cool to meet people out in the wild, so to speak, that know what Twitch is. That makes me happy. That's really cool. It's neat. So I have other planes, Battle. You want to see a weird one? The K90 is a plane that I made, and the K90 was kind of a proving ground for using wing tessellated shapes, right? So look at the back of the K90. I made the K90 to work as a seaplane. It can float. It'll float in the water, and then it has hydrofoils in the landing gear bays that can make it actually, like, skate up out of the water. Yeah. I'm borrowing a lot of build methods from the K90 to make Star Raker. It's actually a cargo plane to be honest with you. Here, let me show you. It's a cargo plane, and here, pin that window and pin that window. Check this out. So this is a cargo plane, and if you notice, there's a fairing. The main fuselage is made out of a fairing. Check this out. Anything that I dock inside of this on those docking ports will get occluded. Cool, huh? So you could actually put cargo in here, and it'll think the cargo is, if you dock, it thinks it docks inside of the fairing, and it counts it as aerodynamically occluded. You like the sound effects? Yeah, no, I got you. I aim to please. So yeah, I mean, our cargo bay in Star Raker is actually not going to look too far off from this, right? And then I gave it a ramp too. That was really hard to make and get that completely right. That was difficult. And then to get the ramp piece kind of to work, to get that all jive together, that was not easy. So the K90 is designed to be able to fly anywhere. It can fly anywhere and back. Any place in Kerbal, land, water, whatever. It can fly to the poles and back. You can fly to the South Pole back. You could fly all the way around Kerbin if you really want to. You could fly halfway around Kerbin, land in the water, drop something off, take off, and fly back. It's designed to be able to circumnavigate Kerbal at Kerbal's equator. Kerbal's a perfect sphere, so at the equator doesn't make a difference. It's designed to be able to circumnavigate Kerbin with 18 tons of payload. It could move 18 tons somewhere and bring 18 tons back on a tank of gas, or you could move 36 tons one way halfway around Kerbin. Because it's a gigantic blended wing, if you look at it from the front, the whole thing looks like just a big wing shape, right? Or actually from the back makes it more right. See, it's just it's a big wing shape, like when we were looking at the B2 a little bit earlier. And it flies at super freaking high altitude. This thing can get up like 12, 13 kilometers up in the air, which is insanely high up there for KSP. That's really high altitude. It can crenoplane caffeine? Yeah, it can do that. It won't stay there though. It basically skims up out of the water and it crenoplanes and then takes off. Yeah, I have hydrofoils built into the design. Because I didn't know how to go about making a seaplane in Kerbal, so I just gave it a forward deflection surface, like that, and then there's one that deploys out of the landing gear bay right here. And it basically will skim up out of the water and then take off. Yeah, this can get anything anywhere around Kerbin. And okay, so Battle, to answer your question, right? So to answer your question regarding this, the let me just retract all that for if we go to fly it around, right? So you see where the engines are, right? The engines are above the center of mass. Center of thrust is way above center of mass. You want to see something crazy? You'd think with all these control surfaces, like all the wings kind of, back like this, right? See how the angle here, and this is what I mean about airfoil design. It really matters when you make the wings this way. See how that's really steep right there? It goes up the back, but the top part is really smooth. What would this do in real life? In real life, you'd get crazy flow separation off the back of this, and you'd make a ton of low pressure right here. Combine that with the high pressure coming out of the engines, right, on the top of the wing, and your plane basically has a diffuser. And that would, believe it or not, throttling up with this thing, throttling up with this plane at high, well, just basically at any time, you'd think throttling up with the center of thrust being above the center of mass would make the plane nose down. Nope, throttling up makes it nose up in the air. Yep. Because of how I designed the airfoil. Because that's for like when we were on the water and stuff, right? We throttle it, and these start pulling downwards, right? Because Kerbal thinks the air is coming at them this way. So it thinks the wing is down, so Kerbal thinks the air is going at it like this, and that makes downward moment. It actually pulls the nose up out of the water and gets it to take off. Now, don't get me wrong, the high pressure over the back of the wing, that's not a thing in KSP. It's a thing in real life, but not in KSP. In KSP, I just made these wings have a much bigger of an angle. These wings don't generate a lot of lift back here. These wings do. But they generate downforce, like a spoiler. Spoiler alert, right? And because it's pulling this way, and this way, that gets the nose up off the ground. Yep. When you start messing with wing tessellation, you can really do some interesting stuff because, like I said, airfoil design really comes into play there because Kerbal understands where these wings are because it's taking more samples of the wing shape. Think about it. It works how it should in real life, but for the wrong reasons. Pretty cool, huh? Is the drag multiplicative to the number of wing panels? It depends on the shape, once again. Patent it and sell it to the military. The K90 is based off of, it's not my design. The seaplane part and the be able to fly anywhere is my idea, but it's primarily based off of a Boeing X-48 plane, an experimental UAV that Boeing made that's designed to test blended wing body shapes, or BWBs. Blended wing bodies are halfway between like a fuselaged airplane and like a B-2 bomber. Like if you look at the wings look like a Northrop Grumman B-2. The fuselage, you could clearly see that there's a cylindric fuselage right there. It kind of looks like a regular airplane. But the shape between the cylindric fuselage and the wing is blended. The transition between those shapes is a lot more smooth. So the X-48 is the blended wing design is basically designed to be able to make a plane that has little to no drag. There's really not a lot of drag at subsonic speeds, except for, the lift that the wings make. This is way more aerodynamic when you're going slow. That's what I'm trying to say. So these things, because most of the plane is a lifting surface at this point, right? It's almost a flying wing. It's not exactly a flying wing, but it's almost there because all of it is wing. It can fly really, really high up at lower speeds. Kind of similar to what this thing is designed to do. Yeah, Battle. The KSP Aero is not the best aero simulator. There's way better aero simulators, but it's pretty dang good. It's pretty good for something that you can buy for like $20. Yeah. I will tell you that it's one of the cheapest aerodynamic sandboxes out there. Don't get me wrong, Kerbal 1 is using float, so float in its simulation, so it's probably, like, software people just went, what? It's using float, so it's probably not the most high fidelity simulation that you can get, but I know there's actual rocket scientists out there that play Kerbal to prototype some ideas, because Kerbal's a quick and fast way of saying, like, oh, maybe if I like have a rocket with the engines like pointed out, or the engine's up at the top or something like that. Kerbal's a good way to prototype that. There are what I'm trying to tell you is rocket scientists play KSP to get ideas. It's definitely a thing. I know it's a thing. I'm not saying who and where though. I can't. But I know it's a thing. But don't get me wrong, it's not for any advanced simulation, it's just for prototyping ideas. So. Yeah, the relevant XKCD. And now, off to Mr. Monroe. Yep, took high school physics. Time. How well I understand orbital mechanics. Your X here is defined as your Kerbal, as your orbital mechanics skill level. Y is defined as time. Took high school physics. Yeah, a little bit of a bump. Got physics degree. Bump. Actual job at NASA. Started playing Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal is one of the best ways to visualize how spacecraft fly. It's really, really friggin' good. It's Gran Turismo music, Supercraft, yeah. Lots of repeating and no building. Distracted much? Ah! Ah! Alright, alright. Chat, I will not be taking any more questions. Ernock, I don't want to click on that. I don't want to... Alright, well, Star Raker is loading them. Damn, you're serious with your reality? It's cool. But yeah, alright, back to work. Will you take questions in the future? Yes. Chief, not only will I do it for you, yes, I'll do it for you. Alright. Build time. It's build time for the next hour. I've answered enough questions. What's the air velocity of an unleaded swallow?
Discovery, go at
I
throttle
don't
up.
know that. Hey, Nick, what's going on? Alright, so now this one can go... Boom. Snap it to absolute. Okay, cool. I'm just going to keep these here as a guide, so just so we know. Good. Yeah, that's right, drummer. I'm the only one that can do it. I had a bad experience once, okay? Actually, we can take this and put it down like that, and then move it actually out here, and now we can select the next stripe here. So yeah, battle, basically what I was trying to say is that the shape absolutely matters. You've got to be very careful. That's the other reason why sometimes you've seen me sit here and just kind of stare at this and go, But with our kind of bent teardrop shape, if we sculpt it right, the bent teardrop shape with the engines underneath the center of mass, the center of thrust pointing below COM, this thing should nose up no problem. That's why I was very, very adamant about getting this right. Getting this part correct, because the angle on the very back of the wing really makes a difference, and I learned that from the K90. Now there's a little bit of a lip right up at the top there. Okay, drummer. Thank you for what you do, dude. I appreciate it. I can't keep up with what you guys are talking about in the channel. Like, I'm not keeping up with it as much as I would like, but I did read a little bit, and I do appreciate it. That one isn't in the seam correctly. We need to get to that. That's where this shape eventually needs to get to. So we need to gradually kind of start pointing these edges kind of up that way. So at first here, while I'm controlling this one, yeah, it's got to be basically a gradual line towards that. So right there. Sometimes it pays to just sit back and look at the entire stripe. And now, because I know that that piece is in its final, this stripe is in the final position, as long as we take this and make these constantly point at this, and then we match the forward wing to this shape right here. The back shape, I mean, once again, this is where the control surface is going to be. There's going to be a huge honking control surface right here. The shape should define itself out. Eventually, I'm going to cut this piece out right here. That part we don't need. Actually, you know what? We should probably just do it now. Just, get rid of it. That's good enough. Hey, Sebi, what's going on, man? How goes the racing photography, if you have any? Clayton, what's going on, man? What'd it do? In KSP, will there still be any requirement to build with tons of small parts? We have procedural wings. Toto, I suppose at some point I would want to go build this in KSP 2, but yeah, I suppose at some point that would be actually kind of fun, dude. But with this, I'd make this out of procedural wings. It would be much easier to get this shape. But I still think in KSP 1 there's an aesthetic here that is really nice. What's up, Blessed? What is that? Yeah. Hey, try to keep it classy for me if you could, but yeah, you're also not wrong. Well, I'm shooting with a team this weekend, but we messed up and didn't realize that we missed the deadline for accreditation by a day, so I'll be behind the fence. Messing up is not good. Not good, mein Freund. Do not do that. That is not a good thing. Well, hey, good luck, man. This wing needs to be up a little bit more. Yeah, I gotta make the angle a little bit different here. So we're gonna have to go through and kind of sculpt this thing again. This is where this takes a little bit of patience, but once you get it, and it'll look really good. Well, it wasn't my fault, to be honest. The accreditation system didn't say a deadline. So be preemptive about that stuff. Don't, when you're in business like what you're doing, like I know it's fun for you, all right? When you're in business like that, don't expect nothing from nobody. Just like I don't expect nothing from the stream, you know what I mean? Be preemptive about it. Yeah, Yen, she's a biggin. Almost got to the shape piece that I want. Have you been looking at actual blueprints for reference material? As close as we can get, Clayton. Like I'm not Boeing, right? So the company that made this Rockwell got bought out by Boeing in 1993. The most we can find is a couple of good bits of information, but this PDF right here that Aqualex found is probably one of the better ones. This doesn't have like a full blueprint of the vehicle, so I've had to guess some kind of things. I have to guess kind of shape by just sitting here and staring at pictures of the damn thing. Like that one. I don't know what that is, but that's really cool. Look at a bunch of different pictures from different promo materials that they had, like that, etc., etc. And that one as well. So I have partial blueprints, is what I'm trying to tell you. There's kind of some blueprints. See the pictures? Here, like if you want to grasp the scale, most people know how big a 747 is. There's Star Raker next to it. This plane is a monster. It is a monster of an airplane. Like, I've been forced to kind of finish the design. That's a good way of saying that, yeah. So yeah, I have to kind of, I mean, so Clayton, the reason why we don't have any blueprints is obviously that they're like, companies don't want to show, like Rockwell isn't gonna, like if I go ask Boeing, right, hey, do you have any blueprints to Star Raker? Can I just borrow those? They're gonna be like, no, you cannot, right? So I use what's publicly around, right? And yeah, I kind of have to extrapolate, meaning like I have to kind of see where they were going with the design, and then on top of that, dude, what I have to do is put the design in KSP. Because I was talking to people just a second ago. I think you were here, but it may have been a little bit before you came in. I was saying, like, look, the designs in Kerbal are not, like, aerodynamics in Kerbal is an approximation. It's not exact. It's close, but it's not exact. And that's important to remember. Like, it's close. It's not gonna get you exactly what you're looking for. So I have to translate what they were thinking to do with real aerodynamics into KSP, which does get a little bit tedious. And that's kind of why, that's the other reason why I kind of have to take my time with this. And look, that pretty much lines up with the very end. It's almost exact, perfect. That's gonna be really helpful for me. Let me get the buck back in place. Yep. Yeah, good. Good. Yeah, getting that was huge. And then the control surface is gonna be right there. It's gonna look good. So I did modify some of these here. Let's just check around for seamage. Like, are there any parts that look like that right there? So you can see a big seam. That buck is good. Let's move that back into position. You see the buck is one of the cross sections. See, it's that part is from the blueprints. These panel rings that I have are defining the fuselage shape. I'm using them as basically a visual guide for the shape, because like I said, we have certain cuts right here, B, C, and D. B, C, and D. We have certain cuts of what it looks like. If I had all of the subsections, now, like in this particular blueprint, you have B, C, and D. This is like critical areas, like where the crew compartment attaches to the cargo bay, halfway through the cargo bay, and where the cargo bay attaches to the aft thrust structure and fuselage and fuel tanks, right? That's what, if you cut the plane right here at D, right, that's what it would look like. If you cut it at section C right here, that's what it would look like. You cut it at section B, that's what it would look like. The darker defined lines are basically where the cut is. And I used these measurements here and put them into Kerbal because Kerbal is not one-to-one scale to real life. Because Kerbals are about little under 2/3 the size of a person. Like if the average person is like what? Like 5 feet tall, like between 5 and 6 feet tall. Kerbals are like 3 to 4 feet tall, right? So we got the running scale. It's not exact, right? But the running scale is about 62%. So I'm making a 2/3 scale model of Star Raker, and a 2/3 scale model of Star Raker will be it's a Kerbal-sized version of the real thing. So I had to take these numbers, take these segments, and then I had to scale them down by 33%. And that's what gets you this shape. And see, that's just a shot from the front, dude. It's got that's a weird shape. But you know what, guys? I look at the wings, the design of the wing and stuff, and how it's kind of going together. Rockwell is the company that made this, Rockwell International. They made the space shuttle too. There's definitely a lot of shuttle-derived tech in that wing shape, for sure. It's definitely there. See this right here? See that bulge, like how it bulges down for where the cargo bay is? The shuttle does that, but it's not nearly, the shuttle is not as bulky as this thing. But if you look at, if we can go into, find a space shuttle diagram and look at it from the front, you could see that the shuttle has a pretty fat belly. It's a lot fatter than you think. Like these renders right here show the bottom of the shuttle being completely flat. Nope. It looks like it's like concave like that. Trying to see if we can get a good shot of the thing. The bottom of the thing is not flat. It's got a big belly. Actually, this picture of Endeavour really gets the point across. You can see right there, look at how the shading is on the shuttle compared to the wings. This part right here is very fat. It's got a little bit of a belly right here in the center, and then it kind of slopes up to the sides. You could really tell right there, it slopes up. Shuttle's got a big belly, right around where the landing gear is. Show the Endeavour landing footage. Actually, that's a good idea. There's that big PDF I found a while back. The one I was just looking at? Yeah. Here, take a look.
Runway inside, Houston.
Endeavour's descent rate is 20 times higher and 7 times steeper than a commercial airliner on the final approach.
Dude, look at that thing
Speed
sink.
350 miles an hour.
Dude, it is like just belly
Altitude
flopping.
2,000 feet.
But here, I'm going to pause it right.
Endeavour's landing gear will be
Oh, the freaking text is in the way.
locked down.
See what I mean? See the shape? Look at that. Bottom of the shuttle ain't flat. No way. It's actually, look at that shape. It's shaped like a heat shield. Weird, right? Go figure. Heat shield actually, yeah. Dude, it's shaped. It's got that same convex shape as a heat shield. That's not an accident. See what I'm talking about? It is kind of that shape. It's very close. What a beast. We should still fly it. I just, you know, I've said this a bajillion times, Darby, and maybe I'm just being nostalgic at this point, but also I will tell you this right now. I think if they started operating the space shuttle and it had the kind of management and support behind it that like SpaceX does with Falcon 9, the shuttle could fly every 4 days. I'm pretty damn sure. I really don't think so. Like, fellas, there's no glaring thing with the shuttle that couldn't have been solved or hadn't been like solved by closer to the end of the program. NASA was doing pretty rapid iteration on the shuttles until 1986, till Challenger. And if they had kept going with that rapid iteration throughout the 80s and 90s, the shuttle could have gotten to a point where we were flying it every 4 days like Falcon 9 flies. Shuttle missions would have ended up getting boring. I really, honestly, and truly think that. I don't think there's any glaring thing with the shuttle design that couldn't have been iterated upon, redesigned, and, like, built to make better orbiters down the road. Block 20 shuttle. Yeah, I think it was the management that really killed that program, and political constraints. Turns out when you say build the most complicated vehicle humanity has ever devised and give it the budget of the Gemini program, yeah, you don't get very far. Go figure. Would they have had the bandwidth in the factories to make the ET and SRBs? Yeah, oh yeah, John. The SRBs aren't hard to make. You fill up a tube with forbidden silly putty. We make, so John, okay, here's the real thing. You want me to get real? The SRBs use the same propellant as our ICBMs. ICBMs in submarines, the ICBMs in their missile silos, they have the same propellant. And we have a lot of those, don't we? So yeah, the SRB propellant assembly line was very scalable. The bottleneck in SRBs, dude, is, believe it or not, the casings. Casings are harder to manufacture than the damn propellant. We already have a ton of propellant because that's what we use for missiles, ICBMs, IRBMs, cruise missiles, whatever. Well, not cruise missiles, but you get the idea. So yeah, that was the idea. That was one of the driving things behind using SRBs in the first place. SRBs would be inexpensive because we already have production lines cranking out HTPB and hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene ammonium perchlorate with aluminum stabilizer flakes. Yes, the SRBs burn metal. Yeah, you heard that right. It's a stabilizer. It keeps the explosion nice and uniform inside of the SRB. True story. So we already had production lines cranking that out really like crazy. It was the 80s, dude. Of course we did, right? So using SRBs is not a bad idea, right? And reusing them is a really good idea because you get your casings back. The casings take the time. That's what takes time to manufacture, right? SRBs to the space shuttle is what fairings are to Falcon 9. Fairings aren't hard to make comparatively to like building a rocket engine or a first stage. But fairings take time to make. So recovering them is advantageous if you're employing in scale like what Falcon 9 does. Just like SpaceX, the fairings on Falcon 9 are maybe like 4 or 5% of the total cost of the launch vehicle. They're not expensive. They just take time to make. But if you're launching a lot, that justifies recovering the fairings because your factory can't produce fairings to launch at the cadence that you want to launch. That was the exact idea. I mean, SpaceX, I wouldn't be surprised if some SpaceX engineer looked at the shuttle and said, oh, we should do that with fairings like what NASA did with SRBs. So, yes, the SRBs would have been scalable. And the external tanks, dude, the external tanks aren't complicated. It is literally a big aluminum tube with some pipes attached to it. No, there wasn't much. There's instrumentation on the tank, but there's no flight computer for it. The flight computer's on the space shuttle. There's no ullage tanks because the shuttle engines use autogenous pressurization, so the shuttle engines create the ullage gas and pump them back into the external tank. That made the external tank design extremely simple. It was as simple as you can get for a cryogenic fuel tank. Yeah, very, very simple. I mean, John, personally, if it was up to me, I think NASA should have, if they had gotten to that point, it would have been good to use external tanks. Because not a lot of people know, the shuttle could take the external tank into orbit. It was a design thing. You could do it. With an empty payload bay, you pull the entire external tank up into space. And the shuttle has the robotic arm. You could separate from the external tank once you circularized, right? Just grab the thing, and you could use it to build a space station off of, or you could use it to build a propellant, a gas station in space. It's totally doable, dude. Yeah. External tanks were not going to be the bottleneck. They're very easy to make comparatively to like an SLS core stage or a Saturn V first stage because you're just making the tank. Tanks are easy. That's the easy part to make on a rocket. Don't get me wrong, that's still difficult, but that is the easy part comparatively to like building a thrust structure or a rocket engine or something. So with basically an infinite supply of SRB fuel, recoverable casings, and really cheap to manufacture external tank design, yeah, you could have run the shuttle every 4 days, every week. Every week is what they wanted. Basically the frequency of Falcon 9 right now. No problem. Totally doable. Quick question, will you use the tubes when you make your shuttle ET in KSP2? Don't know, maybe. What's your background? Who could just rattle off the formula of the SRB? Impressive. Miscolored, I'm self-taught. Self-taught. I read too much. I like rockets a lot, but I figured out that I like rockets a lot well after I graduated from college. So, I build them in Kerbal. No, I do a lot of reading, and I try to keep up on what's going on in the industry, etc., etc. But yeah, I read a lot. I read about space every day. Like I go and read aerospace textbooks, like college-level aerospace stuff, like with propulsion, like liquid fuel rocket engines, types of combustion cycles, SRBs, how the SRBs work, the casings on the SRBs, the fuels for the SRBs, so propellants are what's called commodities in the industry. That, and I have there's a lot of people. Turns out when you play a game about rocket scientists watch the stream. So I have a lot of people that are out in the actual aerospace industry that help me understand what's going on and why stuff is the way that it is, and how like systems engineering and flight dynamics, like during an ascent profile work. Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I could fool a lot of people. But yeah, no, I'm no engineer. No way. I just can sound like one. I play one on Twitch. That's a good way to say it. I'm not an engineer, but I play one on Twitch. Just like Doogie Howser wasn't a doctor, but also Doogie Howser. Go ahead, Sea Kraken. I don't want to fool people, Clayton. I don't like snake oil salesmen. I'm always very upfront with telling people I am not an engineer. You're not an engineer. You can't just decide to be an engineer. You need to go to school to be an engineer. I'm not an engineer. I just play one on Twitch. Okie dokie. And I really like what I do. Like that has a lot to do with it. You guys mind if I fiddle with this a little bit? I'm gonna move the buck out of the way. Interestingly, yeah, Aqualex, I saw what you said. I wanted to answer miscolored. Theoretically, you could probably get the ET back as well, considering its huge surface area for its mass. I mean, dude, maybe. You'd need thermal protection. It's not as light as a fairing is. But, yeah. The external tank, parts of it could make it through. Parts of the ET could make it through re-entry. The reason why I know that is because the external tank would vent the ullage propellants left in it from the space shuttle engines post-separation, and it would get it to tumble to ensure that all of it would burn up. None of it would reach the ground. I'm sure the tank, parts of the tank could probably make it, dude. Yeah. And if you put some type of fancy smanchy thermal protection system on it, maybe. It's possible. The problem is that it's, you know, any type of reusable external tank thermal protection thingamajig that you're going to put on there starts with the nose cone. And the nose cone already has the GOX line, the GOX vent line on it, so that complicates things. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that's possible. Which came first, engineers or engineering school? Derelict, that's it. I guess engineer? Engineers came first. The egg. Wait, no. Hypothetically, if NASA was told to restart the shuttle program, no questions asked, do they collect old hardware and recycle or build from the ground up? It depends on what you want to do, Dark Meta, to be honest with you. I would say like 95% of the time you'd scratch build it. You'd start from scratch and then go from there. It's easier to baseline a new system than to try and re-baseline an old one. That's the same reason why we don't rebuild the Saturn V. And also the same reason why SLS used shuttle parts. The idea is that you already have some of your information for your clean sheet design as a given, but you don't want to copy the same design, right? I would say ground up. Ground up would be better. At this point, the shuttle, even the shuttle manufacturing methods, the shuttle only stopped flying like 13 years ago. That's not a lot comparatively to when it started. It started in 1972, right? That's when the shuttle program got funded. I would say that it'd be better to clean sheet it. However, look, here's the thing. You could bring back the entire shuttle program. We could go get Endeavour, Discovery, and Atlantis, and we could probably do it. The reason why it's more possible than not is because of the SLS program. SLS is a shuttle-derived vehicle. So there's still a lot of experts that work on these shuttle-derived systems at NASA, so we could do it. But here's the thing. There's an unspoken rule in the aerospace industry. No new launch vehicles. No new launch. Dude, it's one of Akin's laws of spacecraft design. No, do not try to build a new launch vehicle. Try to see if you can use something off the shelf first. If you wanted to build something like the space shuttle, let me put it to you like this. Any vehicle of that complexity. So this is something like Saturn V, SLS, Shuttle, Buran Energia, N1, Starship. any one of those, when you build rockets of that scale and that complexity, 10 years and about $30 billion. Yep. Yes, I've crunched numbers about this over time, and I've, crunched numbers through, I mean, I don't have the numbers for Buran Energia or N1, but, I do have the times for that. 10 years and about 30 billion will get you, I could say with pretty good confidence, barring no catastrophic world-ending events or anything like that, and the constant 30 billion over time, or not necessarily constant 30 billion over time. Rocket programs are funded on a bell curve, but that's another story. I could say with pretty good confidence, yeah, it would take about a decade to restart the shuttle program if we wanted to. And that's either building a clean sheet design or even reusing Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour. What I would probably do is take Discovery, Atlantis, Endeavour and not take them apart, but kind of look at them and inspect those things. And so, because you have some physical hardware, I would use them as mock-ups for my new designs. So a decade for Starship. Well, Pop, let's just crunch some numbers here. The Starship program, particularly Raptor development, the long lead item for Starship, started around 2015, 2016. Raptor design in its kind of family tree stems from an Air Force research laboratory project called Fast Track. Fast Track was the Merlin 1D, excuse me. It's the IPH, Air Force Research Laboratory Integrated Powerhead. The integrated powerhead used a hydrostatic bearing, and the hydrostatic bearing enabled the turbo pumps on the integrated powerhead demo to spin at double what most rocket turbines with regular bearings or a ball bearing or something can spin at. That's Raptor's secret sauce. Fun fact, that high spin rate is what enabled staged combustion cycle to be a thing. Fun fact, Raptor has a sister engine that's being developed by another company. Another engine that's also based off of the FRL integrated powerhead demo. Anybody know? You guys know. Yeah. The BE-4. Blue Origin's BE-4 is based off of the integrated powerhead demo as well. It also uses hydrostatic bearings. So the BE-4 and Raptor come from the same family tree of rocket engines. They're stepbrothers, so to speak. Yeah, funny story, huh? Got my neighbor, Mr. Chill 97, GT7 Assetto Corsa and COD is as usual. His poor bugger's just going to bed now. He's got a 3 a.m. start time. Yikes. Oh, yeah, okay. So, if you look at Starship and the start of Raptor tests, the Raptor program really kicked off when the Air Force paid SpaceX to do a research program about making a Raptor-powered upper stage. So the Air Force gave SpaceX seed money for the Raptor motors to do a study for them in 2015 to see if you could give Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy a Raptor-derived cryogenic second stage. That's basically what kickstarted Starship, or Starship as we think of it. It started in 2016, 2017 as a carbon fiber-based design. In 2018, Elon made the change to stainless. Elon and his engineers, they made the change to stainless. So 2015, 2016 was basically the start of when SpaceX really started to move to doing Starship. So 2015, 2016, 2026. That makes perfect sense. Guess what? When is SpaceX supposed to deliver the HLS demo? 2025, late 2025, early 2026. Right on par with my numbers. 9 years. 9 to about 10 years. Now, in terms of the cost aspect, I have no idea. I don't know. I think Elon said on a Twitter Spaces one time that he's funding SpaceX is spending about $2 billion a year on Starship, and they have been basically since 2020. So it's going to come in a little bit under budget comparatively to other projects, but it is SpaceX. It's the private industry, so of course it's going to be cheaper. I need these. But like I said, Elon didn't say what the costs were before 2020. Like, he didn't say what that was. So keep that in mind, guys. He didn't. We'll probably never know the full scope of Starship funding, but I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like you're not gonna need like $2 billion. $2 billion is right on par with what SLS gets a year, more or less. I mean, but how long is SpaceX going to be funding it at that price point? I don't know, right? Like, that's hard to say. Hang on. Where do you think we are at on the bell curve for Starship funding? Approaching the top, Genesis? Yeah. So the bell curve for funding for most projects it's not like that. It doesn't look exactly like that. It's kind of like this. Like that, because obviously you don't get rid of the program. So over here is your operational cost, right? With Starship, we're probably like right here somewhere. SpaceX is funding the thing in a little bit of a weird way, so it's not going to jive completely with this, because this is based off of like NASA's funding, like how NASA does funding. So ideally right here, right there is your first test flight. Now, I know we're past the first test flight. I get it. IFT already happened. I was there. You don't need to tell me. The reason why I say we're over here is because the booster design is not finalized. Starship's design is nowhere near finalized. The launch pad design is not near finalized. SpaceX rapidly prototypes. They use what's called spiral development, where it's like build it, send it, figure out what it did, and figure out where we can improve and keep going. So the reason why this doesn't jive exactly right with NASA is because what NASA does is they keep upgrading the design. They don't build anything until they've finalized the design. That's called waterfall development. They basically build up a bunch of water, and then let the water go all at the same time. So in NASA funding, the first flight would be Artemis 1. This is why I always say SLS is only going to get cheaper from here, because that's where Artemis 1 was. Granted, if you guys see what the funding curve looks like for SLS, you would see why SLS took a while, but that's another story. So Starship doesn't really have a first flight of like a Mark 1 design, because the design is still in flux. Basically, when they decide to freeze Starship's design and say that's good enough, that would be the bell curve right there. So SpaceX, the reason why I say SpaceX is somewhere over here, and they might even be like down here somewhere, right, is because with SpaceX, you're not going to get your first flight right here. You're going to get IFT-1, IFT-2, IFT-3, refueling demo, IFT-4. You're going to get a lot of prototype flights here, 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 and here. And then right around here, we should hit the top of the curve if if my guess is right, we should hit the top of the curve in 2026. And usually this right here ends up costing 30B. Like the whole length of the program, usually. Yeah, oh, sorry guys, I should have... It'd be help if I give you guys a variable. This is time down here, and this is cost. So, you want to see what SLSs look like? What SLS looks like? So, let's just say that this dotted line represents what you're going to need for a nice, ideal, like well-funded space program. Let's say Apollo looks like that, right? So this is time. And over here is dollars, is money. Want to know what SLSs looks like? Actually, that's not exactly right. It's more like this. You want to know why Artemis 1 took so long? That's why Artemis 1 took so long. Straight up. You want to know why it takes 3 years to build a freaking mobile launcher? That's why it takes 3 years to build a mobile launcher. Because when you go to a contractor and say, I need you to build me a mobile launcher, right? And they're like, okay, we could do it probably in 5 or 6 months, and it's going to probably cost you, I don't know, $2 to $3 billion to make it, or something like that. You know, I want to make sure that I need to hire all these people. We got to train all these people. We got to get them to come in. We got to get them to build it. You're only going to build it once, so it's a one-off thing. So all the training that I did, I need to be able to make some money off that, right? This is how contracts get super freaking bloated. This is why I always say I want them to build 3 mobile launchers, 5 mobile launchers, build 6 launch pads. Just do it, because the more these contractors have long-term sustainability, the price is going to go down. They're not going to try to hamstring you because they don't know if the funding is going to come the next day. So they say, oh, a mobile launcher, we can get it done in 5 weeks for like $1 billion or something, right? Or 5 months for $1 billion. And NASA says, well, I mean, no contractor is going to work on a project like that, right? And not want a little bit of long-term sustainability in it, right? And NASA doesn't know if they're going to be able to get them the damn money, right? So NASA goes, okay, we can't afford $1 billion for this because, they didn't give SLS the money during development, right? This is what was needed, but they didn't get it, so they said, all right, I know the mobile launcher cost $1 billion. We can give you probably like $100 million in 5 months. And the contractor goes, all right, your mobile launcher is going to take 5 years to make at this rate, but at least people have steady freaking jobs, I guess. That's why it takes so long. They underfunded the snot out of SLS during development. Actually, not during development. When they started working on SLS's designs and they finished PDR actually came in ahead of schedule. If you want to go look, they had SLS's design basically figured out way ahead of schedule, because at that point they were overfunded. And then when they started to go and make stuff, 2014, 2015, 2016, this happened. Yeah. That's SLS's funding. You can go look it up, dude. It turns out when, like I said, you want to build something, you want to build a rocket that goes to the moon, and you don't want to spend a lot of money on a yearly basis, well, guess what? You just stretched your timeline something fierce. This is why stuff costs so much with SLS. But I would contend to say that even with that, I'm gonna talk and work, dudes. I would contend to say that even with like all that bull crap that's going on with SLS, like, and why it goes so slow and the underfunding, I will still say, like, it's kind of par for the course. The reason why SLS seems so expensive is because we only have estimations from Elon about how much something like Starship costs. And NASA has to tell us how much everything costs as taxpayers. They have to tell us how much it costs, so we see the full price tag. So stuff ends up being seemingly more expensive. Nice, Sebi. The lens I rented out this weekend, it's a big one. Yep. Yeah, Elon's cost. Yeah, if Elon's cost estimates are like his time estimates, they're probably not accurate. I guarantee you, Starship will end up probably costing just as much as SLS by the time it's all said and done. You guys, it's always finite. That's what people got to understand. It's always going to cost the same amount because you know what? Turns out building something that goes to the moon and goes further than the moon with people on board is very, 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 very difficult. Very hard thing to do. It's always going to cost a lot of money. So at that point, it comes down to what you're making, right? And how much benefit are you going to get out of it? I think we could get more benefit out of Starship in the long run, but also I think there's benefit to having an expendable style vehicle to be able to get to the moon if you need to get there in a pinch. Think about it. SLS can get to the moon with one launch. On Block 1B, if it has a refueler and gateway and stuff, it could get to the moon in one launch. Starship would take like 20 launches. Then don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on Starship. I'm not hating on SLS. I want both of them because I'm a greedy son of a gun when it comes to rockets. I don't compromise on that because I know about how this funding and how it all works. Last pulls. All right. Anyway, yeah, there's your rant over. SLS managed to piggyback some of Constellation stuff too. Yeah, Tessa, but no. The thing about Constellation is that when they axed Constellation, they basically fired everybody. And then when they canceled the shuttle program right after that, they basically fired everybody from that too. And then when they scattered all the engineers to the wind, right, when the SLS came around in 2013, 2014, 2 years after, it's not like these shuttle technicians just waited around for another job. They scattered their technical expertise to the winds. So now we get back to that question that Dark Meta asked a little bit earlier. Is it easier to clean sheet a design, or is it easier to use off-the-shelf components? Use stuff that you already have. Well, the answer to that question is that it's easier to use stuff that you already have when you have the people that know how to put it together and work on it. If you fire all those people, now you just have hardware, right? Fire all those people, now you just have the hardware. Great, yeah, the hardware's great, but if nobody can tell you how the damn thing works, we got to relearn how the damn thing works. So, you might as well have clean sheeted a new design. Using stuff from the past space program on your new space program for, to save on costs only works if you retain technical expertise. So with SLS, we got the worst of both worlds. We got a vehicle that had parts that's derived from another vehicle that nobody at that point knows how to work on, right? And it wasn't funded very good on top of that, right? Like, it sucks. Like, that's why SLS took so long, because you have to relearn how to space program. It's freaking annoying, isn't it? I mean, thankfully we got SpaceX out of it, but all right, what do we got here? Ooh, very nice, Sea Kraken. All right, let me see. I just tried to grab the link before anything. If I take off 4 of the standoffs off the bottom, one of the sides off the bottom of one. If I take the standoffs, if I take off 4 of the standoffs off the bottom of one of the sides, would it be unstable? So any way I can fix it. Are these the standoffs here? Send that to Burger. Yeah, damn right. I heard some mighty growls. Yeah, we have some people over right now. It's kind of the reason why I was late. Anyway. So these are the standoffs. If you take off 4 of the standoffs, no good. Nah. What you could do is move your standoffs. I mean, I know you don't want to move them inward, but you could try putting them in a shape like this that looks like that and having them swing around. So my thumbs right here in this design are right here, and then try making them. Yeah, I'll just draw it, dude. It's hard to explain. So like, here's your standoffs. We're looking at it from the, well, front. That's your z-axis, and this is your x-axis, and that's y, right? So you have your standoffs right here, right? Standoff does this. Why not have your standoff do this? And then for the next set, do something like that. I know these things need to pivot, right? But I mean, you have to have a dowel pin here, but if you have some kind of locator on the top that locates that thing that keeps those things upright, you have your next standoff, and your standoff does that. See what I'm talking about? I still haven't got the tell straight. I keep forgetting that I have that, dude. There's just not enough time in the damn day. So see, have them kind of go up and over like that, and then you could even like contour the edges. So if you were looking at it from the side, right? You're looking at it from the y-axis, your standoffs would look like this. Yeah, so make them go up and over. Have your standoffs be kind of a U shape with a doweled section on the end. And then on your scissors themselves, you could put some type of retainer right here to make sure that those U's stay upright. Just a thought. Now, granted, that would have a U shape up here if you did it all the way up through, which is probably what I'd end up doing to keep it nice and uniform. Just so you only need to manufacture one part. You'd get it. You'd have it be a little bit staggered, but the top one could be staggered out, or it could be staggered inward, or something. I don't know. It depends, dude. But yeah, that's how I'd do that, or that's what I would take a stab at doing. So we can get rid of that too. Hit the save button. These two pieces right here are just there to for guide purposes. I try having them at 20 degrees just from the vertical. Thank you. Yep. My thought would be to make the bracing part of the center pivots of the scissor segments. Yeah, Aqualix, if I'm remembering what Seacracken was, what he was saying to me, he doesn't want the he needs the center of that scissor lift open because he wants to put stuff in there. Like there's another component there, I think. Yeah, because that's what I suggested too yesterday when he was showing me. All right, so let's get rid of that. We don't need that. Get rid of that. We don't need that. Even the flat segment is fine. I think this wing contour is pretty damn good. Let's Let's just see if we can fix this. There's a little bit of a seam right there. It shouldn't be too hard to fix. Not worried, I don't like it because there's a seam there. But we should be able to close that up by switching the angle of this. That's why this looks weird. This piece needs to go up just a smidge. And yeah, I gotta resculpt this one more time, dudes. That much of a change. But yeah, that's why that seam was showing up there. The angle of that wasn't exactly right. For context, this is what's going on that. Oh, cool. Oh, Mecanum wheels. Look at you. Was there ever plans to extend the length of the space shuttle? It was a trade study that was done, but they never did it. They wanted to make a long shuttle, and Erudite, I'm not even going to bother showing you because I hate it. It looks ridiculous. Quick update: after a few negotiations, our offer was accepted on our first property. Hey, all right. There you go. Is Doom, now refresh my memory. Did you say it was a condo or an apartment? Congrats, man. It's freaking huge. Milo, what's going on, buddy? It's a condo in a sweet location. I was gonna say, if it was an apartment, I don't know what you were negotiating for, but all right, cool, sweet, excellent, sweet location. Hey, condo, man, good for you. Excellent, well done, dude. So, Doom, here's what I'm gonna tell you. You're gonna move in. Moving's gonna suck. It's gonna be crazy. You're gonna move everything in, and then you're gonna have to organize everything, etc., etc. The first day after you wake up, after you get all organized, like when you're ready to like get back to work, right? You'll feel like $1 million. Like walking out of your bedroom into your kitchen, you'll be like, oh, this is dope. This is dope. This is mine. This is mine. It's a really good feeling. It feels awesome. And it is. It is awesome. Yep. That's why when people, when people come and tell me, I'm like, dude, I feel like $1 million, man. We got a little bit of seamage there, but that's the wing. Hey, Robin. Not damn, your new DJI Mini will get here. Oh, look at you. I can't wait, man. This morning felt unreal, so I bet that once all is done, yeah, no, it's you'll move in and stuff will be still messed up, and you'll wake up, you'll be like, oh, I gotta unpack all this stuff. It's once you get settled, you'll just be like, what the frick? What did I just do? And don't worry, if at any point you're like, oh my god, what did I just do? That's normal as well, because after Bree and I bought the house, I was like, I'm now on the hook for an exorbitant amount of money. Oh god, what was I thinking? Oh yeah. And then waking up with the house and with me, the garage, I was like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. Is there someone else in the garage? Why do you ask, John? Yeah, no, I have some works getting done in there. Don't worry about it. Didn't you have that feeling with the student loans? I still have that feeling with the student loans. But I actually, I refied them the other day. I refinanced them. I finally, Bree helped me, to be honest with you, because, yeah, I needed some help in that regard. But, yeah, she helped me out, and, we got to refinance, so, yeah, the monthly payment is not nearly as bad. I'm just going to be paying it for a little while, but it's nice. I should have done it a long time ago. I was just too much of an idiot to know how to do it. Yeah, but yeah, the student loan thing. The student loan thing didn't really... Actually, I started getting nutso anxiety about student loans. Basically, when I was still in Florida, like in 2008, when my stipend checks stopped coming. The stipend checks the stipend checks stopped coming, and I was like, I don't know enough money to pay for rent. That's not good. Uh-oh. Are you getting high voltage in the garage for welding type activities? I'll tell you guys when the time is right. I had a feeling it might make some noise, but yeah, that's why I was a little late today. That's a yes. I'm not saying nothing, dudes. Some of these pieces that were rotated. All right, we still have a little bit of seams right here. Actually, I want to make sure that this, like if you look at this edge right here, I want to make sure it stays more or less straight. It'll be easier. So I'm going to do some rework right here on this one, guys, and then we'll start cutting the wing, the surface of like the shape of the wing, and see like what we can do to make it right. But yeah, all this in here for the most part is pretty, yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to look on the end. Fortunately, I didn't have to redo it at all. And it looks good. It looks really nice. I'm pretty happy with that. Except you said, and I quote, that's a yes. I'll tell you what's going on out there in good time, okay? I might be taking on more projects in the future. Let me just put it to you like that. And that ain't no lie. You know what I'm saying? this just needs a little tweak in here. Alright, and then this one on an absolute snap, like that, should pretty much get me nice and even. And then this one also, absolute, make sure. Because this part of the wing is nice and flat. Nice. He's getting a production booth installed so we can make 60s style documentaries. If I was gonna do that, fellas, I was thinking about this. If we were gonna do that, you know what I would do? I'd go see if we can find, like, on eBay or Facebook Marketplace or whatever, an old recording microphone. And, like tape, like old tape, old school, right? And then I would record it on tape and then digitize the tape. That's what I would do. So you actually get the scratchy reporter voice. Well, I'd say, now is a good time to talk to you about the retro encabulator. I would do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, reel to reel. Yep. Just like they would have done, Rarest. But, you know, take that recording and then digitize it. Not digitally remaster it, just digitize it so it could, so the copy and what I'm saying can be edited into a video with a digital video editor. But the sound will sound like an old school microphone. And because it was recorded through the tape, you'll hear the scratch from the tape. I was thinking about it, dude. We do that. I gotta find a place to put a sound. I would need to find a place to put a recording booth, but I'm sure I could figure something out. You have a full recording studio, stuff to make the gear, right? Alright, well, we'll see. The problem is my voice is in Massachusetts, man. You know, the problem is my voice is in Massachusetts. Still getting some seamage out here on the edge, and I'm not 100% sure where it's coming from. Like, I'm not sure. There's one piece in this array of wings that's really not jiving how I want. It ain't jiving together pretty good. And I don't want to go messing with this either, like doing something like this to get it to be right, but we could. Oh, that's slightly rotated. Is that one slightly rotated? Hold on. Let me set it to absolute and just start angle snapping stuff and see if we're... Oh, some of these edges were bent. I'm wondering why that was like that. That's strange. I don't remember actually bending those, but maybe I did when we were trying to fix some seams. Get bent. Oh, no you, Gee. You will get bent for me. I get bent regularly, you know this. Oh yes, that's right. There we go. Some of these just need to be ironed out a little bit. So, you'll know your wing panel tessellation is good if, like, you did this right. If you go and look at it from the top like this and it looks completely flat, like you don't see any changes in the lines. There can be subtle variations, like there's one there that I probably should fix. Yeah, I did this, some of this I did it when I was asleep, like half asleep, so we didn't get the angle exactly right, but you can... Okay, cool. Hopefully the rest of the wings on the plane won't freaking take as long as this, but that is pretty much what we're looking for. I'm gonna slightly change the angle of the box for like where the engines are. Just slightly, it doesn't need to be that much different, but actually now that I'm thinking about it, maybe we could do with messing with the vaccine just a smidge. That one's not placed exactly right. It's close, but it's not exact. See that weird seam? Gotta do some fettling. We have to fettle with it. Yeah, that's what was making this look so weird. See, yeah, when I was doing this when I was half asleep, my eyes aren't as good as they are now. Some of these were translated out of position. They don't need to be. This is basically left over from me trying to figure out the rest of the damn workflow. Cool. Almost there. Guys, we're almost exactly where we need. The reason why I wanted this back down like this is because I was thinking about it. I was like, oh yeah, I'll change it. No, that needs to be right, or else the surface here that's between where's that back shot of it? It's this one, Spacecraft Fandom. No, get off the screen. Whatever. I'll go find it in the PDF. It's this shot. See how the top of the engine is basically at the top of the wing right there. See what I'm talking about? So I gotta make sure it looks like that, or else the whole back end won't. People will look at the back and be like, something's wrong with that. So that doesn't look exactly right. So yeah, I brought it down to the lip. This music sounds like a SNL cast is going to get announced. Yeah, I guess I kind of heard that from that music. Bug landed on me. It's a grasshopper. Why is there... What are you doing in here, man? Get out of here. Come on. At least go on the floor. There you go. Stay down there. It's a freaking little grasshopper. Cool. Man, he can chill, Jim. Okay, he ain't hurting nobody. And you just rolled over him with the chair. No, I shoot him off over there. Buddy. Oh, there he goes. Okay, cool. Sweet. I'm wondering if Star Raker's ever built, how would they air start in RS-25? Yeah, I don't have the answer to that question. Air starting in RS-25 is probably one of the reasons why this project would have ended up being a little bit more expensive, because yeah, now you're redesigning shuttle engines, something that's already complicated. It probably would have required a variant of an RS-25, and the RS-25 development was already a little behind in late 1978. It's just like these panels out here that we need to fix. And then, yeah, there's a little... There's a little seam here. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone and done this at like 1 in the morning the other day. Because some of the stuff is, I was noticing I was doing too much. Like, if you do this right, you should only have to rotate it and maybe translate it just a smidge. But yeah, it's mostly rotating on certain axes. But see, there's a lip right there because I translated them a little bit, so we might, no, that one was just rotated, so we're good on that front. Like, the angle gets very subtle right here, but you can see if you highlight like right here, you can see that it's kind of crimpled a little bit. We don't want that. This control piece needs to be set to local, and it needs to be up a little ways. Like that. And it needs to, that piece needs to kind of rotate a little bit this way. See, if you have to translate, it shouldn't be very much. It should be just that. And that comes from the offset rotation of these parts. Basically, the rotation point here on this one is, on this wing it's here, and then on this one it's right there. See, they're slightly offset, so you shouldn't need to translate very much to get these things to line up. You're not entirely sure with the up mass available. You think they could just make an airborne version of the GSC to connect with normal GSC connectors. I mean, I would say Aqualex, the difficulty there probably, I mean, putting the starters on Star Raker probably wouldn't have been the big deal. Just getting like an aerospace version of that launch pad component, like something that's designed to fly, right? Like, you know, probably may have been a little bit, probably would have taken some time to get that right. But yeah, I mean, you could use tank ullage to get the thing to spin. But what about the hydrogen? What about your hydrogen purge flame? If you want to chill down that hydrogen motor, I mean, you're going to be venting hydrogen, right? Where do you vent your hydrogen? Do you vent it out here? Do you vent it over here? Do you vent it over there? Where does it go, right? Although, I think you said this before, or somebody else in chat did. You could use the engines as your purge flame. When you go to thermally condition the engines, the dumps could go right into one of the motors, or into the igniters on the ramjet. God dang, that would be complicated. It's doable, but complicated. That's why I put just in quotes. Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, you said just, and then I started actually thinking about it. I'm like, would it be that simple? Yeah, okay. It's always the last 10% of getting this right that takes the frickin' longest, man. But, once again, the payout is really, really, really good. this needs to be up just a smidge. I mean, like I said, I'm gonna have to stare at this thing. I gotta stare at this thing all day, so when I'm flying it, and we're gonna be staring at it for a while because the ascent profile is gonna take forever with this much freaking parts, so my rule of thumb is that if I'm gonna stare at it, oh, hang on, guys, I got a phone call. I gotta take it. Give me 1 second, okay? I'm back.
Hello.
I'm back. Oh, Bree's here.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How's the workers in the garage?
I think they're doing good. They wanted to show you something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay. You guys, you remember how, like I said, like, remember that one time, like 15 seconds ago, where I was like, yeah, I'm back? Well,
He's not back anymore.
yeah. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I am back. All right. It's a nice day out. It's nice outside. It's actually not pouring for a change. That's pretty cool. All right, cool. Camera's still looking up on this one. There we go. All right, sweet. So, okay. Let's take a look. I think we just got to work on the seams back here, and then I think we are ready to go. You okay? All right? You sure? Because you just went through a wall. Detective Castlebeck. Oh, Tessa will do the work and, fixed up real nice. And then it'll look like a streamlined butterfly. Yeah, you could sit here and mess with the tessellated wings all day. The tessellator. But we're almost in the home stretch for this part. And I think this is the biggest part of tessellated wings. Like, this is one of the more... I was about to say it's one of the more complicated shapes, but I'm pretty sure the underside is going to be a little bit more difficult than this, but either way, it's alright. I was gonna bonk him. I'm gonna bonk him. For the next 24 hours, all of your decision-making privileges have been revoked. I got my own crew. I got my own friends. He just left. I don't know. Yeah, I partied the chopper out for it. Kip, that ain't no tool. That's a damn brick. Aw, man. It is a brick. House.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Blackbird, 4 months. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, see, this is what happens when I shouldn't have worked on this when it was late at night the other day. But it's alright. Yeah, like I said, if these lines get too thick, like that, see how it's way thicker than it is up there? That's how you know it's not aligned. You have a seam. And don't get me wrong, if I just kept it like this, I'm pretty sure most people would not notice. But now that I let you know, now you can't unsee that, so we're getting rid of it. And of course, you can't forget. Boop. Sphinx, is that you? You hit a number if it's you. Hey, get away from my car, man! Johnny B. You know what? The original Gone in 60 Seconds is fantastic. But I like that one too. Just because I kind of grew up with that one, so. The original one is freaking sweet. It's a killer movie. But Eleanor is not a 67 Mustang in that movie. Eleanor is a 73 Mustang. Differences. Why am I getting such a gnarly seam right here no matter what I do? I don't understand. That wasn't exactly aligned. What's the differences? Oh, 73 Mustang was a redesign. They redesigned the Mustang in 1971. It looks like that. It's not... Those Mustangs are cool. They're just not... That's nice, but it's not... It's not that. You know what I mean? That's the design, dude. I don't mind it, but I like 67s and 68s. Those are my two favorite years for the Mustang, especially 68s. So no, it's not a Gen 2. Mustang had they ran the original Mustang 1 ran from 1964 and a half to 1973. Yeah, they redesigned it. They redesigned it in 67. They redesigned it again in 69. And these are just small exterior changes, same platform. And then they redesigned it again in 71. And Ford still does that. Every 2 years they refresh the Mustang's design. They make small change. Actually, it's every 4 years now. 4 years for one run of Mustang, slight redesign, same platform for another 4 years, and then they redesign it. Yeah, they've been doing that since the SN95 in the 90s. So they release one style of Mustang for 4 years, make small upgrades to it, then redesign the whole thing, like same platform but a little bit of slight redesign for another 4 years, and then they change the platform completely. Then they upgrade the platform. They've been doing it like that for a long time. But in the 60s, they upgraded it every 2. They did it every 2 years. So 71, 72, and 73 are... Well, they did it for 3, 71, 72, and 73. So then in 74, they changed the platform to that. Your reaction is very telling, chat. Now, there were some cool versions of that, like the King Cobra. That's cool. It's a fastback, non-Landau top target top version. That's cool. The King Cobra is pretty sweet. But yeah, the Mustang was... Yeah, it stayed like that until 1979. Yeah, 79 is when the Fox platform came in. Fox body Mustangs. Fox body Mustangs ran from 1979 to 1993. And then they actually, Ford was planning on discontinuing the Mustang in 1993. That was going to be it. They were planning on discontinuing it and replacing it with this. Actually, well, they weren't planning on replacing it. What Ford was trying to do is take the Mustang and change it to a front-engine, front-wheel drive, small sports coupe. The Ford, which ended up becoming the Ford Probe. They actually had the car ready to go, and they showed it to trial groups in the late 80s, or like the early 90s. They showed it to trial groups and said, you know, hey, what do you think of the new Mustang? And literally everyone hated it. It scared Ford enough to literally redesign the Fox platform and make another generation of Mustang, that front-engine rear-wheel drive. And Ford said, well, we already did all this R&D into making the Ford Probe. And Ford said, screw it, we'll make that too. Whatever. It's a good alternative. They replaced the Capri with that. I mean, Ford Probes aren't bad. It's just front-engine, front-wheel drive. It's a Mazda 626 for the most part. Like, it's just that. It's that with 2 doors. It's just stupid. Screw that. Yeah, so they basically took the Fox platform, lengthened the wheelbase a little bit, and did a quick redesign of the Mustang in the early 90s. And that's the SN95. And the SN95 chassis went from 1994 till 2004 with a redesign. They redesigned it in 1998. Yeah, so. And then 05, they switched the platform to the S197. They switched it to the retro design S197, and that's the Mustang that I have. I like that one. I like S197 chassis. And then after the S197 chassis, that one went from 05 to 09, and then 2010 to 2014 was the redesigned S197, and then in 2015 they replaced it with the S550 chassis. That's the Mustang with independent rear suspension. It has IRS, because Ford's trying to make the Mustang into a BMW 3 Series killer, which is... Alright. And then, actually, so 2015... So 8 years, so 2023, they redesigned it, and the current chassis that the Mustang uses is the S650. The S650 Mustangs are cool looking. The reason why they're cool looking, they look like 73 Mustangs. To bring this whole conversation full circle, the grille is supposed to look like a 73 Mustang. I like it. I think it looks great. It's a really nice looking car. I saw one last time I was in Detroit when Brima and I did our wedding shower in Michigan back in June or May. May? Yeah, back in May. I saw one outside of Ford's headquarters when we went to the Henry Ford. The Henry Ford is right by Ford's R&D offices. It's across the street, the museum. And I saw one. And dude, it is a smexy looking car. Look at that thing. That's nice. That's nice. It's a nice car. It really is. It's beautiful. It makes like 600 horse. That's the real Mustang, not the Mach-E. The Mach-E is different. They should have called that the Ford Escape Mach-E or something. Or Ford Explorer Mach-E. Yeah, it's a really nice looking car. It looks very, very nice. It's supposed to have that long hood like a 73. See? You saw a Mach-E at Williams. Yeah, that's good. Looks like Stellantis is going to bring a new Lancia Delta. Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're all right. I just got to figure out this last seam going on here. It looks like we fixed it up until about here. So that means this piece needs to be rotated up like that. That one needs to be slightly moved. It's a little bit sunk. It's a little bit impacted. There we go. Yeah, we gotta rotate this one a little bit. See, now we're in the rut. This is why when I was doing this the other day, I just chose to just delete it and start over. Because now you get into just, you pop one dent, another one pops up because you misaligned something. But it's okay. It's all right. We'll get it. We're almost done here. The reason why we're getting so much seams right out here, guys, is because I'm trying to make the wing flat. We're trying to move to flat surfaces here, and trying to get that shape to kind of curve in correctly is a little bit difficult, but it's all good. All good, dudes. We'll get it. Yeah, see, now, if we wanted to make that flat, this piece needs to go up. Now this piece needs to lock to absolute. Oh, that was one too close. I shouldn't have snapped that one. This next one needs to be snapped to apps. Crap. Damn. Now I just bent all that out of shape. And I don't like hitting undo in KSP. It breaks things. Undo will break my fairing fuselage, amongst other things. I don't mind the Mach-E, I don't like Mustang badges on it. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, I agree. The Mach-E is a cool car. It's just not a Mustang, that's all. I see what Ford was trying to do. They're trying to make something to compete with the Model Y. It's pretty smart when you think about it. But whatever marketing exec or whatever thought putting the Mustang nameplate on that thing was a good idea is, yeah, off their rocker, man. That's, yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I mean you know that was done by somebody that, you know, like, you know, that was done by somebody at Ford that's like, oh, you know, we want the Ford brand, you know what I mean? It's a marketing executive, not anything else. The same idiots that thought the Focus and the Ford Ka were good. I like the Focus, man. Focuses aren't bad. Focus RS, that's pretty cool. The Ka, though, yeah, Ka or whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. There. And now this one needs to go up one more, because those three are snapped to absolute. That's where the wing flattens out. It's basically right, yeah, right here. This one I wanted to go one more. So where's the, yeah, okay, cool. We can go right here like this. Oh boy. Ah boy. I meant as a name. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, Tessa, I thought you liked the Focus. Some C-suit derp didn't think anybody would buy an electric car without the Mustang badging, despite that exactly, Aqualex. You know, some moron that has no idea, like, doesn't understand the EV market or the internal combustion engine market, right? Made that decision. Somebody who has no idea what they're doing. It's the same people that thought the Ford Probe was a good idea. You know, we need to redesign the Mustang. Heck, you know, we've been making it for 40 years. You know, let's just redesign it and make it a front-engine, front-wheel drive car for Mazda, you know, that's based off of Mazda to save a couple bucks, right? Like, piss off. And you know, like, the funny thing is, it's not that the Ford Probe is even a bad car. It's not a bad car. It's just not a Mustang. Just like the Mach-E, it's not a bad car. It's just, it's not a Mustang. Please stop. Stop trying to do that. Stop trying to make the Mustang anything but a front-engine, rear-wheel drive sports coupe. Please immediately cease and desist. Dude, and you, like Alcoholics, I'd even go so far as to say, you know what? A front engine, rear wheel drive, electric Mustang would be cool. That would be cool. Right? Like, that would be pretty neat. But, no. But no. Anyway, I'm done ranting. Screw that. I already ranted enough about NASA budgets and whatnot today. I don't need to do that again. I don't need to go on another ranterino. Okay. Last bit here to get this perfectly aligned. All right, that's good. All right, cool. The best internal combustion cars that will ever exist will be built in the next 5 years, and that'll be it. Just kind of survey around. You guys see any weird kinks in the design? Guys, I know I'm kind of obsessing over it, but I don't like that. That looks like there's a crease, I guess. Like, let me just make a small adjustment. Let's go up one more with this, like that, and then change this one right here. Set this like that. Still something going on there that I can't. Obsessing over tessellation details. Well, this surely has never happened before. I don't think you need to apologize for that one. Yeah, you're probably right. There's still just something strange going on here, and I can't put my finger on exactly what it is. I haven't found the part that's out of line, you know? There is something, and I'm just not sure where it is. But see, guys, like I said, as I do more wing tessellation work to get the rest of the plane made, will like, it'll be pretty damn clear. Like, I'll be able to build this stuff a lot quicker. Yeah, see, like, that one is just a smidge too high. And don't get me wrong, the edges will be easier to see rather than this very, very subtle shape. It'll be easier to see it. It'll be easier to see it when, like, we're making more concave shapes, not something that slowly transitions to perfectly flat. Like, this is really pushing the boundaries of what Kerbal can... I didn't set that to absolute. Damn it. This is really pushing the boundaries of what Kerbal is supposed to be able to do. I had it set to absolute again. I just screwed it up. Ah, man. Nice wing. Thanks, Drum. Like, if we want to make this, we want to get the kind of, like, imposing ridiculousness that is Star Raker, having this being like one sweeping big wing, like looking at it from up here with its giant honking control surfaces and stuff, it'll really drive the point home, right? Like, I want to make sure we have that perfect sweeping wing all the way out to the ends. That's why I'm kind of obsessing about the damn seams. But as I do this more and more, we'll get it right. That's the next one. Now these ones should be set to perfect absolute, like that. That should have no rotation on it. This one should have no rotation on it. Neither should this one. Perfect. This thing can glide for years, you guess? Yeah, something like that. Nephilim, yeah. Alright, chat. There is still a couple of seams there, but I think we're good. Damn it. I'm sorry, guys. Give me one more second here. We're not good. Let me cook. Let him cook, Jesse. Walter, you gotta let him cook, Walter. You gotta let him. Walter, you gotta let him cook. Adamak, what? What's up, dude? What's the for? Mr. Drummer mentioned you're not in symmetry. Is that okay? The wings are already placed in symmetry? Oh, yeah. The wings are already placed in sim, so, like... That piece I know is in the right position. See? Look over there. Yeah, because they're already placed, and this is for placing stuff down. If stuff that's already been placed down is in sim, it'll just carry it over. Oh, don't scare me like that, dude. When I see people go, in chat, I freak out. Alright. Let me just scope it around one more time. There's still some pieces that aren't exactly right. I just can't get this seam figured out for the life of me. It's just, I'm not sure what's going on there. Either that or maybe it's just an optical illusion. But the seam definitely gets wider. It gets wider like right here. But maybe the seam for like panels that are flat up against it, nope. Or maybe it's just an optical illusion. That seems hard. All right. I think I'm staring at it too much. I think I'm staring at it too much. So we'll wash our hands of that one, and now we'll start clipping the wing. We don't need that piece. We don't need that piece. We don't need that piece. Obviously don't need that one. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. It's starting to do what ad set does to a human that's been in it for nearly a week. Oh, jeez, not ad set. Please, spare me. And then I think... I'll leave that one. And let's see how this looks right here. I don't necessarily want to do like a delta wing out here, but... Yeah, that doesn't... Let's see if we can find something about the ends of the wings. I think there's some orthos in here. Ad set is something from Best Buy, where you set all the ads in the store. You had to scan every single price tag in the entire store in like the span of 2 hours, and then print new tags, and then stick them on. Best Buy has digital tags now, but yeah, there was a time where you had to do that by hand, and it literally was the most annoying freaking work in the world. And if you get it wrong, you get screwed because somebody goes, well, it's labeled as $5, and you know, it's labeled as $5, and it's coming up in the computer as $30, so I want it for $5. Yeah, and then your boss gets mad at you. And then, yeah, that moron walks out of the store and it's like, well, I got a really nice deal. I stuck it to him. And we're, yeah, it's like, okay. How long has it been since you worked there? 8 years. I haven't worked there in 8 years. September of 2015. Wow. That's pretty cool. Alright, get rid of that. I don't like it. We'll figure out something else to do there. He went from being a Best Buy lackey to owning a house in 8 years. And a wife. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, 2015 was only like 2 to 3 years ago, guys. Don't you know? Cool. All right. That's killer. So, the outside of Star Raker's wings, yeah, they're kind of, yeah, it doesn't, it's kind of like a straight line. Those lines aren't exact, but it's close. Like, it needs to go... It's more like that than anything. Okay. Yeah, that ain't bad. See, these wings, because I made them flat, are really easy to add to because they're flat. You could just absolute snap it into position, and boom. Now we extended it. Same with this one. I'm just going to extend this out a little bit because I think we chopped a little bit too much off. And erudite, the reason why I've been working so much with the wing tessellation is because I needed to figure out how to do it. I forgot how to do it. I forgot how to make it. And I kind of just kept remaking this wing structure. How many times did I remake it the last stream on Monday? How many times did we do it? 15, 20 times? I had to figure it out, man. Yeah, it's tough. Cool. KSP2 is better suited for this kind of SSTO. That's your opinion. All right. It's good to know. You know, Nephilim, you know how much I appreciate it when people just give their opinions without anybody asking. That just makes my day. I love it. It's great. No, I'm just being a jerk, man. Just messing with you. Yeah, the procedural wings would make this so much easier, but the problem is, dude, check this out. The cargo bay. In order for Star Raker to work correctly, I need to be able to detach the cargo bay like this and then swing the nose out of the way so we can get cargo in and out. You can't do that in KSP2, not like this. That's why I opted to do this project in KSP1. The Yankees are the best team in baseball history. That's just your opinion. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, trading on past wins, huh? Okay. Let's see how it is. So install the procedural wings mod. Tessa, don't insult me. Nobody insults me. Nobody puts a gun in my head. Kill him. Shoot the cat. Don't you dare insult me like that again. How dare you? Alright, dudes. So, I think we're good. And to mark this, I'm going to make a new revision. So, revision 6. I'm going to get rid of that. And then I'm going to get rid of these the cal controllers right there. And here's what I'm going to do. Let's move the buck out of the way. The guide, the panel guide. And just kind of flip that down like that. It's nice. That's real nice. Yeah, it looks good. With the control surfaces and everything, it's going to look excellent. Chords. It would save you a load of part count. I didn't say you were wrong. I said don't insult me. Pay attention. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how we're going to make those leading edges, but I'm sure we can figure something out. It would hurt the mod count. Jack, I knew I liked you. All right, let me just kind of, while it's here, you know, let me just toy with what like a control surface would look like. Might not be out of the woods with getting that right, but that's okay. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate it. Oh, you pinned it. That's lovely. Alright, so yeah, this is, once again, this is the control surface, or at least what I think the control surface is going to look like, if I'm picturing this correctly in my mind. this part is going to get a little weird. Oh, it's... No. It's like one too short. So that angle won't work. No, no. We'll find another way to make the control surface. Vizia, what's that? No. I can't see that link. What's that about? Yeah, I was thinking about like spacing it and see what it would look like. It's not. I'm not going to, drummer. I didn't plan on it. That's weird because that bot had a check mark, drummer, huh? You see that? Bot had a check mark, man. Crazy. Yeah, I didn't click on it. Count was from 2013. Somebody got fished. That's sad, dude. See, it goes all the way to the end. Crap. Yeah, exactly, Gold. You see that? It's got a check mark. Unless the person ain't aware that that's going on. Maybe that's why Twitch made a big push for 2FA. So, guys, here's the thing. If that was the easy solution, and the easy solution doesn't work, so that means I have to make something kind of like a custom control surface, so to speak. And making a custom control surface means I need to make basically this flat. I need to make that flat. It needs to be, it can't like, see how it kind of bends a little bit right there? We have to flatten that edge out for this to look correct. But if you kind of squint your eyes and take a step back, it doesn't look too bad. The other thing is that where's the picture of it from the business end? Yeah, this angle is no good. It needs to, yeah. And I don't, something tells me that those control surfaces might not be that big, but in Kerbal it might make sense to make them that big. This thing needs to be like out here somewhere. Almost like that, give or take. Yeah, that looks more like it. We could put something out here to give it that extra shape, because that's the wingspan, right? The wingspan is actually more lined up with the inside piece here than it is the outside, so. And if that's the case here, let me get rid of that piece. If that's the case, something like that might be not the worst. Might not be the worst. There we go. Now, don't get me wrong, those are placeholders, but that's good enough for now. Yeah, that'll work. It'll work, dudes. We can make that work. I think what was throwing me off a little bit was that extra piece, and then the fact that I don't have the rest of the forward wing kind of sculpted out. I think with that, if we can nail kind of, see how there's like an extra thing out here where the end of the control surface is? See, there's a little bit of wing that goes out and around. That's what we'll make, and it'll end up looking just fine. The angle of this control surface though is not the best. It needs to basically be right there. It is offset just a smidge, but yeah, the angle, the crease on those wings is no good. It needs to be that shape, but it's okay. What I'll do in the meantime, instead of doing that, I'll get I-beams, and actually the I-beam is already there for the most part. If I just basically take this up here, and do that, it'll pretty much make the exact shape that we need. Night, Sun Temple. I'll see you, buddy. And then we can...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
On the outside here, we can start to use smaller wings to sculpt out. To be honest, it looks like the wings are actually 3 different profile lofts with the edges smooth, not a continuous curve. They were probably thinking about manufacturing. Yeah, I know. You got the strake, you got the main delta, and then you got the second delta. I know. It's really hard to make wings, for me to manufacture wings like that in KSP, dude. So, yeah, we kind of have to, we're stuck with what we got. Yeah, see, that's almost the shape I'm looking for. Let's save this, and you know what? I'm just gonna try something. Let's bring this shape into there. Just to see. Yeah, we'll bring that edge in later. Okay, cool. Very nice. That's cool. Oh, that's gonna look so good, dude. I'm pretty damn happy with that. Hey, Zay, 24-month resub. Hey, that's a weirdly long time that you've been here. Yeah. What do you think, dudes? Not bad. Isn't this going to make the plane want to nose down? I gotta build the underside of the wing, Jonas. No. Long story short, no. Yeah, I'm gonna basically take this and we're gonna do the same thing under here, but we gotta make space for the nacelle, and Star Raker's jet engines are actually pointed down a little ways. See the nacelle box? It's actually pointed like downwards a little bit. So center of thrust underneath center of mass, right, will make the thing want to nose up. I would assume they did that like that for when you're going to ascend up into space. You'll just fly basically on a parabolic arc and go all the way up. Kind of like Skylon. Similar idea, yeah. The crazy thing about this is that this Skylon has a lot of stuff that kind of looks like, these are kind of like Skylon, but also kind of different. Skylon uses, like, it takes the rocket engines and the jet engines and combines them all into one, right? Like, but this thing definitely was on, like, this was the right idea. The crazy thing about Star Raker is that Star Raker was like 40 years before Skylon or something nuts like that. That and Takeoff as well. The engine's being pointed like that tells me that when this thing is coming back down for a landing, it's at kind of a higher angle of attack, which makes sense for a Delta Wing style plane like Concorde or the Space Shuttle. You're pitched up like this coming into land, and once again, that makes perfect sense. It probably angles so that the tail, see the tail piece down here? That piece is probably level to the ground when we touch the gear. So everything, the position of the engines, the type of wing, the shape of the tail is all kind of reinforcing a positive pitch moment, which is typical of Delta Wing planes. You're still going to come in like the shuttle. No, you land it like a plane. You don't have to come in like the shuttle. I have jet engines. Yeah, Hotel. Hotel. Another good idea down the freaking drain, man. It's very frustrating. Thanks, Curtis. I ended up being a chill streamer because we ended up being a chill stream because it takes a long time for me to make some of this stuff. Who knew? All right, guys, what do we want to do next? Where do we want to go with this? I personally think that you have added 3 parts in almost 5 hours, and I am a nervous wreck. I don't know what you want, man. I don't know what you want, dude. You guys want me to do these long projects, but also at the same time, you're, like, oh, EJ, if I don't do long projects, you're like, I really wish we'd have the long projects back. Like, I don't know what you want, man. I don't know what you want. All right. So I think the next thing that we need to work on here is, honestly, let's get our thrust structures figured out. Get the rocket engine thrust structures figured out, and then figure out the finalized mounts for the jet motors, so I can start building out the underside of the wings here. I want a G-tail. This is kind of like that. Kind of. The audience doesn't know what it wants. The audience only knows what has come before. Rick Rubin. He's a pretty good record producer, Reels, huh? How are you going to do the giant control surface? Robotics with servos bound to a Cal controller. Yeah. Like I said, I really don't have a choice. You want to see the biggest control surface in the game? That's the biggest control surface in the game. Maybe we might be able to use that as a trim tab. Maybe as a trim tab. As a trim tab on our robotically controlled surface. Actually, that angle is... not bad. Hotel was Skylon's first iteration that got wrapped up in Official Secrets Act and left in a drawer to rot for 30 years. Funny story, Hotel was benefiting from a lot of the R&D Rockwell did for Star Raker. Star Raker, Tessa, and then NASP. The X30. It's not fair. It's not fair. Look at what we could have had. Oh man, you are making me so angry. Yeah, Hodo was cool, man. Hordor. Just freaking, just make one of these things. Damn, just one. All I need is one. I love how spot on your freaking Carl voice is. Oh yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for watching. Sure to tip your waitress or something. Maybe occasionally I could have a day where I don't have to deal with you animals. What do you need? What do you want? Yeah. Anyway. All right, engine sections. Rabbit season. Duck season. All right, so move this up and out of the way. Let's pop the machinery cover off. Hoo-ah! All right, we need to work on down here. So I noticed that with our tank design, dudes, some of it is clipping. Some of it's clipping out of the bottom of the plane. Which, I think we were going to use wing tessellation down here to bridge this gap around the fairings as well. All right. Excuse me. I'll be right back. Loud noise. garage. Give me 1 second. That was a bit. That was a bit. Sorry about that, fellas. Yeah, the bang that you heard was the workers closing the door to the shop. So I went out and talked to them for a little bit. But yeah, sorry about that. I know it's doesn't make the plane get done any faster, so we gotta get back to work here. Marcus, what are you up to? Don't worry about it. I'll tell you when the time is right. So how big was the check that you wrote? You remember the 1300 horsepower? Yeah. You doing a garage expansion? No. I'm building my own launch pad? Jeff, shut up. Why are you telling them that? Damn, dude. Emphasis on had. Oh, you got rid of it? Shame. It done blown up. Oh. How do you blow up a 2J? You know what? 1300 horsepower is how you blow up a 2J. Let's be real. Oh, he's still got the chassis. You need to be an absolute savage of a person to freaking mess up a 2JC. That's funny as hell. Are you building a hangar for a helicopter? No. No. Alright. So with the R6 revision, I'm going to get rid of the panel tessellator. I'll keep that in the R5 variant. We'll get rid of that. We don't need it. Just free up some stuff here. Alright, so shall we try to make the underside? I'd say let's dive in, see if we can. Actually, maybe we should work on the thrust structure. I'm not sure. Needs more landing gear. Actually, we did roll it down the runway with these tanks full, Dr. Death. It did hold up, so fly it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. I don't want to do that. Test run for science. We got no engines, Ted. We got no engines, Ted. You totally want to see if it can get off the ground. Fine. Fine. Fine, chat. We can have it your way, Dr. Chapman. We'll do it for science. So these are the engines that we ended up designing for this thing. They're called shrubber engines. Actually, we don't need those. I decided we don't need to have those there. They're Star Raker atmospheric, or no, Star Raker air breathing engine component, or Shrabic for short. So we just kind of changed it to Shrabic engines, or Shrubber engines. We have become Shrubbers, chat. I buy and sell Shrubbers for trade. I buy and sell shrubberies for trade. My name is Roger the Shrubber. Is this like IFT1? It's going to end like IFT1. I'll just go ahead and say excitement guaranteed on this one, and we'll call it a day. What is the hierarchy on those wings like? They're made in strips, Itakan? So that's the root part up there, and then we have a stripe here. This is parented to that, another stripe, and then another stripe, and then another stripe. So the hierarchy goes this way, columns this way, rows that way. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then each strip, see what I mean? Is a parent part of the strip behind it. That's a good way to do tessellated wings. You could make these a separate thing. They don't necessarily have to be attached to that. But yeah, it'll work. I remember the early days when EJ could only communicate via dial-up sounds. Windy, tier 3, 100 months. Thanks, man. Don't forget a tail. A tail? I think you might be overestimating how far we're gonna get. Bandit, it's going good. Anything interesting happening today? I finished the upper back wing, dude. What are your thoughts on global warming, if you want to share? Well, I mean, Ace, where I'm at with that is that the planet does cool naturally and warm naturally. However, you don't add 7 billion humans to this planet and expect that to just stay the same. That's not how that works. You're adding a particularly complicated component to an already natural warming and cooling cycle. So yeah, I think exacerbation is expected. Just saying, humans need stuff like food and water. It's kind of important. You know what I'm saying? Personally, like, Ace, where I'm at is... Look, we should go and learn and study our place in the solar system. Understanding, you know, like Earth's place in the solar system and Mars and Venus and going out to these places and exploring these places is super important. That will help us here. It'll help us achieve a better symbiosis with our planet. Long story short, go to space more so we can fix this. Or not fix it, mitigate it, we'll say. It's not nothing needs to be fixed. It's our perception of it being fixed because we don't want it to change. But change is kind of inevitable. But at the same time, you know, maybe we should mitigate it so it doesn't spiral out of control like what Venus did. I don't think anybody wants that. We don't want that at all. Food, water, 8-liter turbocharged 4-wheel drive off-road Jeeps. I like that part. I like that part. We should explore up there more and understand the macro picture of how the solar system works so it can help down here. Go to space more. I think that's pretty fair. Yeah? Hey, Zubdi. There's a couple V-22s and Apache up in southeast Norwich. Cool. Like I said, I think that's... We learned to fix Earth by terraforming Venus. Now you're thinking with portals. The curve of the top wing is very nice. Thank you. Yeah. I only spent the first half of the stream trying to fix it. But yeah, it's freaking awesome. Freaking awesome. Hey, but like I said, the payout is sweet. There we go. I saw a pickup truck that looked beefy. I-Force? That's a Toyota Tundra. Can you explain how the engines work? So, yeah, Pop, you asked me to do that the other day. So these engines... Here. Okay. There you are. These engines are called multi-cycle air-breathing engine turbofan air turbo exchanger ramjets. Does that help? No? Probably not? Okay, cool. So, this never got off the drawing board. But the ideas are sound. The ideas are there. This could be done. We figured it out. Well, not figured it out. It could be done. So, long story short, you have a jet engine right here. It's just a regular turbojet engine. But it is attached to a fan bypass. This is based off of, well, not based off of, it's the CJ805-23. The CJ805-23 is the engine that was on the Convair 990, one of my favorite planes. Now, the CJ805 is a J79. It's a J79 without the afterburner. So the engine from the F4 Phantom and the F104. It's just a civilian version of it. The civilian version, the 805, had a couple of different variants. There was, I forget what the mid variant is, but the final kind of iteration of the 805 was the -23 variant. Now look at this. Look at this thing. What can you tell me? The 805-23, take a look at that. It's a very weird design. Why is it weird? The turbofan's in the back. Turbofan is on the back. The reason why is the 805 was basically a turbojet first. It was a turbojet, but they figured out in the 60s, GE figured out in the 60s that if you take your jet engine and you have it blow on a turbine, and that turbine is attached to a bypass where air goes around the jet engine and the fan is what does the majority of the movement, you can make a very, very powerful jet engine. So the design didn't really favor having the turbofan at the front. So they literally just attached the turbofan, the second axle, turbine, and fan at the back. It's at the back of the jet, which is weird, but I didn't know that. Now, if you go and look at the intakes on a Convair 990, look. That's weird. You know, they look like regular turbofans if you look at them from the side, but there's no big fan in the front. The jet engine is first. Now, on a more conventional style jet engine, like modern day jet engines, you don't see stuff like that. No. You don't see the turbofan in the back. Turbofan's up in the front. And there's usually two axles and one spins inside of the other. So the jet engine is blowing on a turbine, and that's attached on a drive shaft that goes through the turbojet engine and hits a fan up in the front. That's what, like, I don't know, CFM 56. See, you look at that, that's looking at the back of the jet. That's the back of the engine. The intake is over there, or the intake is over there. The exhaust goes that way. Right? The 805 is backwards. This is the front of the jet engine. That's the back. The fan's in the back because they retrofitted it to a jet engine that already existed before they ended up making stuff like this, right? So, all right, that's important to understand. Why did I make a big deal about this random CJ805-23 whatever thingamajigger? Well, that's kind of essential to how the whole thing is set up. The turbofan being in the back. Now, the Star Raker engines would have had a modified version of this. There would have been the bypass fan that they would have put on the back would have had a couple extra bells and whistles. Okay, so one of those, the first thing was that the turbojet didn't run off JP5 or jet fuel. It didn't run off jet fuel. It didn't run off hydrocarbons. It runs off hydrogen. So they would have converted that 805-23 to make it run on hydrogen. That's doable, sure. Very efficient, just like a rocket engine. Super efficient jet engine. Problem with hydrogen jet engines is that you need to store the hydrogen. So now you need to have cryogenic fuel tanks on your aircraft and all the bull crap that comes with hydrogen, right? In storing hydrogen propellants inside of any airframe is really difficult. It's really hard to do. So let's just put the whole hydrogen thing aside, but remember that. Right? So, oh god, his butt, it's on backwards. This is terrible. Do something. But that's important to this design, that the turbofan is in the back. So this would have been a modified turbofan a little bit. So they basically took that 805-23 and put it inside of this housing. This housing is literally a rocket combustion chamber. It's very similar. It's regeneratively cooled, similar to an RL10 engine. The RL10 or most rocket engines, see all these little things see this like corrugated texture? RL10 motors have cooling channels that are basically pipes that are squished together. These right here are little metal tubes, right, that are about this big, and these belts right here, here, and here hold all those tubes together in a rocket shape. Think Wild West barrel. That, but with rockets. Yeah, it's just like that. Same idea, right? So, the housing for this engine has that going around it, and it has a convergent divergent nozzle at the back. So, when Star Raker is taking off, right? When Star Raker is taking off, it's just the jet engine is pushing the turbofan, and the turbofan exhaust goes out the plug, right? It'll just go out the plug, no problem, right? So, now this isn't just a turbofan; it's an air turbo exchanger ramjet, and that's where the multi-cycle comes from. So, this gets a little weird. At a certain speed, the turbojet shutoff valves open, and you deprive the engine of intake air. Right? When you're going a certain speed, because the jet engines can only go so fast. You have to slow down the air, right? But eventually, when you go faster and faster, the intakes on Star Raker would have slowed down the air and got it to a speed where the jet works. But you're only going to get to a certain altitude before the jet will start to asphyxiate. It'll go off. Like any Kerbal player does, you fly high enough with a jet engine, it just shuts off, right? That's where the bypass here comes in, right? So now all the air would be going through the bypass, right? And these valves would slowly open to slowly deprive the jet of intake air. And as the jet throttled down, the turbofan, right, the fan part, which is freewheeling of the jet engine, would start to what's called pinwheel. It would pinwheel because the second you close this, it bounces the air in a way that makes it shoot through the bypass right here, right? Now, when the air shoots through this bypass right here, it gets really freaking hot. Who knew? Compressing air, compressing a gas makes it super freaking hot. Funny how that works, right? So remember when I said that this was they would have had a slightly modified version of an 805 with a little bit of a different fan on the back? Here's the crazy part, Pop. Free turbine fan assembly, air turbo exchanger, LH2 Rankine cycle. One of the turbine blades on this turbofan is literally a spinning cylindric radiator. But it's not a radiator necessarily. That says LH2 Rankine cycle. It is a spinning intercooler. It's an intercooler that spins, right? And they pump liquid hydrogen through that spinning intercooler. It's an intercooler that's pinwheeling and spinning around because of the intake air, right? And it's basically chilled with liquid hydrogen because, you know, like I said, how complex do you want it? We want it very complex. And what that does is it intercools the bypass air that's coming in. The bypass air gets intercooled. And it basically freezes the freaking air. It takes all the energy out of it, right? And then that gaseous hydrogen now gets shot into the ramjet fuel injector assembly. So basically they shoot cryogenic hydrogen into the fan assembly with the air turbo exchanger. The intake air it swaps the heat, right? So now your intake air is super cold and your liquid hydrogen is now gaseous hydrogen and it's super freaking hot. And from there, the gaseous hydrogen goes to the fuel injector assembly. It basically atomizes your hydrogen and turns it into a gas. And you're spraying gaseous hydrogen into pre-cooled oxygen, kind of like a staged combustion cycle, like Raptor almost. And then that gets shot out rocket style. And because intake air is coming in like a freaking freight train right here, it just rocket engine, man. Yeah, air-breathing rocket. Well, almost an air-breathing rocket. It's close, but it's still a jet engine at the end of the day. The ramjet has its limitations because you still need intake air. The thing is, the ramjet will work at a much higher altitude because the way the air gets shot in here and compressed, you can basically use it as a scoop and just scoop up all the air in the upper atmosphere and get as much oxygen as you possibly can. That basically turns it into almost a rocket engine, which is why it has the convergent divergent nozzle. And then remember, all of this is liquid cooled. So the hydrogen, exchanges the sidewalls, right? And then it goes in, it injects into the free turbine assembly, right? And then it turns to full gas, absorbs all the heat, and then it gets shot out the back after it blows up and combines with oxidizer. It's a big ramjet in here. Yeah. Crazy, right? So what this is basically a turbojet engine with a bypass turbofan and a ramjet shoehorned onto the back of it. All of it inside of a rocket's combustion chamber. Weird, right? It's crazy. I look at this, I'm like, this just sounds like a bunch of words that you put together to sound cool. But the idea is actually pretty sound because the 805 was designed, the 805-23 was designed for a turbofan in the back. And then if we look at a air turbo ramjet, if you look at a diagram of an air turbo ramjet, take a look. Actually, yeah, this one will work. You look at the diagram of one of these things. Actually, this one works the best. You look at the diagram of an air turbo ramjet. Well, you have a turbojet attached to compressor blades, right? But you don't need this part. You don't need any of this part, right? You don't need any of this part because you already have you're already getting compression naturally from the intakes. So literally what they did was they took a prototype NASA engine, an air-breathing turbo ramjet concept. They took the turbine out of it, put it inside of a damn rocket engine, and see where those compressor blades are? They basically took that part where the compressor blades are and attached it to the back of one of these and put all of that inside of a rocket. Yeah, it's like, let's just take a bunch of different engines and make an SR-71 motor. That's better than an SR-71 motor. Now, don't get me wrong, they never did it. They never did it because Star Raker never got off the drawing board. But the idea is pretty sound. It's not the worst idea. That's not the worst idea in the world. So, if Rockwell even got an inkling that they could take 2 to 3 different types of engines and it basically, take a air turbo ramjet and a turbofan and combine them all into one and then intercool it with an air turbine exchanger, so a pre-cooler, if they could just shoehorn a bunch of these engines and put it inside of a rocket nozzle, why can't I? So, we have this. It's a Goliath, the turbofan component, and a Whiplash. It's a Goliath with a Whiplash shoehorned into the back of it. There's your ramjet component, air turbo ramjet, with a pre-cooler and a shock intake attached to it. All of that inside of a fairing that's shaped like a rocket engine. Dude, I don't know what else to do. They were gonna do it. If they're confident with just shoehorning a bunch of engines inside of a freaking combustion chamber, why can't I? That's what we made. We made a turbo ramjet, an air turbo exchanger ramjet. That's exactly what this is. I call it, like I said, it's the Shrubber engine. Star Raker Air Breathing Engine Component, Schrabic for short. But Schrabic is almost Shrubic, so Shrubber engine. That's what they wanted. That's what they were gonna do. If they were gonna do it, frick it, I'll do it too. Why not? Quitters. Yeah, it's almost like you can't get it done if you got money. All right, so you guys want to see what this thing does? I'll show you. We did do some flight testing and we nailed the Shrubber engines, which is why I said we needed to work on the rocket engine component, but we'll do that after this fun test. Excitement guaranteed. The wings are probably gonna flop down, but whatever. They go in the center of the engines, John. There's 5 engines on each side, and there's 3 shuttle engines in the center. This doesn't have the shuttle engines in. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. Put a couple shuttle tails to prevent yaw. You guys are very confident that this thing is going to get off the ground. No, I don't think so. What happened to KSP2? That's only 2 times today. They're waiting for a patch, Navarius. Duck. I could still fly it. Hit the crew tank first. Oh! Oh, yeah! See, it flew. All right, you guys were right. Good for you. I told you, just like IFT1. Yeah, see, it's fine. It's good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Zazafraz. Does that mean it's not coming on then? Yep. I actually know. I think I got a good idea where this thing screwed up. We didn't lock these pieces here. If I lock out these pieces and the forward nose, you do a little bit of that with the forward nose, right? And then, you know, maybe do a little bit of this. There we go. Alright, fine, I'll strut them together. Just because I like you, chat. For the actual version of this, guys, I'm going to wait a little while before we go start attaching struts everywhere. So, like, this is just the flight test file. This should hold. I mean, either that or it's just going to blow up in her face like it just did, you know. Like I said, either way, we're all going to have a lot of fun, right? I've got a good idea for wing stability later using grandparent auto strut and a little gizmoing. Alright. It's a rapid, scheduled disassembly. Yeah. Did somebody just ask about the endurance? Is that what I just saw? Random question, do you have a favorite skyscraper that you've seen in person? Oh, I thought you were asking about the endurance project. No. I don't know. Call this a cliche answer, but in 2000, for my 12th birthday, I didn't want any presents. 12-year-old me wanted to ride a train for my birthday. I wanted to ride trains. So my dad got us a trip to me and my dad went on a trip to New York City. Oh, don't explode. We went on a trip to New York City, and we got to ride the train down to New York, and I went to the top of the Twin Towers and the Empire State Building for what it's worth. So, like I said, it may have been a little cliche answer, but I'll go with the Twin Towers. A little heavy on the back end. Yeah, well, that's what happens when we only work on the back and we don't work on any parts of the front. All right, let me just make sure we don't turn that down a little bit. All right, ready? Monkus. Not good. Yeah, we didn't need that. It's just a fuel tank. Holy balls, look at that! Whoa! Whoa, dude! That's awesome! Where are the SSMEs? Jim? Where are the SSMEs? I don't know if you could tell. Like, it might be hard to tell, but the thing isn't finished. Like, I don't know. Might be hard to look. You gotta look real close. Like, yeah. Didn't get them on there. Oh boy. I can't steer the landing gear. Oh, wait, yes, we can. Oh, no. Oh, no. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. You can do it. Oh, we are so dead. Wait, why are you going over there? Ah! It was at this moment that he knew he screwed up. This is not going to end well at all. Oh, that's violent! Whoa! Ho, 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 ho. Oh, oh, ho, ho, ho. That was terrible. Whoa. Damn. Hey, it got off the ground for like just a split second or something. That was wow. That is a disturbing image. The engines did look very nice. Yeah, and it only started to level out and go down the runway the correct way when the back fuel tank hit the runway and exploded. So, you know. Is that worse than the carrier explosion? Yes. Let me just... Yeah, that probably had something to do with it. Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't taking off. That Great design, by the way. Oh, thank you. All right. That was awful. Do it again. Can we work on it? Maybe like. Can we work on it? Oh, hey, the engines look freaking sick though. Like, that was cool, man. And the good news is that pushed this entire thing. That pushed the entire thing to about 100 meters a second right before we got to the end of the runway. That's good enough. That's enough power here to get this thing up off the ground, guys. If this was all aligned, it probably would go. The crazy part about that is that this thing is 900 tons of airplane. Now, don't get me wrong. It'll probably end up being about 1,100, maybe 1,000 when we're done. But also, not bad. Another thing to point out is that it's 471 parts without all the jigs or anything, which is actually pretty cool. I'm aiming for maybe 900 to 1,000 parts for the entire plane. We might go over that a little bit, but that's what I'm aiming for. I like your curves. Thank you. Thank you. This whole thing, I've been working on my figure. Put a little ballast up front and a tail. Go on. Why you guys want to see this thing fly so much? Here. That should do me right. Because we impatient. Well, you know what, freaking, at least you're honest. If somebody had said, well, you got to do a test flight because you know, at least you're honest, man. And I will reward that honesty. Okay? With a commercial. I just ran the ad. Thing. Am I a bad person? Am I? You know what? In hindsight, I don't like that. I don't want to do that again. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I probably won't do that again. Needs canards. It does. Canards. It does. I know. Here we go again. Another tree from the road. Great banana. Prick of the day. Slap some canards on this bad boy.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Oh, he gifted 10 subs for being rude? Whatever. This feels really dirty. I really don't like this. I really don't like it, but so beautiful. Now me gusto. Now me gusto, Alex. No. Por favor. You forgot the forgot? You yogurt the ballast? You're a yogurt. Got him. Hello, it's game time to wake up. Aye. This feels dirty. If it's stupid and it works, then it's not stupid. This feels really dirty. I don't like this at all. They're not articulated. Oh! They're not articulatable, chat, so they're technically winglets. Oh. What am I doing? Oh, that looks awesome, though. Come on, that looks freaking sweet, dude. Don't tap the fuel tank. There goes the fuel tank. Yeah, I guess we didn't need that. Dirty deeds done to sheep. Dirty deeds and done to sheep. Oh, please take off. Please! Oh. We're gonna nose right into the ground on the end of the runway. Sorry to break it to you guys. Something's broken. Oh, something's really broken! Eject! Ugh. I don't know what happened there. Our fuel tank nicked the end of the runway. Oops. We tail struck coming off the runway. It tried. Tessa, I had no control over that thing. See what I mean about needing those big control surfaces, dudes? Yeah. Okay, can we just delete this and never come back to it? Ever again? This version, we'll do the good version. Look, look, chat. You know, you have this one in one hand, and then you would have another hand, and then, you'd see the one that I'm working on here, and you'd be like, oh, what is this? I don't know what that is. Like is there? Like, see, you got one hand, and then you have this one. This is the good one. That's my wife's car! That's my wife's car! BOOM! Seriously though, the good thing about that is that this really can accelerate. The five engines aren't even overclocked. The Shrubber engines, They're not even OC'd, guys. This thing can actually move. It can actually move pretty damn fast, which is kind of cool. That's actually pretty damn neat. Yeah, I was wondering if we would, I mean, we still might have to overclock the engines, but I didn't think we would be able to get to a respectable runway speed before we run out of runway. But we like 3 or 4 times there got up to 100 meters a second. If we get our center of lift in line and we get the thing to be able to rotate correctly, it absolutely will take off, which is crazy because it, like I said, 900 tons. All these fuel tanks are full. They were all full during that test. Nuts, right? What is it going to look like in the end? What's the end product? That. Dot. It's built like a steakhouse, chat, but handles like a bistro. The weight balance is going to be a slight issue. Nah. The thickest part of the wings up there, dude. Thickest part of the wings. Right there. Fuel tanks. Just shift the fuel tanks a little bit forward. Shouldn't be an issue. That and the crew quarters, and then all the door components, the ramp, cargo. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. I mean, think about it. I know Rockwell, and a lot of this is derived from the space shuttle, something I know a lot about. The center of mass on this design is right there. It should be right not amidships, but pretty much right here. See, we're a little bit behind. I need it to be right there. But see, all the fuel tanks forward of that. You know, once we sculpt the wings out, we can move the fuel tanks around and put more in, put less in. Are we doing the flat sections of the wing or thrust section now? Hey, Yarg. The metal launch pole under it will solve your ground strike issues. Yeah. What's up, dude? How you doing? Chat was talking about you earlier. They said you smell funny, which is strange. But, you know, I didn't pay it much mind. I defended your honor. Chat, he in fact does not smell funny. True story. See? Darkside _0. Darkside says it's... See? Was this supposed to be an alternative to the space shuttle? Fred, this was supposed to be... this was supposed to be able to do things that the shuttle couldn't. The reason why is the oil crisis. What Starraker was explicitly designed to do was build gigantic solar panel arrays that were the size of football stadiums. Stadiums, not fields. Right? Maybe even a football stadium with the parking lot around it, depending on your football stadium of choice. It was made as a response to the oil crisis in the 70s. When OPEC pulled the plug, we needed to find a way to generate power. So the idea was proposed to use a gigantic honking, like 1,000-ton aircraft to build solar panel arrays up in space and do it on a relatively expedient process because people were literally waiting in line at the pump for gas, and there was no gas. So they thought this thing up instead. And this was supposed to build huge solar panel arrays in space and have microwave transmitters on the bottom that beam the power back down. So, yeah, the space shuttle would have existed, but this was an expedient enough thing for Rockwell, the company who had the contracts for the space shuttle and built all of the orbiters, to propose a vehicle that would make their own vehicle obsolete. So whoever dangled this contract around, Rockwell went, yeah, the space shuttle's good, but we could do this if you want to launch every day. You know, the space shuttle's good, but we could do this, you know. Will you build the array in KSP? I don't think KSP is hardcore enough to be able to do it. KSP 1 at least. Now with KSP 2, Starraker in KSP 2, maybe. Give it some time. Yeah, Fred, this thing was designed for 1,100 flights a year. 1,100 flights a year. It was supposed to fly as much as a 747 can. Its cargo bay is a C5's cargo bay. It's derived directly from the C5. So think of it as a C5 that flies into space with SR-71 engines and shuttle engines. So it's a C5, a space shuttle, Concorde. C5, space shuttle, Concorde, and an SR-71 all rolled into one thing. Yep. So was the shuttle, Kappa. Yeah, that's right. Guys, I'll be honest. I don't know a lot about engineering. I know enough to know that this is absolutely insane. Anybody that even remotely tried to make this would have failed miserably. It would have taken years to get this thing right. I'd say a decade of research and development, at the very least. A decade. Easily. I mean, think about it, dude. Building a lifter as complicated as the space shuttle? About a decade. Saturn V? About a decade, give or take. And that's with a blank check. It would have taken this thing until the 90s to get right, if they had tried to go down that road. Money wasn't there. But if they had made it, man, would it have been cool. Reminds me of slapping giant wings on Starship, yeah, right? I mean, Yarg, this thing is bigger than Starship. Starship could fit on the back of this thing. Crazy, right? Actually, the fuselage is kind of a similar diameter per the orthographic views. Take a look. So that cargo bay there is 6 meter. The cargo bay is 6 meters across, 6 meters down. It's a perfect square. It's derived from the C5. Now, you take that, you have a little bit of chungus on the left and the right. It's about a 9 meter fuselage. It's pretty close. I know, because when we went to scale this, right, when we scaled it into KSP and I built out all the jigs for it, which is what all this metal stuff is, we scaled it to about 6 meter. Maybe a little bit more for the fairing. This part, Starship would be, if the nose of Starship was lined up with the nose of Star Raker, it'd be about the end section. So the 6 Raptors would be about here. And the little winglings would be right here, 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 and here. Starship would be about half the size of this. And hydrogen wet wings. Liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen wet wings. They wanted to basically put bilobe tanks that are kind of like proto X-33 inside of the wings. Yeah. And it would have had shuttle tiles for a thermal protection system. Because, 30,000 tiles on the space shuttle wasn't enough. Let's put 100,000 on Star Raker and call it a day. And then try to fly that 1,100 times in a year. See what I mean about 10 years of development? That would be with a blank check. Yeah. I'm not saying it can't be done. It could be done. Some of the stakeholder expectations for this thing would be insanely difficult to solve. Let's just leave it at that. Oh, my idea for a bit of wing strengthening. Swap the very end wing pieces with the row in front so you get the bow tie. So move this piece over there and, yeah, maybe. Reindeer. Sorry, bud. Random question. This chat? No. Yeah, what's up, man? I've been looking at getting software to do some 3D modeling. Blender. Blender is free. Open source 3D modeling. Use Blender. Use Blender. Reindeer, I use Maya because I know Maya. Yeah, because I know it. Use Blender. Trust me on this one. Could they even produce the tiles fast enough to replace them at the rate if they fell off at 1,100 flights a year? Yarg, like, assuming blank check status, I think they would have been able to iterate on the tiles enough so that where they wouldn't have had to have re-inject the tiles like on the shuttle. But yeah, with a blank check and the right motivation, you could solve any problem, like going to the moon, you know what I mean? If they had just gone with just regular shuttle tiles, like the ones that ended up going on the space shuttle and kind of called it a day after that. No. No, yeah, no. I hope wherever this thing is taking off and landing is dry, because it wasn't it wasn't re-entry that made the tiles fall off. It's after re-entry when the shuttle entered a humid atmosphere. Turns out when you make tiles out of sand, sand likes to absorb water. It would literally absorb the humidity right out of the atmosphere, and the tiles would get waterlogged, and the water would make the glue come off. Yeah, the re-entry with the tiles, they didn't have to worry about tiles coming off during re-entry. Don't worry, re-entry is very dry because everything's on fire. It's actually when the shuttle gets down into the damp, humid Florida atmosphere, that's when they start falling off. Fun fact. Blender is not CAD, no. I remember using mine in the past modeling the engine. It was freaking awesome, by the way. Thanks, Reindeer. I don't know if Blender's good enough to do CAD. It might be. How are you going to handle the curved leading edges with this? Crash, well, it's very simple. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to stare at it long enough till my brain comes up with a solution. In other words, I don't know, man. I have no idea. I'm not sure. Well, Yarg, with the engines that we developed, I just did a flight test. You saw it blow up. It got it to 100 meters a second by the end of the runway. I contend to say that if our center of lift, center of mass was lined up with the right control surfaces, yeah, we could probably get it to chooch. It'll probably get off the ground. 100 meters a second with the wings and the center lift, center mass in the right spot. Yeah, I think so. Was the cargo bay meant to be pressurized? No. Nope. Unpressurized cargo bay. The only part that's pressurized is up here. It's kind of reminiscent of the space shuttle's crew module, but it's like twice the size. So you have a flight deck and you have a mid deck, and it would have had stairs in it, kind of like a 747. So it's kind of like two shuttle pressure vessels stacked on top of each other, or just a scaled up version of one. It's like I said, the configuration here is very similar, and then the forward thrusters would be in the nose cone, just like the space shuttle. The RCS, see them up there? It's kind of like hinted at, but not modeled here. Just like the staircase right there isn't labeled, but yeah. And then in the back here, you would have had a porthole and an airlock that goes into the cargo bay. Like I said, like the space shuttle. John, is made by the same people. The same people that designed the shuttle designed this. Actually, fun fact, the same people that worked on this project, I'm pretty dang sure also worked on the Avro Aero. Now look at this thing from the side, and then look at an Avro Aero. Because I know that the Aero engineers got poached by Rockwell, and they all ended up working on the shuttle program. Just in case you were wondering where all those engineers that made this Chad tier Canadian airplane, yeah, where they all ended up, shuttle program. See what I'm talking about? If you squint, this looks like a bigger Aero. What was the max orbit that it could reach? Geo. Yes, you heard that right. Geo. It was supposed to build the solar arrays in geosynchronous. This thing was going to be an absolute freaking monster of a plane. This is what I mean. So, guys, I started reading about Star Raker a little while back, and I've been off and on kind of hinting that we'd go and build it someday, right? The reason why I've been kind of hinting off and on that we'd go and build it someday is because this project is ridiculous for real life. This Star Raker looks like something that would exist in KSP. And that's where I was like, yeah, let's make it. Let's make it. The Winnipeg Jets logos. Yep. Why are we building in KSP 1? Yarg, KSP 2 needs more time in the oven. That's the right way to say it. Yeah, KSP 2 needs more time. They don't even have re-entry heating in the game yet. They're working on a new thermodynamic system that Nirtea actually talked about the other day. We read the dev notes. Yeah, I like it. It's really good. Yep, number 3, J-Speed, thank you. So we're at uptime 7 hours today, so that's once every 2 hours, give or take. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's a very nice way to put it. Savvy, my rule of thumb when it comes to judging other people's video games, unless it's like a AAA developer, in which case I'll grill them until the end of time. If it's indie or not AAA, like Kerbal's not indie, but it's not AAA either, and I know the developers, I will always be constructive. That's my rule. If I was sitting here and if I was making my own game, right, I would say something. I would be a dick about it, right? But my hat isn't in the ring. I'm in the peanut gallery. So if I'm in the peanut gallery, you best be constructive or shut up. That's my rule. Shatsi, what's going on, man? Swap the OMS with a couple of Nervas. How much complexity do you want, Tessa? All right, Yop. You're looking forward to it flying? Let's get back to work then. All right. So, let's start working on the aft thrust structure. Get rid of this. We don't need that. All right. There's a cricket in here. Should I be mad about this? It's inside my office. That wasn't a grasshopper that landed on my desk. That was the cricket. Hey, he's singing for me. Burn it with fire? Crickets are lucky, dude. Ah. No, we good. I'll let him outside. Name him Jiminy? No. How about just Jimmy? Jimmy Cricket. Hey, Jimmy Crooks, shut the hell up! Jimmy! Jimmy! You're speaking like a dang songbird over there. Shut up! Jimmy! This millennial cricket's got no respect. Alright, whatever. Call him a moron. Jimmy, you moron! No, that just made him say more things. Jimmy! Give it a rest! Jimmy! Yeah, you shut up when I got out of the chair, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. I'm not even, like, the cricket noise doesn't bother me. Does it? Honestly, does it bother you guys? It doesn't bother me. Nah, we'll just roll with Jimmy. Jimmy's cool. I can ignore it, dude. I'm good. Whatever. Your beard is getting long. You gonna shave soon? I don't know, man. Jimmy for president. It's Jimmy Crickets, all right? Jimmy Crickets. He's your guy. He's your guy who'll hook you up with the ASMR noises. You know what I'm saying? The ASMR. Jimmy will hook you up from the South Shore. Jimmy Cricks. Let's get to work. Let's set up another line of wing tessellators. Tessellators. Guys, I'm telling you, it's summer. If this was in the middle of winter and we were hearing cricket noises, I'd be a little annoyed, but we're not. It's summertime, man. That's the sounds of summer. Except if you're in Australia, in which case, hopefully this reminds you of summer. Like, maybe? Could be worse, could be cicadas. Yeah. I thought it was a grasshopper. He hopped up on my arm. The cricket hopped up on my arm earlier in the stream, and I'm like, hey, bug. But he was hopping around. I was like, oh, it's got to be a grasshopper, because I didn't hear anything. Nope, it's cricket. Jimmy. No, that's not. Jimmy Cricks was throwing hands at the bar last night. Standard bar that vets in Somerville. He got popped in the cache in 95. We found his body out by the airport. Good thing about living in Scotland, we don't have any of that noisy stuff. Got eaten by all the wild haggis. You take the high road and I'll take the low road and I'll slaughter helpless sheep before ye. That's a famous Scottish folklore song. Famous. Alright, anyway. Jimmy, be quiet. You're gonna embarrass yourself in front of all these people. What's wrong with you? Alright. Should we start on the same line of stringers as this one? I'm kind of... Here in Chelsea, a bunch of parakeets escaped a few decades ago. Turns out there are no predators in London, meaning that there are now 10,000 parakeets. In the summer months, it sounds like you're in the Amazon. I'll take my cricket noise, man. Parakeets are loud, dude. Except in Aberdeen, it's more Dirty Deeds version that you were singing earlier. Dirty deeds and they're done to sheep. That actually is kind of cool that a cricket is like, he's right there. Like he's somewhere right behind my computers and he's actually singing. Crickets don't usually sing this close to people. Straight up. We need multiple crickets though so they harmonize. Well, this isn't a freaking wildlife refuge in here, man. But it's very interesting that like only a cricket gets in here. There's usually like little tiny bugs and stuff because I'm in a garage, right? Like, but have you named him? Yeah, his name is Jimmy Crickets. All right, he's from the South Shore. Jimmy Crickets from Brockton. You know what I'm saying? He's Jimmy Cricks. He ain't bothering nobody, Chad. Dude, gay. Get off his freaking case. Like, I ain't even mad, dude. No, not Jiminy. No. We're not some... We ain't some damn Disney movie up in here, okay? It's Jimmy Cricks. No damn Disney movie. What the hell's the matter with you? Alright, I'm thinking, so we have a spine on this, dudes. So there's a spine on the back, on the plane here. The spine is this SRB. That's, the two SRBs basically are the spine of the plane, right? And I'm wondering, like, you know, on top we attached the wings right to the SRB. That's a very big structural component, but on the bottom there's no spine. Kerbal doesn't do the double hierarchy very well like that, so what should we do here? I'm thinking maybe just attach the wing and kind of go from there, but also
Discovery, go at throttle up.
you need to check your tower every other week or so to make sure they don't make a nest inside. You want me to get rid of it? Here for the cricks. All right, yo. Jimmy, get out of here. Where is this guy? Come here. Where are you, pal? Gotta be quiet, okay? We have company. Jimmy, shut your mouth! I mean, guys, I'll be real with you. Jimmy's probably gonna get eaten by a spider. Like, there are some big honking spiders in this garage. But that's okay. I like spiders in the garage. You know why? They don't bother me, and they eat all the mosquitoes, and they eat everything else that comes in here. So, yeah, the reality of the situation is probably gonna get eaten by a spider. So, that's fine. Oh, interesting, T-Man. Cool. Alright, so it looks like the tail kind of already goes up from there, so... Alright, I'm just gonna put that there as a guide marker. All right. Let's see if we can start getting underside strap here. Honestly, for the underside here, guys, we might not need tessellation, but figure it out. Yeah, we might not need it. That wasn't Jimmy, don't worry. That was another fly. Don't worry. It's fine. That section of the plane does cover one of the intakes a bit if you look at the front ortho. Yeah. It wasn't Jimmy, I swear! I saw Jimmy. He landed on my arm. That was not Jimmy. It wasn't Johnny either. There's no one here named Johnny. Could you get away with using single wing panels? For this particular part, Loopy, yeah, we could. But my problem with that is that using singular wing panels looks terrible. Mixing the texture looks not good. It really doesn't look right. Deep fried cricket legs are very crunchy. I'm sure they are, dude. I'm sure. Yeah, no. You will eat the bugs. Yeah, Loopy, we might be able to get away with it maybe on the underside because we don't look at the underside that much, so might not be the worst idea, but we are going to need it back here. That's the problem. And the other thing is that I think it's going to clip, the wings are going to clip into our intake holes a little bit. Let's just leave that. Just leave it the way it is for now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Seems kind of square at the bottom. I thought it was supposed to be a smooth transition. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that actually, Bucket, that's what I'm thinking about, dude. This part? They might be able to get away with just that. Or, at the very least... Yeah, see? That definitely... Bucket, what do you think of that, dude? Definitely looks better. All this Jimmy Cricks talk makes you want to watch Goodfellas again. So you're gonna go watch Goodfellas again, watch Goodfellas again. I'm gonna go get the papers, There was Tommy, and Jimmy, and then there was Pete the Killer, and then there was, Timmy 2 times. He always said everything twice. I'm gonna go get the papers, The wise guys were everywhere. Wait. Jet, remember, ever since I was a little kid, all I wanted to do was be a gangster. Alright, anyway. Then there was Nicky Eyes. Hey, what's up, guy? See, Jimmy loves it. That was weird. Started playing Tony Bennett. He started chirping like crazy. That's right, Fred. Yeah. Goodfellas is one of the best movies of all time. All time. Nothing comes close. Alright, let me move this buck out of the way. I don't think we need that one, so I'm going to move it. I'm going to rotate it down. Jimmy, shut up. I know you like Tony Bennett. I like Tony Bennett too. I'm not happy he's gone either. Hey guys, let me tell you a joke. Oh, just crickets in here. I'm gonna go get the papers. Have you heard of the AI-generated Frank Sinatra remixes? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Look at me, this little kid. I was parking Cadillacs. Just this little kid parking Cadillacs. I get to park the Cadillacs. Hey, Mom, what do you think? Look at my shoes. Don't I look great? Oh, you look like a gangster. Well, shut up. If anybody's wondering, there's a freaking cricket in my office. It's great. Lovely. Like, I'm sure you can hear it. Hey, Loopy, he landed on my arm a little earlier. I didn't pay it much mind, but... I mean, the fact that he's singing is just weird. He's singing, like, super close to us. Like, he's... Dude, he's... I mean, I kind of hope he's not inside of my computer. That would really suck, but it kind of sounds... He's either there or on the wall. Landed on your arm. Oh, nice. A quick little snack. You know what, Peep? You're not the first one that said, like, what? Do you guys, like, eat crickets? Like, I don't do that. And I'm not judging, I guess, but you're not the first one to, like, say, oh, this is a nice snack. I'm like... No, it's closed, Yarg, yeah. You don't want to eat the boss. He'll get mad at you. You know why how he probably got in here? The workers are working in the garage and the garage door was open, so who knows? It was open all day, so who knows how many bugs that thing let in. What am I gonna do here? Man, oh, you let bugs into my dirty garage. How dare you? I'm pretty sure they would start laughing at me. Jimmy! Is he getting louder, or is it just... It's probably just me noticing it. He's getting louder. Yeah, see, now this is where... These aren't made right. I didn't make them correctly. Damn it. The hierarchy isn't correct. Turning up the music a little bit. Alright, let's get back into it. See, you have to attach this to that one to get it to work right. So... Guitars, I almost worked at Rockwell Automation outside Milwaukee doing production scheduling. Nice. Yeah, did you know that it's pronounced Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for the good land? He is getting louder. And like I said, not a big deal. I don't care. Like, you guys let me know if it's starting to get annoying, though. I think it's chill. Those are words, Luizo. Yeah, I'm sure that's very impressive. The cricket is like an ongoing reaction to my jokes. Yeah. See, where I'm at, guys, is I don't want this going through the landing gear. What I want to try to do is put landing gear bay doors on this thing. So I basically, see where this wing is right there? I basically need to find a shape that's going to, you know, smooth this out, but also when it closes, or when it opens, that needs to be the hinge point. So the doors go down, so they look like, when the doors do open, they go like that, and they would do something like this, right? I mean, if we're gonna make it out of wings, might as well. It was a good idea. It worked well on my on the K90. It's only 1 or 2 extra parts to make it look really, really cool. I'm just kind of wondering how we're going to do the back up here. You know what? Let's just play. I'll just start pasting in wings and we'll do what we did on the top. Just make something. But see, now here, behind the landing gear, right? Behind the landing gear doors, right? We're gonna need, this needs to be inset 1. See what I'm talking about? I'm not sure about having that be the root part, but that's lined up with the root part up here, so we'll see. Oh, before I do that, we gotta make the array of winglings. Gotta make the array of winglings here. You know, that looks good coming out of the back of his neck there. See, for these wings right here, you know, the nacelle is going to be there. And the nacelle, I'm probably going to make that out of wings too. But in order to get this tessellated shape right, we need to have this kind of go uninterrupted here. Which I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do this correctly. Because the wing surface should follow this line. So in order to get the wings to meet up in the same spots, you know, you kind of want them to be, you know, a row, to have a row like right below it, right? You don't want like two wings here and then have the intersection on the bottom be in the center, because then it's going to be hard to make them join, right? So I'm not sure how we're going to do this and get it to go around the nacelle. That's going to be actually pretty difficult to get that right. Start from the edge. From out here? Well, what are we going to attach it to, Synonymous? I can't attach it to the fuel tank. The fuel tank is going to be in flux. I'm still not 100% sure how much liquid fuel we're going to need. See what you know what I mean? Like, that's going to be a little bit difficult for us to get that correct. But I need these lines, the lines that are going this way, to line up with one another. I'm already kind of cutting into the intakes here with the fuel tank, and I'm not too happy about doing that. But I think as long as we have the intake shape cut, then no one's going to look down into the intake and see it. You know what I mean? But also, you know, like, you know what? We'll just sculpt out the shape like it's not there, okay? Try to sculpt out the shape like there's no intake nacelles, and we'll see what it does. Maybe that'll get us what we're looking for. Just leave that like that. Yeah, see that. That's the shape. So it's not so much this; it does this. Hold up. Yeah, this is gonna take a second to get this right, dudes, but... So, the shape... The wing shape matches the contour there. See what I'm talking about? It matches it. So... Let's try... I mean, obviously matching the contour like that at 5 degrees up is gonna... 27. Alright, get rid of it. Get rid of that. The tanks need to get progressively smaller, so... How's progress going? I'm working on the underside of the part of the wing that we just made. And there's also a cricket super. Look at the images below that. Oh, it does overlap a little bit, huh? Is that, but Core, is that before or after the landing gear? Right? Like, where is that exactly? I think that's probably, if I had to guess, well, let's take a look at the cross sections. Section Charlie, C. Section C, that's right there. Which means it bulges out, right? I see what you're saying. It bulges out and then it goes up. And then by the time you get to section D, right? Yeah, the wing shape. Yeah, oh, okay. That's a complicated shape, huh? Milo, the plane is like big. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna get rid of that. Jimmy! Like, dude, you can chirp, just, geez, keep it down. Yeah, if we have to start sculpting this part out, maybe we should work on the top of the wing going forward. I mean, the thing is that it's pretty much, it's pretty flat here, except going all the way to the front. But here's the thing, fellas, like, I'll show you. This doesn't look good. Like, you know, I know you guys are going, oh, the part count, EJ, the part count. What a boss, what, you did this with the part count. Yes, Tessa, I called you out. Deal with it. You know, you do stuff like this. Oh, where the heck did that thing go? I have no idea where that wing attached. I went to click it and it attached somewhere else. Yeah, we'll find that one later. For real though, where did it attach? Oh, there it is. Didn't attach, good. I suppose if the transition is good enough, it won't look too bad, but I seem to remember having these kind of next to each other and it really doesn't look too good. Jimmy! Stop it! Cricket chirping, yeah. See what I mean? So like the rest of this would look like this if we were gonna use like all flats on the top. Jimmy! Stop it! No! What an arrogant piece of crap he is. I swear, man, I let you off the hook by not squashing you when you frickin' landed on my arm, and this is how you repay me? I immediately regret that decision. Yeah, see, Kraken, that's the worst part. He's never gonna find one. There ain't another crooked in here. So yeah, have fun with that. If you're looking for a friend, Jimmy, this is not the right spot. The delta pieces, the origin point on the delta pieces, Tessa, are just god awful. It's really hard to tessellate them. If the pivot point was right in the center of the triangle right there, it'd be a lot easier. But look, you have to offset the triangle to get it to look right. Believe me, there's a reason why we didn't do this before, and look where the pivot point ends up being. It's right there, and the other one's over there. Now, don't get me wrong. I could still do it. Probably do it, but even the delta wing doesn't look like. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm willing to risk like 20 to 30 more parts for the front of this to get all of it to look like that, at least on one side. I wouldn't mind if the bottom, for instance, we could get away with not doing some of it, but I'm trying to tell him his idea sucks. No, I don't want to do it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, cause Tessa, what we'd have to do is, like up here, we'd have to switch back to get some of this shape up at the front. We'd have to switch back to this, and then instead of that, we would need like actually it would probably be something like this. How you doing, mister? Hey, Phoenix. Long time no see, dude. I'm doing just fine. How are you? That's a lot of wings for a wing. It's a big plane, man. Yeah, I figured I'd give it a shot, like. Just to see. Chillin', you like crickets? I don't think Jimmy can be reasoned with. Yeah, I might have to go find him and get him out of here. He's behind my, he's like down behind my desk. I don't really feel like going and figuring it out down there. You know, like. I don't mind this. I kind of wish, well, that's flat, so that one, that root part can't move, but nice dance floor, thank you. Maybe if I play a sad song, Jimmy will go away. No. Let's put Scorn on again and see what happens. No, I would not consider using the part welder. No. No, absolutely not. Can't hear him. He's still chirping, but... No, it's not. Might be under a lot of stress. It might be the best to release him. Yeah, okay. I can't, dude, I don't know where he is. You want me to spend 15, 20 minutes going and finding that? Dude, we got work to do, man. It's all good. Deal with it later. Just roll with it, man. It's no problem. Helicopter on Mars is ready for the next flight. All right. Alright, let's get to making this. What's the current count at? 1350, but more than half of that is all the jigs and pieces and stuff. Probably at, I don't know, 500, 550 parts, somewhere around there. And it's probably going to be, yeah. There's a lot of struts and Q-Box tags and panels and whatnot. Don't worry about it. Oh, they're off by 1 tick, Core. That's where the bulkhead is. That's gonna complicate things. It doesn't exactly line up. I thought I got it, but apparently not good enough. You could always do that. But that's gonna look weird when we go to tessellate it because we're getting some overlap there. Here, we'll make it right to there. I don't know, Aerodite, maybe. That seems to be right. Alright, let's sculpt. Let's see what happens. Alright, let's see what this does. Here's the song Tessa doesn't like. Yeah, well, it's a good song, dude. Yeah, no problem, dude. Just trying to, I mean, like, the cricket is fine, but it's starting to get loud. He's starting to get loud, so kind of getting annoyed. Now I'm starting, like, dude, when I couldn't hear it before, like, unless I took my headphones off. Now I can hear the damn thing. Like, so if I can hear it through the headphones, that means that's loud. And I'm like, ah, man. He wants to find a female friend. Don't we all? Now's not the time to do your sex dance or something. He clearly disagrees. Yeah, you're not wrong. DMB? Yeah, Okie gifted out a bunch of subs. I thought you had a female friend, now you want to find another. I'll take. I read too much into the joke and tried to make another joke out of it, but I look weird for 500. This viewer likes to do stuff like what I just said. Oh, John, it's you! Well, who is John Clark? Calling me fat, Burke? What's up, man? How you doing? No.
Scenes you've been running all the same to me. Rise out of the shadows of tomorrow.
Yeah. You like it, Aerodite? I'm telling you. Wing tessellation, man. It's the goated. The goated kind. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. Jimmy liked that one. What is a belly wing? I thought you were working on it upside down. No. That's the top part. We'll make the belly wing in a second. I'll make the underside. Burke, I was trying to make it over here. I started, and then we were running into problems with the fuel, like getting the fuel tanks to fit. So I was like, oh no. Yeah, I gotta modify this.
Can't wait for too long.
We might have to do something like this, you know.
Sun shines on these open wounds and broken bones.
It is Bandit, yeah. It's not royalty free, but yeah, it doesn't mute the VOD, and it's clean for streaming. Clean for streaming and for YouTube. That's why I like it, dude. I like Scorn. It's a good band. Like I'd be listening to this. I listen to Scorn off stream. Can't say that for much of the other music. Since you're working on the fuel tanks, a little tidbit for you. As far as I can tell, they actually run from root to tip in the real life one. Yeah, I know, but we're different. We're dealing with different fuel densities here. We're using liquid fuel, not hydrogen. So I understand what you're saying, but yeah. Aqualex, I couldn't really figure out exactly where the positions of the tanks would be because I didn't have this. I didn't have the edges. That's why I chose to build the wing. So yeah, the design's kind of in flux, but we'll get it. Does that make sense, dude? Perfect sense. Right on. Right on. Good tunes. Jimmy, what'd you think?
Well,
You like
Jeffrey,
this.
go and throttle up.
Crickets. Yeah, I could beat it. 48 months. Thanks, buddy. We get a little bit of rap. Once you get to like too much of a curve with these things, it starts working, it starts doing weird things, but it should be okay. Oh look, the douchebag's here. Oh, Sean, sorry. Hey, we weren't talking about you. I have a crooked. I have a new friend. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear him in the background. I have a crooked. He's a cricket to my office. His name's Jimmy Cricks. Jimmy Crickets. He's a good dude.
Still my heart is deceiving.
Yeah, Synonymous. I'm not happy with this, but just yeah. I got an idea. We'll see if it works later. But yeah, this is what I mean, dude. I just had to sit there the other day and just figure this out. But yeah, now that I know how to do it. Let me see, Hokie. Wow. Whoa. Dude, look at that thing. Hold on. That's really short. Holy crap. Whoa. Dude. All right. All right, Coach, you like that? That's awesome. Oh. There's one on my neck. Another freaking plug. Gotta figure out what's coming in. I think it's the garage door being open. Is that going backwards? That's cool, man. I didn't realize that thing could do that. That's really cool. 9-5, me boy. Yeah, I saw one at Pima Bandit. Jimmy, shut up! Damn it. Where are you? Be quiet. In the ceiling. Jimmy's up above me. He went up into the ceiling. I learned yesterday that the Merlin engine was designed to be able to ingest a stainless steel nut in both the oxidizer and fuel lines while it was running, and this became part of the testing requirements for Merlin engines. That's pretty stringent testing criteria. Is it a mosquito? No, it's a cricket, Lunprod. You don't hear that? Mike doesn't pick it up. Yeah, well, he stopped. Yeah, Core, the tessellation is breaking down too much right here. I do like this top piece, though. It doesn't look too bad. Yeah, the YC-15, I believe, was in competition with the C-17 Bandit. Or, well, the YC-15. What kind of cargo plane was that? What do you mean, Halls? The YC-15, it was a prototype. The YC-14 was in competition with the C-17 for a strategic airlift. I think it was that. No, I'll have to look. Yeah. It was in competition with the YC-15. If you look at that, that's a little stubby C-17. And the YC-15 was developed into the C-17 later. I mean, you guys have already said it in chat, but yeah, it was in competition with this. They chose this, and then they made it a little bit bigger, and that's what the Globemaster 3 is. See? It's a little stubby C-17. Weird, right? Advanced, medium, short takeoff and landing, transport. That's it, Hokie. You got it. Interesting. That's interesting that them thing could do that, dude. That's really freaking cool. I mean, I see why they chose this. This is much more conventional, right? But that's actually not a bad. That's pretty cool, man. RL10. Damn. In the ceiling, man. They're in the walls. They're in the walls. No, get rid of that. It's getting there. Link is in chat. Wavik, link's in the chat, buddy. You see my gifted sub bet. I also bet 5 gifted subs that we'll see Starlink on Starship before orbital refills. No, I don't take the bet because this is a conversation from yesterday and you're an asshole for bringing it up. How's that? How's that for your bet? Take that and shove it right up your ass. I'll take my time out. Listen to the cricket. Any KSP questions today? Been asked three or four times, chillin'. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Sweet. Switch it up a little bit. Water tank number 3 nearing Boca. The load spreader was already moved to the launch site. Cool. Good afternoon. What happened to KSP2? 5 times. Just they're working on it, man. It's early access. It's kind of bare bones right now. Play it when the next patch comes out. Nothing's happened. They're still working on it, dude. Shut up, Jimmy. Nice. Who's Jimmy? It's Jimmy Crickets. There's a cricket in my office, dudes. And Jimmy was fine, and then the sun went down, and now Jimmy is really loud. He's chosen to try to solicit a mate inside of my office. I don't know if he knew I'm married, and also I'm not a cricket. So, you know, maybe you should shut the frick up, Jimmy. Jimmy has chosen violence. No, EJ has chosen violence. We get a Jimmy cam. If I could find him, I would have escorted him outside by now, dude. Has anyone made any good jokes about crickets on your stream? Oh no. No one's done that yet. Yeah, like every 15 minutes since it's been going on. every 15 minutes. It's not cool.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
No, I don't mind the cricket chirping, Hellfish, to be honest. If I can hear it with the headset, that's when it gets a little distracting. I couldn't hear him before with the headphones on, but he decided to get really loud, so I decided to get really loud. Kick, 33 months. What's up, dude? Jimmy uses your PC to socialize me on the you using my PC? Well, hey, you gotta pay some of the electric bill, man. Damn. Looks good. Songwink? Has anyone ever told you how good HEB salsa is? No. No. We don't have HEB up here, bud. They don't mess around with salsa down here. It's Texas? Question mark, period? I would hope that not. Jimmy! Shut up! Yeah, it flew. It flew. Yep. Jimmy's being a doo-doo face right now. Okay. Don't mind me, just dealing with stuff. This is gonna be the source of endless emotes. No! AK-47 for everyone! Played it on stream? Nah. Nah, I haven't. Are you going to place a long fairing on where the I-beam is? I don't know if I'm going to use a fairing 95, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. Song link. Shut up! He is super freaking loud, right? Like, I didn't mind it when the cricket noise was not that loud, but dude, I can hear it with the music cranked. Like, shut up. Kill you, you mother. Ignore the cricket. Yes, yes, that's fair.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wasn't that I-beam a guide and not a hard set line? That's correct. It's pretty close. It's pretty close to being right, and I did make some adjustments. There is no spoon. And then you will realize it is not the spoon that is bending, it is yourself. I like this way better. I can throw the banana at him. Throw the banana. Shut up. Throw the damn banana. I'll throw a banana at you. Do you have the bug assault handy? Jimmy's... The freaking cricket's up in the drop ceiling, dude. Just throw the banana at him. Jimmy Bananas. Persistent, huh? Here, you need to listen to this. It's electric. Axiom to fly ESA Polish astronaut. Cool, floating, neat. Modulating Tesla coils. Look. That's awesome. That's cool. Yeah, an advanced modulator. He's modulating Tesla coils. That's cool. The thunder of guns! Yeah! Drives me apart! You've been thunderstruck! Go down the highway! Rock the limit! We hit the town! That hurts. Alright, we can work with this. Now just shaking up the knees! Can I come again, please? Yeah, the ladies were too kind! You've been thunderstruck! Nice. Come again, please? Can't help but singing, man. Sorry. Kind of sounds like bagpipes. pretty good, man. Pretty good. And sending more messages if his cards supporting cards, but I think his Wi-Fi might be down. Yeah. Yeah. Jimmy, what'd you think of that one? He liked it. One more. No flags on the leading edge. I haven't made the leading edge yet, dude. No. Nope. Nope. I'm ignoring the next 20 things that you link into this stream. Yeah, no, you can't. They can't be repeats either. I'm ignoring them. Nope. Nope. The one I linked is straight plasma. Okay. Alright, let's experiment here. Yeah, I hadn't made the flag edges yet. We might be able to. You get the banana. This is the man who disabled an unmarked unit with a banana. Is this the man who wrecked the buffet at the Horror Club this morning? I bet you're just the pride of your office in Detroit. Let Jenny know that Mr. Ahmed Foley, Axel, Axel, one moment. So how much does one of these go for? $120,000. Get the frick out of here! No, I cannot be getting out of here because it's a really expensive piece. Sell any of these? Sold one the other day to a customer. Get the frick out! No, I cannot be getting out of here. You want the lemon twist? I'll do it back there. I make it myself. Guys, I'm not 100% sure if that's concave enough to get to make a leading edge. Like, I like it, but what are we gonna blend it with? Will it blend, chat? Will it blend? You don't understand. What about the 875 flag? Yeah. Nope. $675 flag? baby flag.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Remember you used to drive that crappy blue Chevy Nova? Yeah, I remember. What are you driving now? The same crappy blue Chevy Nova. Hey, Rizik, 25 months. Thanks, buddy. I like it, guys, but I don't like right here. This part looks good, though. Like up here, that looks really nice. I just not sure how we're going to get this shape. That's going to be tough. Because getting the wings to match that is going to be difficult. But, I mean, who knows? Here, let me take these off. See how it looks without it. I mean, this is right where the wing armpit is, so. Let's see if we can kind of make it match. Once again, yeah, the armpit part. This is the part that I said would be the toughest part to get right. And so far, that is, yeah, that's pretty correct. Armpit, how much deodorant will it need? Oh, this plane's gonna be stinky cool. Stinky cool. Yeah, I'm not... Ooh, that's gonna be... I mean, dude, if we can blend that, it would look really good. But I'm not sure how we're gonna do it. Just like you. Nova, don't do that again. You're better than that. Any idea how you're gonna do the doors for the engine intakes under the wings? Just a Shut up! Robotics. Robotics should be able to close the intakes. I had an idea for how we could blend this shape, but Jimmy doesn't want to hear the idea. Jimmy, come on, man. You're freaking Samir. Listen to my calls, Sammy. Come on, man. Triple caution. He moved. Jimmy moved, that smelly butthole. He's moving towards the door, though, so that's good. Go outside. Get out of here. He was over here. When he started chirping, he's over there. He's over there. Maybe there's another cricket outside and he can hear it. Are you planning to put this on Steam Workshop after? Shut up! Damn it, Jimmy! Yeah, anyway, the idea that I had, guys, was panel tessellation to bridge these shapes. Panel tessellation. Literally my shuttle tile formula, but on a bigger scale. Equilateral triangles would be better to make some of these shapes. Crickets are good luck. He landed on my arm. Yeah. Rocket Lab posted a picture of the second stage tanking of Neutron. Will be tested soonish. There's a secret hiding in the picture. Look at that. Carbon composite. Peter Beck. That ain't no secret. Are you Buzz Lightyear? I love your movies. Nice. That's cool. Cool picture. I will like that Twix bar or whatever. I prefer Snickers. Whatchamacallits are the best.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Weather guy, 40-month reset. I'm too old for this stuff. It's a big stage. That's just one tank on the stage. Yeah. They say airlocks get a gunpowder burnt metal smell. That does not convince me that space smells like that. Ozone. Your CPM is quite high. Your chirps per minute. You can always move to using the smaller wing pieces on the edges. Yeah, cats, that's actually not a bad idea. Jimmy's being a donkey right now. You absolute donkey. Yeah. We might need to increase the resolution here on the wings. Because this part's going to be... Yeah, that's going to be a tough shape to get. But, yeah, that's... Dude, how's that? That's not bad, man. If we can get that shape right, looking at it from here, that looks pretty close to the real one. That's pretty close. Or the real one. Will those panels withstand entry heating? The flags? Yeah, sure. They're flags. They're physics-less. Yeah, of course they will. With that being said, I'm still not 100% sure what we're doing out here. And I haven't really done anything with the bottom. Could you rotate the jig just to see? Just to see what? Looks good, dudes. Yeah, just getting that shape to go out there, that's gonna be the hard part. I mean, another suggestion was to use the shuttle strake. To bridge the shape. But, yeah, I mean, that could work. But yeah, we gotta come up with a pretty good solution for that. I think I got an idea. I think I know what we can do, but yeah. The leading edge is so ridiculously important, dudes. That's yeah, very important. That's why I was thinking making it out of flags, because flags are physics-less, so the game won't think there's just basically this at the front of the leading edge. Yeah, we're done. You see the Easter egg in there? Wouldn't the flags radiate the heat of the re-entry properly? They're physics-less, Zeppelin. No, they don't. They're a physics-less part. They're not. They don't get heating. Yeah, so kind of lucked out. Like, that's why I was thinking they would make such a good piece. You like it, Sal? It looks good. Yeah, no, it's not bad. My brother's Jeep broke. Crank, no start, no spark, no RPM movement on the tach. Pretty sure it's the cam position sensor under the rotor cap. Like 90% sure. What about the crank sensor? Crank sensor is on the transmission, Sawyer. It's mounted on the bell housing, and it reads an interrupted signal from the freaking flywheel. Could be the crank. But I'm not sure if the Jeep gets our... It doesn't have a coil, right? So... The cap is a cam position. Yeah, you might be right, dude. It's funny because S-Master's Jeep doesn't start right now either. It cranks, but it won't start. I hope we didn't break that damn crank sensor. Jeeps are a damn labor of love, dude. What do you think, weather guy? It's coming along, dude, right? Wing tessellation takes time, but it pays off. It pays off. It really pays off. It really looks good if you get it right. Could also be the neutral safety switch. I already checked that, Tylen. On mine. I don't know about Sawyer's. I have no idea. The triangle on the back looks sweet. Yeah, looks good, right? Kind of bumming that I use the straight panels on the top, but it's okay. We gotta figure out what to do here. But I do like the flags for the leading edge. That's really good. Yeah, it's gonna look really freaking cool. I'll put these there just as a placeholder for now, but because it's something to visually build off of. But it's not gonna go here, and it's definitely not going on the I-beam either. I mean, they'll go here, but they might not be on the... I don't want them on the I-beam. The I-beam is going to negate the reason why I put the flags here in the first place. Flags, when they're in flag mode and not in panel mode, right, are physics-less. They won't screw up the part count too bad because there's no physical simulation on them. But that would look amazing as a wing leading edge. Some of those curved surfaces look like they shouldn't exist in this game. Thanks, man. This took me all freaking day to do. Pretty good, right? It's probably been asked a couple times. You're the sixth person to ask me today, G. 6 out of... Where are we at? 6 out of 9 hours today total. Nice. Why not KSP2? You can't do this in KSP2, dude. That's why. Yeah, you can't... I mean, don't get me wrong. I could use procedural wings to make this, but this has an open cargo bay. You see the part that's not covered in wings up at the front? That part actually detaches like a super guppy and actually opens. And that's what gets you into the cargo bay here. See what I mean? You can't get away with that in KSP2 like this. Not yet, at least. Maybe soon. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. Doing this with procedural wings would be way freaking easier. But because you can't, like, I want the vehicle to, like, be fully functional, I thought KSP1 would be better for this right now. Don't get me wrong. I love like when the time is right, we'll go build this in KSP2. Cargo bay floor? No, absolutely. I'll have to look, but you might be right about the crank sensor. I forgot that's on the bell. If it's the crank sensor, it's going to be really difficult to get at, man. I knew what it was asked, but I was curious about the reason. It's all good, man. Nah, gee, I'm keeping track because I told... It's a theory that I have, dude. So, when I was playing KSP2 a lot, people would ask me pretty much on the hour if I'm going to play KSP1. You're going to go back to play KSP1? Are you going to go back to playing KSP1? Hey, AJ, you going to play KSP1 again? When I play KSP1, everyone asks me why I'm not playing KSP2. And I had a theory, it was an estimation, G, but I had a theory, dude, that, you know, thinking about how many times I get asked a day, it's probably about once an hour every day. And you were the 6th today that I've seen. You were the 6th one. Yeah, I pulled the molder. It can't be any harder than that. Oh, there you go. You were the 6th one today, and we're at 9. Our uptime is 9 hours. So we're a little bit actually below the once per hour threshold today, but the stream's been kind of slow. I've been going AFK back and forth. It's been a weird day, dude, and I was a little late, so we have to take those other factors into account. But yeah, that's the gist of why I was like, okay, chalk another one up. But yeah, I'll still answer the question. It's just, yeah. Squad's like, everyone wants KSP2 back. Pero no quiero. Pero no quiero jugar, amigo. Necesita tiempo. Tiempo? No. Man, it needs more time. Yeah, we're waiting on a patch. It's just bare bones, guys. I've said it once, I'll say it again. KSP2 is very hard to stream right now. Hellfish, I want it. Necesita más tiempo en el horno? Sí. Needs more time in the oven. Sí. What features do you most desire in KSP2? I want 2 big things right now, S. And I've made this known. I really just need the KSP SPH controls. The KSP SPH editor controls in KSP2. I need that. And I need the wing contrails gone. Yeah. Yep. Those are the 2 big ones. Buoyancy would be nice. Re-entry heating. I'm going to give it another shot when they put the re-entry heating in the game, which should be sooner rather than later. I mean, we haven't had the last patch was 1.4 or 0.1.4, and that's a good patch. It did add a lot of stability. The game is a lot more stable now. That came out in June. So, I mean, we should be getting an update here sooner rather than later. If those 2 problems are solved by mods, would you? Weather guy, maybe. Here, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Could I do this project in KSP2 and not compromise on its design? Like I'm not compromising on its design right now. Could we do it in KSP2? Even with the mods for editor controls and the wing contrails removed. Is this feasible? Could I make this? With the precision that I'm making it here. The wings would definitely be easier to make, yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Way to go for the low-hanging fruit. No robotics, though. Honestly, even if KSP2 were at 100%, I'm not sure how much of a fair comparison that is. But to the heart of your question, I think you could rise to the challenge, yes. Well, the only way that we're making this work in KSP2 is with Kraken Tech on the nose. And Kraken Tech and hierarchy and undocking is still very, very weird right now. And why don't you think it's a fair comparison? Remember. Okay, so maybe I should have specified this. Remember, this isn't necessarily about gameplay. This is about streamable content. KSP2 is very hard for me to play with the way I play KSP. That's not KSP2's problem. That's my problem. You know what I mean? I tried. We soldiered out for about 5 months. Soldiered it out for about 5 months trying to figure out everything that I possibly could, every trick that I possibly could do in the book, and even tried to learn new ones to try and build more technologically complicated stuff. It's not a thing. There's only so many times I can go to the moon or go to all the planets. I've been to all the planets in KSP2. Like, I don't know what you want. Yeah, you heard that right. I've been to all the planets in KSP2. Savvy, I'm kind of with you on that one. You know, that's what I mean, Weather Guy. It's a hard game for me to stream, and apparently it's hard. It's not just a tough game to stream. It's a tough game to make YouTube content for as well. Can you go back to the shuttle ISS mission mode that you had started? That was awesome. Maybe. Yeah, Savvy, I understand what you're saying with the robotics. That's the big thing. You wouldn't be able to do this exactly to this precision without same vessel collision, auto strut, the robotics, hybrid tech. But then again, here the flip side of that argument is that it took a long time. It took a long time to get to that point. It took a long time for KSP1 to get to this point. But then again, the flip side of that is that even when KSP1 didn't have robotics, there were still ways to make levers and doors and not pulleys, but levers and doors and things. You can't do that in KSP2 right now because the hierarchy code is similar, but it's not exactly the same. You know? I don't want to push it. I was joking, but to be honest, at least making it weekly challenges would be nice. Maybe. I don't know. We'll play it more in the future, guys. It's not like I'm never playing it again, so just keep that in mind. Methodology doesn't transfer one-to-one. My point is, I'm not sure it'll get as close as you'd like, ever. In case of what the procedural wing change your game, but you always become more clever than the game. You come up with some insanely interesting content. You always have. Yeah. And Weather Guy, what I'm trying to tell you is that when I went to do that in KSP2, I got so ridiculous. Dude, I lost my patience on that damn Dres mission where the weekly challenge was to land a rover on Dres and drive it around. I lost my patience. It took me 6 hours to land on Dres because I had to reload the game so many times. And then I finally, the craft was so bent out of shape by the time I went to land on Dres that I had to like cut 2 of the engines off, and then that screwed up my TWR, and I crashed 3 times onto the surface because the game decided to put my craft file in a blender, right? And then I finally managed to do it, and we drove around, and then my rover broke. Like, what am I supposed to do with that, man? Yeah, it's funny, ha 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 ha. Dude, I'm not doing that every stream. I'm not doing that every stream. I will literally, my hair will fall out from stress. It's really hard to stream it, man. It's really tough. Because, dude, the second the game glitches and the second the game has a problem, and I'll go and try to troubleshoot it, right? I'll go and try to fix it. And then that turns into me troubleshooting. And then without fail, somebody in the chat, oh, this game sucks. And dude, I'm telling you, it's a tough game to stream. And then the entire stream becomes damage control for the mods. And then I have to explain 1,000 times why, you know, like, hey, let's troubleshoot it, let's make it better. And don't get me wrong, like, I usually have the patience for it, but trying to troubleshoot the game, trying to figure out how to troubleshoot the game, trying to figure out what to troubleshoot in the game, while dealing with that for like 10 hours straight, it's not fun. It's not fun, dude. It's not fun. I'm sorry. And I hear you. It sucks that the game is in the state and your style doesn't work with it. I'm not arguing. I know. I'm just explaining myself. That's all. Yeah, I got you. I got you. What hair you have left? Good point. Yeah, no, I got you, man. Even if it's 4 hours a week puzzling around, I'll think about it, okay? No, I support the KSP2 devs full board. They listen. They listen. So if I have a problem with it, all the bugs that I happened from that Dres mission, I reported and told them about. They know all about all of them. Heck, some of them even already got fixed. So I support the KSP2 devs, but when they said, "I believe wobbly rockets is in KSP's DNA," is a statement very much disappointed me. Why did that disappoint you, Erudite? What do you mean? Rockets in KSP1 wobble around. I don't understand the thing about wobbliness. Like, why was everybody bent out of shape about that? Yeah, weather guy, yeah. I get it. Point taken. Good news, I don't think you'll ever run out of stuff to do in KSP1. No, never. I have so much unfinished business in this game, it's unbelievable. I was actually kind of hoping there would be something. When KSP2 came out, I was kind of hoping there was something that would bring me back. Because once again, this was one of the projects I always said I wanted to try in KSP1, but never did. We never got around to it before KSP2 came out. And now we get the chance to do it, so I'm actually super pumped about that. Damn, I launched a debate. Sorry. It's no problem, G. Like I said, I usually have no problem explaining myself. You guys pay my salary, so I should tell you this. Like, I ain't upset. Weather guy ain't upset. We're just talking, dude. It's all good. Freddy, it does look good though, doesn't it? Because they want things to wobble more than they need, it seems. Because they won't fix it and try to pass it off as a feature. Well, how do you get that they're passing it off as a feature if they, like a bug thing that they refuse to fix, if they said it's intentional, it's not a bug at all. If the crafts are intended to wobble, they're intended to wobble. I wouldn't say that they're covering up a bug because they don't know how to fix it. I don't think, unless they said that, like, oh, the rockets are a little too wobbly, but wobble's part of KSP or something. Well, then it's just stupid. Guys, okay, I'm not trying to be a dick, and nor am I trying to run cover for the developers. I don't have problems with wobbly rockets in KSP2. I've never had a problem with wobbly rockets in KSP2. I made the Kraken-proof rocket in, like, the second week of KSP2, and it still works. It works just fine. I've never, ever had a problem with it. I mean, just strut the damn thing. Like, am I missing something? What is the build? Is it a Vulcan? No, Jelly, it's, well, it's an Avro Vulcan if you decide to crossbreed it with a space shuttle, a C5 Galaxy, an SR-71, and I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, it's got a big double delta on it. It's called Rockwell Star Raker. It's got like I said, it's got a gigantic Vulcan-style double delta. That's what it's supposed to look like. But this thing's supposed to fly up into space, not the Avro Arrow. This is basically a C5 Galaxy that flies all the way up into space. It has 10 SR-71 engines on it and 3 Space Shuttle main engines. It was a proposal. It never got off the drawing board, but it is absolutely nuts. Pretty cool, huh? Really secretly. New players shouldn't have to strut spam interstages. I mean, yeah, auto strut would combat the wobbliness, right? You gotta do what you gotta do for the stream. You can't make KSP2 work right now, that's fair. I'm just thinking a way to get a little more exposure for the game. I'm coming from your stories of UDOS forcing KSP1's popularity. Mother guy, I'm thinking about what you said. Yeah. So I see something like that, right? I see what you said about forcing KSP1's popularity, and where my mind went was, yeah, you know, why aren't we doing that? Well, one, I don't have DOS to help me with it, right? And that never stopped me before. I mean, I streamed KSP for 3 years before DOS came around, right? Like, it's not about that. I'm just... Any new players might be turned off by the wobble, and unlike you, they don't benefit from the experience. Yep. Random shaking exploding is a fun thing to accept when the game is janky, but follow-up should resolve that, yeah. People forget KSP1 wasn't that great. I mean, KSP1 was wobbly as hell. They did joint reinforcements because everybody in the community got mad, which is kind of funny. Like, that was 10 years ago, though. Rockets wobble, auto strutter, just fix it. KSP2 is something I'm never going to give up. Nice, yep. Yeah, I mean, where my mind is going, where the guy is like, why don't I want to do that? I should be able to do that. But now, did I force KSP1's gameplay because I was trying to make the game more popular, or did I force KSP1's gameplay to keep the stream going? I don't think I did it to keep the stream going. I did it because I was having fun. I have fun pushing the envelope, right? Like, that's what I do. I do that with every game that I play. So where my mind is going is like, why don't I want to do that with KSP2? And that's what I'm kind of thinking about. Like, why don't I want to do that with KSP2? I mean, even Kerbal 1 back in the day. Kerbal 1, you couldn't stream it for 50 hours a week. In 2012, 2013, there's no way. There's no way you could do it. Not a chance. The game was too bare bones. When the game came into its own, like when it came out of 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, that's when the game really got streamable. Like, you could stream it for 50 hours, you know? So, I mean, I guess you might be right in that regard, you know, like, maybe we'll jump into it once a week. It's not a bad idea. It really isn't. But what are we going to do? I don't know. Like, you said it yourself that people in chat ultimately steer you because of the constant, this game sucks. It's really hard to deal with, guys. It's hard to deal with that because I feel obligated to explain. And then I just feel like I'm running cover for the developers, and I don't want to. I don't like being put in that position, and I don't want to be in that position. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to do that. We haven't done any rovers and exploring yet on stream. Yeah, because the last time I tried to do it, the game screwed up my rover about 30 or 40 times before I even got it near the planet I was trying to explore. So. When KSP 1 came out, there was the first of its genre. Even when it was really early, there was no game like it. KSP 2 doesn't have that same advantage. It competes with KSP 1, and that's a hard place to be. I'd suggest treating it as a whole new game. Yeah, Weather Guy, that's what I did. I went into KSP 2 with no expectations. You know, try to learn the new game. And apart from right now, basically me launching a rocket and going up and just doing very, very, very generic KSP 2 gameplay, every single time I tried to push the envelope over the course of like 5 to 6 months. So February, March, April, May. Well, by May, that's kind of when I was like, I gotta tone back because we've got a wedding and stuff. But for 4 months, dude, I was trying to push the envelope. Every time I tried to push the envelope, the game just fought me even more. Like there's no payout, dude. I'm trying. Like I tried to do that. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. I mean, do you think I did it sufficiently? I'm thinking maybe I didn't give it a fair chance because too many haters in chat. It's hard, like I said, it's tough to deal with it, especially with me like keeping up with chat as much as I do. Like I tried treating it as a whole new game. I tried playing it in its own way, and I made that Kraken-proof rocket, and that was a victory, dude. But yeah, like I don't know what I want to do with that, because like I made the Kraken-proof rocket, but every time I try to sub-assemble or attach a new piece to it, it breaks. It blows up on the pad. I want to make a cargo version of it. That's fine. You made the cargo version. I want to put a capsule on that and make an interstage for the capsule. The thing blows up on the pad. It breaks the craft file. Something weird is going on with the hierarchy. That makes it so you can't merge stuff. So if I want to launch a station module, I got to make you have to make the rocket in the craft file that you made the module in. So that means every single module is going to have a slightly different rocket behind it. Or, like, because if I try to copy it, it doesn't work. It blows up. Hey, Anti-Saint, 74-month resub. No, but the game is still evolving, so I think your assessment was fair. Is it still? You gave it a fair chance. It's just too far behind at the moment to be viable. Yeah, floating. Yeah, weird, right? And they wanted to paint the SLS core stage white. 40 years after they figured out that painting the shuttle external tanks white was a waste of time. Funny how that works. KSP 2 is fun for making pretty planes. That's about the only part that's better than KSP 1 so far. Building replica planes in KSP 2 is still enjoyable. I mean, that's an easy win right there. That's just freaking Wings Wednesday. It's an easy win. For what it's worth, I'm not all that passionate about this. I really want to see KSP 2 succeed, but I'm more passionate about seeing EJ succeed, and that's an easy call. Weather Guy, I guess. Yeah, no, I hear you. That's what I was thinking about. Thank you. You reminded me. I don't want to pretend to have fun playing KSP 2. I don't want to fake it. I really don't like doing that. If I'm not enjoying something, I will let you believe me. It's all over my face. I don't hide it. You know what I mean? That's totally fair. Stop yelling at me. Yeah, like, that's... I appreciate you want to see me succeed, man. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not upset. I'm just... No! Alright. Damn, stop yelling. I don't want to fake having fun. And guys, I'm telling you, that Dres mission I tapped out. I tapped out after 4 months. It's so stressful to play it right now. Right now, it's stressful to try and wring content out of it. Don't get me wrong. Most of the time, I can do that with most games, but I mean, whether guy, all right, you know, like here it is. I'm not going to be a jerk about. I'm not trying to be a jerk about this, but dude, the first month that KSP2 came out was excellent. We were getting 1,000 viewers a night. 1,000 viewers a night. Sub count was through the roof. It was great. By the 4th month, 500 viewers. I got 1,000 viewers a night for a month straight. It was pretty sweet. That was a really good feeling, and it made me really hype on KSP2. It's a lot easier when chat's super interactive. You guys are into it. We're all experiencing the new game together. That's fun. It was fun. It was a good time. I enjoyed the hell out of it. You know, getting great views. You know, good times with the sub count. You know, like exploring KSP2, having some fun with it, breaking things. But that gets old for. Apparently, that gets old for people after a while, dude. By May, there were people in chat saying I don't like you sitting here, like this is boring to watch. The view counts don't lie, dudes. And now don't get me wrong, I always say as a streamer, don't watch the view count while you're streaming, but look at it after the stream, after you're done. Don't think about it when you're streaming, because that'll make for terrible streaming content if you're constantly checking the view count. Oh my god, did I lose 10 viewers? That's how you go nuts, right? The view counts don't lie. They don't lie, dude. We went back, dude. 4 months into KSP2, I was getting just as many viewers as I was playing KSP1 a year prior. So like no build up to the hype of KSP2. Like Kerbal 1 in December, January, and February. So December 22, January and February 23 we were seeing elevated because people were getting elevated viewers because people were hyped. Because I was doing those shuttle missions and people were hyped up for KSP2. So I was getting like 700 a night. And then 4 months later, it was back to 500 a night. 500 a night, and once again, it is not about this. It is never about this. It never has been about this. I'm probably down from like those first 4 months this year. So like, you know, we're getting 1,000 viewers a night, subs left and right. I'm probably down about 600-700 subs since when KSP2 came out. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, guys. It's not about sub count. I do it to have fun, right? And I do it because I love what I do. Yeah, 600-700 subs, easily. I'd have to go look, but you know, like, it's tough, man. Problem is a two-pronged struggle. If you could make whatever you wanted, it'd be easier to deal with any bugs that can happen in the craft file and vice versa. Once they get one side of it done, it will be 10 times easier to play. Yeah, exactly, Blue. That's why I'm just saying, like, give it some time. Give KSP2 some time, dudes. It'll be good to stream eventually. You know? I feel bad about telling you guys about that sub count stuff. Like, I don't ever try to guilt trip people into subs, and I'm not asking for subs right now. Don't do it. I'll shut the stream off, I swear. But yeah, like that's the kind of fall off that I'm dealing with. Yeah, that really, like, look, I know it's about having fun, right? I know it's about having fun. I know it's about just play it. You know, if you play it, if you force it like what we did with KSP1, it'll be fine. But, and don't get me wrong, it is not about viewers. It's absolutely not about viewers, and it's not about, I told you not to do that. Not even as a joke. Like, it's not about the viewers, man. It's the viewers went away, and I still played. You know, like, it's just a tough game to stream. It's tough to make content for right now. Just right now. That doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Like, I'm keeping my head up. I'm not jumping ship. I need something else, because I need something else to supplement that, because if the game is playable like once a week, we got to play KSP1. Got to play some KSP1. Got to play some, you know, I like the idea of interspersing KSP2. I think doing Wings Wednesdays for KSP2 is a good idea. We should do that. Yeah, we should absolutely do that. David, you like KSP? Right on, man. Now the priorities here, number one, your stream. Number two is KSP. Much later, it's just a game. We are passionate about it here, but I think it's safe to say that there's more passion here for you, so don't feel bad. You do what you got to do. No, yeah, absolutely. He's a joke sub. Protect the recipient. Gifted a sub to shut
Discovery,
off. Yep.
go at throttle up.
Yeah. I'm kind of looking forward to Starfield, even if KSP was really, really good. Like even if it was fully fleshed out, I would still play Starfield. I really want to give it a shot, and I know that people want to see it, but people are skeptical about it, so I think that would make for some pretty good streaming content. You know? Hyper-realistic aircraft with new wings. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. I don't think the numbers in the subs is a fair point. KSP2 was going through its honeymoon phase at the time. It's normal to stabilize over time. Yeah, but Squall, if it stabilizes at the exact same numbers that KSP1 does, why would I put myself through the stress? That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm going to get the same numbers playing KSP1 as KSP2. Why play KSP2 when KSP1 is a more complete game? And once again, I'm telling you, it's not about this. I'm trying to keep my sanity. It's a stressful game to stream, dude. You know, like, it's hard for me to just click Kerbal off and just not take it seriously, right? Like, because it's my job. You know, like, maybe it's me. Maybe I have to get better at that. Maybe I lost sight of that from doing it in KSP1, but, you know, like, who knows? I've been here a long time compared to some. One thing I could say, I find EJ has a good time on other games and the STEM content as much as entertaining while other games are played. There's balance between KSP, KSP2, Space Review, and other games. You're interesting whatever you play. Yeah, right on, man. 1 day a week, quarter day a week. Start small, just goofing around. You will discover things. You know what? That's a fair point. You changed my mind. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. Let's give it a shot. Start next week, Wings Wednesday, in KSP2. Is that fair? Falcon, thanks for being awesome, for being an intriguing fellow who inspires others to push their limits. No problem, Falcon. Hey, how's everything going? Everything good? Bad? I want to headbutt a flaming trash can? Okay. Alright, let's do it. I'm in. Just for some Wings Wednesday action in KSP2, I'm in. That's fine. Did I see your last, the gifted sub, after I said not to do it? Hey, yes, how's your Jeep running, by the way? Oh, wait. Maybe if I say your Jeep doesn't run enough times, you'll get angry. You'll try to spite me or something and actually fix it. I don't know. Just a thought. I rented a Renegade. Oh, an even crappier car. Nice. Still enjoy the content. Thanks, Phantom. Yeah. All right. Vulcan. Wait, Jelly, did you already ask that? Oh, in KSP2 for Wings Wednesday? I'll think about it. When are you trying to give me some Wings Wednesday action? That's a good idea. We'll do KSP2. We'll do Wings Wednesdays in KSP2. And we'll have some fun over there, okay? Cities 2 isn't that far away either. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Man, guys, once again, I only mention view count and stuff like that as kind of to tell you where my mind's at. I don't do this for views. If I was going to do this for views, we wouldn't be sitting here for freaking 10 hours straight building this. You know what I mean? It's about me having fun. And I just, right now, I think I could have more fun building this in KSP1 and have more, you know, more of the EJ flavor type of streams where we're teaching people about space and rockets and stuff, but also building the plane and going back and forth. You know what I mean? Is City Skylines 2 early access or legit release? I think it's legit release. You don't need to rationalize it. It's your stream. I'm not rationalizing anything. I'm very much telling you where I'm at. It's hard to stream, guys. It's a hard game to stream. And it's not even like push yourself, challenge yourself in the game. It's tough to stream. The game's rough. It's hard to do. You know? There's a cricket in my ceiling, in my drop ceiling, in my office. So I've been dealing with that for the last 6 hours. That's good. Shotzi gave to the sub to Phantom Racer. What about a few hours and then move on to another game? Well, that's kind of where we're at. Wings Wednesday Doom is basically where I pick a plane and build it, and then just fly it around, and then that's it. Wings Wednesday can fill a 4-hour slot on Wednesdays. We can do that. That's Jimmy Crickets, not Jiminy. Jimmy Crickets. He landed on my arm actually earlier in the stream. He landed on my arm, and I was like, oh, it's a grasshopper. But me being from the city doesn't know the difference between a grasshopper and a cricket. I thought it was a freaking grasshopper, so I didn't pay any mind. If I knew it was a cricket, I knew it was gonna do this. I would have squashed that sucker. But whatever. Yeah, weather guy. I mean, yeah, you sold me. Let's Wings Wednesday. We can play to KSP2 strengths. That's a good idea. That's a good way to force the thing. You know what I mean? I'm okay. I'm okay with that. That's fine. You missed your chance to end it right then. Yep. The R&D in the new game will be super valuable in the future. KSP2 Wings Wednesday should be good. You have the whole KSP1 aircraft back catalog to convert over after all. I mean, some of it we can't because we don't have propeller engines, and you can't make helicopters either, but yeah. Well, I think even if you minus those out of it, we still have a lot of planes to make. Build an F-117. Yeah. Can you turn the contrails off in a settings file? I don't think anybody's figured out how to do it, Rem, to be honest with you. I really, really, really hope that changes. YC14 Wings Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Sounds good. How are the truck garage projects? I haven't been wrenching much NX lately. I've been busy driving the truck. I drive the 59 almost every day. Yeah, the Coronet does need work. The Coronet does need work on the brakes, and it's starting to rot pretty bad. I need to set aside some cash and invest in a welder, like a good welder, a gas welder, so I can start practicing how to weld and fix stuff. But yeah, I'm kind of between projects right now for the most part. The Coronet's the next one coming in. It needs attention. The 97 runs just fine right now, and we do have parts to work on the 97, but the Coronet needs attention badly. You'll see what I mean when I bring it into the garage and we start messing with it. It needs a lot of help. I was sitting there and I was up here trying to bleed the brakes the other day to get it drivable, because I want all my cars to like run and drive, right? Like I want to be able to say, oh, I'm going to take my Coronet or my F100 or my F250 today, right? And I was up here bleeding the brakes. Hey, weather guy, thanks for the 5 subs. I was up here bleeding brakes, blew the rear brake line out, and then I went underneath and tried to find where the brake line was blown, and I went under there and saw the torque boxes and stuff, and dude, we need to fix that sooner rather than later, or there's going to be nothing to fix. Weather guy, thanks for the 5 subs, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks for giving me a kick in the pants. You're right. You're right. You're right. I can't just... That's too easy. You're right. You got me. Miller, yes, I've been getting the Beetle out a ton in the summer. Did a Cars and Coffee and a meetup show in the same week last week. Nice, dude. I wish we had propellers in KSP2. It'd be neat to do a progression through aerospace technologies for Wings Wednesday. Agreed. We need a U2 for Wings Wednesday. I'll want to build the YC14. That's a good idea. Here are some subs in light of beers. Garage streams again. Yeah, the Coronet needs... Let me tell you this. It needs attention now. Like, I wanted to work on the 97... and start doing stuff with that, but that's gonna have to hold for a little while. We gotta work on the dodge, or else there's gonna be no dodge left to work on. Hey, Phantom Razor, paid it forward to warp space. Right on. Your project won't work unless you do. I'm glad you've been enjoying the 59. I joined the stream family around the time you had the bed off in the garage. Thanks, man. Yeah. The Coronet is not drivable. It has no brakes, Joe. Nope. It has no brakes. There, and it started. The rust on it, the rot on it, is starting to get really bad. Yeah, I've been neglecting it for a good while. It's not good. We need to. So what I want to do, I've said this a couple of times before on stream. What I want to do is, nobody cares about a 4-door Dodge Coronet, even one from '69. The only reason people would care about a 4-door Dodge Coronet is because the front fenders, the front fenders, the inner, the grill, and the front bumper, and the rear bumper, and probably like the dash and the seats, pedal cluster, engine, transmission, crossmember, those parts can be put on a 2-door. Basically, nobody gives a frick about the 4-door because people buy those 4-door Coronets and they take the parts off and they use them for coupes to restore a 2-door car, because those are the ones that are super popular. Because no one cares about that, nobody's going to care if I chop up a 4-door Coronet to try and learn how to weld to fix it. No one's going to care. So, we're going to take the Coronet and we're going to chop the freaking rust out of it and fix it. But 4 doors are better. Why do you think I want to fix it? When was the last time the Coronet was built? 70s? I had a good idea of basically me trying to fix it, and this is why I wanted to buy a welder. I'll try to fix it on stream. And here's the thing. I'll go into it saying I have no idea what's going on. And I have a really interesting theory about trying to weld live on the internet. My interesting theory about it is that, well, if I'm doing something wrong, someone's going to let me know. People are very anal about welding because it's hard to get it right, you know? So I have a theory that if I lay down some crappy welds on the internet, chat will be more constructive than anything, and if I sit there and admit that I'm not a welder, people will be constructive about it. I've noticed that this does happen. Like, for instance, when I was filing down those exhaust header collectors for the 59, I used the file the wrong way, and everybody in chat said you're using the file the wrong way. This is how you're supposed to use it, and now I know how to use the file the right way. So I have a theory that might work with welding, so I'll give it a shot. Why not? Weldon is in my name. Yep. That's Coleslaw doing something wrong on the internet to get the right answer. Panta, if I'm thinking about it right, and as long as we approach it correctly, like me very much saying, I'm learning, please help me. I'm learning. If I do something wrong, let me know. I think I could pick up we could weld pretty good. We could learn to weld pretty damn good. With the internet, do it like that, you know? Like, I'm in a unique position where I have a bunch of people looking over my shoulder, and, you know, the way I see it is, if it's going to happen, you might as well use it to your advantage. That's what I usually do, you know? You're welcome for the file lesson. Oh, look at that, S. You not missing an opportunity to weigh in and be a douchebag. Nice kappa, though. Last, please. I need criticism on the scissors. Alright, what's up? Do you plan on welding potential Estes powered rockets? Why would you weld a rocket? No. You don't need to do that for the... I mean, you can buy all the replacement parts for the Coronet. The underpinnings on that thing is the same as a Dodge Charger. So everybody likes those old Dodge Chargers, so there's plenty of parts for it. Plenty of replacement metal. So, yeah, let's learn how to drill some freaking spot welds. I think I want to do that over the winter. Like, so fall, winter, that's what I want to do. But I might have some other projects down the road. I might have some. We might have some other projects coming into the shop, so we gotta wait. Either way, I gotta do something with the Dodge. If it rots anymore, it'll be we won't be able to fix anything. There'll be nothing to weld to. Give me 1 second. That looks good, Seacrack. Does it include NSF? No. Do you think you'll be able to show the welding process on stream? It could produce a lot of light. I mean, maybe. How many cars do you have? I have 5 cars, Falcon. Gonna learn MIG or TIG. MIG is a good place to start from what I've heard. I have a flex welder out there, guys. I have a flex welder. It's a 125 amp flex welder, but that has no variable feed, and you have 2 voltage settings. That's not learning to weld. That's what you use in a pinch. This looks good, dude. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's pretty good. I'm surprised you weren't more critical on it. I don't understand what's to be critical about. This is exactly what you were looking for. You just slotted the dowel over here and then made this U-shaped bracket. That's pretty good, yeah. Yeah. You should bevel. You should taper the inside of the bracket. Or make this channel right here, make that into a U. It'll make it super strong. Last, please. All right, what's up, other guy? Okay, honestly, could chat catch something dangerous? Could chat catch something dangerous before you take action on it? What? Just a filter for the camera, it'll be fine. Okay, honest, about welding, could chat catch something dangerous before you take action on it? Oh, you're saying like if I do something stupid. I know enough about welders to not do something dumb. It's more just learning the technique at this point. Yeah, I know not to like weld in a puddle, for instance. And wear the welding helmet. Yeah, I'm not screwing around. The welding helmet is not one of those things like you know. Oh, I don't need this safety squints. No, you'll go blind. It'll burn your retina out. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. We're gonna do it right. I mean, I trust you, but yeah. I feel that this is risky. Fine, I'll just go learn it myself off stream then. Whatever. You can weld body work with a MIG welder, but you gotta be really careful and have a decent welder. Yep. Okay. All right, guys. It's 10:30. We've been going for 10 hours on the dot, so. Just wanted to say thank you for providing us a place where you can be weird about STEM stuff. I've never been a big Twitch guy, but since the first day I found the stream, it's been open every day. I appreciate that, Tim. Congratulations on the condo, man. Thanks for the great content. And my pleasure. My pleasure. And guys, forget what I said about the sub count. Just forget what I said about it, dude. I'm very comfortable right now. If I do get subs, I want to earn them, just like always. You know, very, very, very strict about that. I just wouldn't rely on chats for safety nets. That's not what I meant. I meant about the technique, not the safety behind it. I've welded before, guys. I'm talking about learning how to weld right. That's more what I was referring to. I'm not going into it cold turkey and being like, what do? 65 months, Jim. Thank you. And then Graham gifted a sub to sub counter. How many subs do you have? Enough. I have enough. It's just, it's down. I mean, I did take a month off. I took a month off because, like, between the wedding, 4th of July, and my freaking tooth falling out, I ended up streaming maybe like 4 or 5 times in 3 weeks. Not good. So that turns out not being here. People don't resub when you're not live. It's funny how that works. But yeah, since probably like when KSP2 came out, yeah, we're down a good ways, but that's fine. That's the ebb and flows of the stream, guys, which is why I said forget about it. That's fine. It happens. It's the ebbs and flows. Sometimes you do amazing. Sometimes you don't. That's streaming. Get used to it. If you want this job, you got to get used to it. You got to be prepared. Thanks, RJ. You got to be prepared to probably make like $1,000 less 1 month to another. Yeah, that's the fluctuation. So you got to be careful. You can't spend money. You really can. You have to make sure that you have emergency funds, you know, in case something weird happens or something goes wrong or you have an off month. Off months happen. You can do everything right and still have an off month. It does happen. It's happened to me many times. And it, like, you know, 2016, 2017, it freaked me out. I was like, well, stream's dying. Bye-bye. But, you know, people come back. People come back. They come around. That's something that kind of still amazes me. It comes back. Just give it some time. Personally, I'm a fan of cheesesteak or roast beef subs, but you know, life sucks, we get it. I didn't say that. And I'm not one to complain. This job is awesome, and you guys are awesome. I appreciate the support. Hey, Puffin! Thanks for the Prime sub. Start a damn Patreon already. You're still on about that, huh? Jeez. I just can't wait for the next NSF stream with Jack. You've been harping at me, Element, for like 7 years now to do that, man. Damn. Still be here as long as you stream. Well, I appreciate it. I don't plan on going anywhere, lol, so. No, you're breathtaking. I'm never dropping it because you deserve it. I'm just glad you're playing KSP 1 again. You made me start playing it again. Cool. Good. Dragon, thank you for all your help with the scissors. It helps a lot. And it makes the process more rewarding. KSP isn't the only time I'm good at solving mechanical things, Seacracken. My pleasure. That's fun. I enjoy that stuff. I could do that for work all day. I mean, I kind of do, but you get the idea. Use all revenue avenues possible. You see, Hellfish, that's easier for... Dude, it's easy for you to say in the peanut gallery. Like, I know. I understand. I understand that, but... Dude... It's a very fine line between maximizing your revenue opportunities and then just turning into a shill that just regurgitates corporate nonsense the whole time. I'm not doing that. I won't do that. I will not compromise the content of the stream. I won't do it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. You can call me stubborn. You can call me like, oh my God, wow, you enjoy losing money? Yeah, yes, I do. If it means I can sleep well at night, sure, why not? Like, that's easy to say. Like, I mean, if I wanted to min-max the stream and make the most amount of money, I wouldn't be sitting here tessellating wings for 10 hours straight. Like, and that's what I mean about, that all goes back to what I was saying. I'm not faking it, dude. I'm not pretending to have fun. I will never do that. Ever. Ever. I'm not doing it. Patreon isn't about shilling. How are people going to know I have a Patreon if I don't tell them about it? You have some crazy dedication. I think influencers and social media personalities, streamers, YouTubers, whatever, I think everybody's trying to min-max their stream, and that waters down content. I don't like it. I won't do it. I'll buck that trend even if it means I make less money. That's fine. I'm good. I'd like to make more money, of course, but I'm doing it my way. I'm not doing it everybody else's way. Element, you'll tell people about it. Okay. You're testing wings for 10 hours is why I watch you. Yep. I'd rather you make an OnlyFans subscription. Boy, I don't own a van though. That's the problem. Are you ever gonna shut up, Jimmy? I've been watching you for a couple years now and I always love the content. You're great to have on the background. There you go. So you won't shill for yourself. I don't know, man. I don't like the idea of a Patreon. I just don't. OnlyFans means a whole new meaning to EJ After Hours. What's your favorite thing you've achieved in life? Easy answer, Primo. Easy answer. By a long shot, man. Yeah, right? You translated what Jimmy's saying. He's saying get a Patreon. For Pete's sake. Yeah, so... Yeah, it's, Yeah, Primo. That's an easy part, dude. Like, in terms of, like, my streaming career and doing space stuff... like, so if I couldn't choose Primo as an answer, it would probably be interviewing and shaking Charlie Duke's hand. Yeah. And Fred Hayes. Yeah. And Walt Cunningham. And George Nelson. And Gennady Padelka. Space Fest 2019 was probably some of the funnest stuff I've ever done. Or, like, that, not funnest, like, it was fun, don't get me wrong. That's, like, the highlight. I've shaken... a guy's hand that has been to another celestial body. It's crazy. Have you heard about the Komatsu D155W dozer? It works even underwater. Nice. You are your greatest advocate. Yeah, I understand that, but I let my work speak for itself. Last. Real talk though, I think you should give your YouTube channel more attention, even paying someone to help you create content. It works if done properly. We'll see where that takes us, okay? It was Charlie Duke that corrected
Discovery,
me.
go at throttle up.
But yeah. Yeah. We talked to Fred Hayes, Apollo 13, man. Charlie Duke, Apollo 16. It's crazy. That's probably like the highlight of my streaming career. That's up there. Falcon Heavy test flight was pretty awesome. Orbcom 2, first Falcon 9 landing, that was friggin' sweet. I've stood close enough to a Delta IV Heavy that I could reach out and touch it. I've been inside of space shuttle simulators. That's pretty freaking cool. Like, this job's been pretty good to me, dude. I've done a lot of cool stuff. Been to freaking Amsterdam. Got to go see Aztec at Amsterdam. Not everybody gets to do that. Not even people from the Netherlands. The Pima stream was awesome. I got to see B-52 serial number 3, the third B-52 ever made. That Neil Armstrong dropped from an X-15 in. Oh, yeah. Alright, Super. Good night. RJ, you were at Orbcom too? Nice. I got to walk on SLS's mobile launcher. That was awesome. I've stood in 39B's flame trench. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I got to walk like right up to Slick 41, stand in the flame trench with Das and John Gadarowski at ULA. That was pretty freaking. That was cool. Like nobody, like even if you're like press and remotes, you don't get to go into the flame trench. We went into the flame trench. I growled at the first Falcon Heavy. Yeah, I've hugged the LR87 T-man. That's right. We hugged an LR87. Freaking ICBM motor. That was funny, dude. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what is this doing here? Oh my goodness. It sucks that COVID kind of killed them passing, but patience, my son. I pass by the Jack Swigert statue at Denver all the time. That's the closest I'll get to an astronaut. And now you do occasional work for the most influential space news outlet there is. Yeah, what a trip, dude. What a freaking trip. And Saber's like he gone. What? He is by far the most interesting person I've interacted. Really, Falcon? Hey, I didn't get your message when I asked if everything's okay. How's everything doing? I'm watching chat now, dude. Could have met a shuttle astronaut when I was younger and didn't. I hope I can meet another. There's plenty around, RJ. Don't worry about it. Oh, did that remind me? I've shook Pam Melroy's hand. I've talked to Mark Polanski, Mike Massimino, Garrett Reisman. I've talked to all those dudes and dudettes. Yeah. I talked to Garrett Reisman about the Dragon 2 capsule. I've spoken to people that work on James Webb, Kepler, K2. Frick, dude, that's a lot. Yeah. Yep. Element, I'm always now with me being stubborn about advertising and Patreon notwithstanding. I've always been. I want to push the envelope somehow. We're pushing the envelope with the Star Raker project for KSP1, but there is other things that I want to do, and I'm trying to work on it in the background. Just not like a big commitment to any particular project, dude, but what I do is I kind of pick something and I just chip off a little bit every day. Like, one of those that I started a long time ago, I started in 2017, 2018, is playing the guitar. I still play the guitar 5 minutes every day before the stream. I haven't been doing it because it's not, we don't have it hooked up, but I mean, it could do that. But yeah, I still play the guitar every day. Yeah, that's something that I used to start the stream jamming, right? And, I said like, if I jam for 5 minutes every day on the stream, I'll get better at it. And yeah, I still do that. I just haven't done it in a little while on stream. Yeah, gotten a lot better. I hope I can meet you at White Sands for Spaceport. Will you ever go back? Yes. RJ, the reason why I didn't go to Spaceport American Cup is the same weekend as my wedding. Or else I would have been right on the plane with Das, dude. Oh, yeah. Das went from my wedding right to Spaceport America. It was like the next day. I asked Remo. I tried, dude. I was like, Bree, can I go to Spaceport America? And she's like, when is it? I'm like, it's the 18th. She goes, we're getting married on the 17th. I'm like, yeah. And she's like, no! I'm like, all right, fine. That's the only reason I didn't go. I wanted to go back, yeah. But that plan got nixed. She would have been pissed. She would have been so freaking mad. Yeah, we just got married. I'm leaving. Bye. Oh, dude, and all of her parents and all of her in-law, like, all of my in-laws were here. All of her, like, extended family was here. That wouldn't have looked very good. Your rocket didn't do very well, but I'm more optimistic this year. Well, RJ, fault tree analysis. Just like Kerbal. Figure out what you did wrong. Where did it go wrong? Where'd you go wrong? What can you fix? What can you get? What can you improve? Done. I'm out. Peace. You know, like, at the end of the day, we enjoy the ambitious and want to see you build something like Everyday Astronaut, NSF, or BPS. You know what, dude? I think we're on to something with the 60s style technical videos. I think we're on to something pretty unique there. You know, if I can combine the way I explain things with the technical presence of those videos, because I can do the voice. The voice is just fine. I think we could make good things happen with that. To get a differential to work, what you need to do is make spokes, and then you need to make more spokes. It seems like there's so few things that Brimo would give a flat, hard no to, and that's a reasonable one. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair, Poison. You know, everybody says happy wife, happy life. You know what you really do? Talk to your wife. That's the key. That's the key. I talk to Brimo. I don't keep secrets from her, because that's stupid, and that only ask anyone that's in a relationship. That does not end well. Don't keep secrets. I tell her, like, you know, I don't try to hide like buying car parts. I'm like, hey, I want to buy this for the truck. Do we have enough cash to do it? Yeah, I think we have enough cash to do it. All right, cool, done. It doesn't need to be difficult. It doesn't need to be difficult. To make a differential, you need some gears and spokes. And to make the thing move all the way, we need to add more spokes. It will only be complete when you commentate a rocket launch that way. Well, Hellfish, we did talk about this on the NSF stream. My commentary style is very much based off of Cronkite. It's very much based off of Walter Cronkite. I didn't really realize it until we started talking about it. Go, baby, go. Just, I try to just talk like NASA PAOs from the 60s. That's how I explain things. I've watched tons of footage of them commentating on Saturn V. T-minus 10, 9, ignition sequence start. The engines are on. 5, 4, boot, ignition. And we have a liftoff. 33 past the hour. Like, I try to explain it like that, but I don't try to mimic the voice. I just say that. That's how I commentate. Quagmire commentary when? Well, guess what? The rocket's flying up into space. It's penetrating out of the atmosphere. Giggity, 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 goo. You know? I can't believe you still got into the Grand Canyon and proposed. That took a lot of work, man. Ernock and Scary helped me with that. We need to take a wheel and add spokes. Yeah, like, that would be cool, man. I think we're onto something with that, dudes. Yep, in hindsight, I hear it now. That's my commentary style. It didn't really kind of dawn on me that I mean, I've tried to emulate the PAOs before. Because I don't like how... SpaceX is the one exception, because they do this. Their commentators do the exact same thing. I don't like the hype. Like the... Wow, look at this rocket that's going to launch into space. I don't like that. I don't like that. The first Virgin Galactic launch, the first flight, the space is Virgin territory now, like that. I died a little inside covering that. I'm not even kidding. Like, how about the French commentary? Dude, the road to space stuff is cool, but that's not my style, man. ULA does a good job with it, Loopy. Yeah, that's what I try to do. And ULA and SpaceX do that. They very much do that. I try not to hype it up. I try to just tell you what's going on. Maybe with a little bit of enthusiasm behind it, but that's it. Dylan's his name, Loopy. I forget. Yeah, he does a good job. I like his commentary. And you know what? Arianespace had really good commentators until they started doing the Road to Space stuff. When they started doing the Road to Space stuff, it might be a French thing, but dude, to me it comes off as a little bit disingenuous. Hotbird 6, yeah. I like ULA because it's got that 90s, 2000s vibe for commentators. Yeah, Joe, for real. Absolutely. Dylan Rice is the guy's name. That's it. Yeah. Main engine is start. Yeah. The NASA PAOs do a pretty good job. I like Gary. Gary does a good job. Gary Jordan is that guy's name. He's a good commentator. Dan Hewitt was an awesome commentator. I mean, there's Rob Navius. Rob Navius is a freaking legend. He's a legend. Dan Hewitt doesn't work at NASA anymore. He works for SpaceX. Gary still works there. Who else does a good job? Oh, what's the woman's name? I forget her name. Leah Cheshire. She does a good job too. She's a good commentator. Real good. Like those three, so Rob, Gary, and Leah do a fantastic job. They're probably like top shelf commentators for rocket launches. Better than me, like I'll straight up admit. George Diller was the best. He was a freaking, I mean, he was that old school style, Joe. And liftoff at dawn, the dawn of Orion, in a new era of human spaceflight. Dude, what a freaking legend. Oh, man. John Innsbrucker's good. John's amazing. He's not a launch commentator, though. He's an engineer. But SpaceX usually has the engineers do it, so. No, Gary Jordan is that guy's name. Who, at KSC, I like Daryl Nail. Daryl's commentary is pretty good. He does a good job. He does a very good job. Falcon, I missed it again, didn't I? I'm an idiot, dude. I'm sorry. All right, man. Yeah, gotcha. Daryl Nail did good moving from Fox over to NASA TV. Yep. Okay. ULA is very informational too. ULA does their casts are really good, Joe. They're really good. Yeah, it's just I like that. That's if I had a rocket company, it'd be like if I owned a rocket company and we had webcasts, I would want it to be like that. I would be looking to emulate either SpaceX or ULA with the commentary, the presentation, stuff like that. And I will say this, if I owned a company that launched rockets into space, mission control, suit and tie would be mandatory criteria in the control room. Yep. No land centers at EJ's company, even though that's cool and I dig it. No, suit and tie. Oh yeah, it'd look old school in there, and I would be there at every launch with a vest, Gene Kranz style. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, no, that's what I would do. I feel bad because Daryl did the boosters at yeah, that sucks. But he'll get the next one. The more I think about it, the less I'm sure I ever showed you this video when I found it. It's very you. Rockets, locomotives, they're extremely 90s. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Haha. That's very 90s, yeah. That's cool. Alright, Falcon. Be good, man. I'll keep you in my thoughts. You and your folks, you know. I think we figured out the boosters at Ignition was an audio glitch. Whatever it was, when NASA does Artemis 1 highlight reels, they cut it out. They cut the audio. So, I need a balcony off that mission control center. Hey, Manic, 6-month resub. Alright, guys, it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to go to sleep because we have to get up tomorrow. We'll keep working on Star Raker. Yeah. Okay, so Wings, KSP 2, Wings Wednesday, next Wednesday. Okie dokie? So a week from now. Yeah? Is that fair? Yeah, actually, I'm gonna be... Oh, I should not have streamed this late. Virgin Virgin Galactic is launching tomorrow. Uh-oh, stinky. They're launching at 10. And then there's Luna 25 if anybody cares. And then Starlink at... oh, tomorrow's going to be a really long stream. I got to go to bed. Yeah, I got to go to bed. Maybe we'll... I mean, we can't not play Kerbal tomorrow. Yeah. All right, dudes. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah. I'll see you then. We'll give KSP2 another shot, okay? We'll do it. You got me. All right. You convinced me. We'll do it. What is tomorrow on KSP? Star Raker is what I wanted to work on, Rocket Guy. But yeah, we'll see. Are you gonna be on NSF with a Virgin flight? No, I didn't get a slot. I didn't get a slot for it. There's like a rotation, Loopy. That's how they kind of do things. There's a rotation, and usually if like an event isn't during like my regular stream time, I'll volunteer for it, and I volunteered for this one, but I was like, I'm there if you need me, and they're like, no, we filled up all the slots, so whatever, it's fine. It's all good. Alright, guys. Remember on the 25th is Cruise 7. That's a little ways away, Paul, but yeah, cool. Same as the photographers, pretty much. Yep. Alright, guys, have a good night. I'll see you, so... 9 o'clock. So, yeah, I gotta go to bed. I'll be on a little bit earlier tomorrow. I'll see what's going on with Virgin. Have a good night, guys, and thank you. Once again, like, we're in kind of a dead zone here between patches for KSP, you know, Starfield and everything coming out, and cities and stuff. So, I'm just, yeah, it's the ebbs and flows of the stream, guys. It happens. So... yeah, that's all. It's dog days of summer, man. Everybody's out doing stuff, so usually the summers are slow with streaming. It's like a restaurant. You know, you have a restaurant in the summer, it's always busy. It's, you know, like, 'cause everybody's outside. In the winter, not so much, you know? But, yeah. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night, okay?